Wolf just pretending that he had never had a father. His biological father fell into the Shannon River in Northern Ireland because of alcoholism. He just spent all his money to buy a bottle of low-quality wine and poured it into the place where his father drowned. As for the other drunkard who took over his and his mother, he sold him to a pickpocket gang at the first time. 6 copper pennies, not as much as the white bread, cheese and bison leg. He and Mike ate casually. Very cheap, isn't it? Hey, boss, I don't understand what Night Griffin thinks. Is he a lunatic? Wolf's face was not very good, but he is very likely a real knight. Mike smiled and added, a real knight I want to beat to death when I see him. The next step was simple. Mike was very satisfied that he was the detective of Flag City, not a so-called detective of a low status in the main city of Jamestown. Because if he was in Jamestown, he would need to report the case to many real big shots, and also go to a superior court to provide testimony. He might be delayed for several days by the follow-up of this matter. In Flag City, as the chief inspector, Mike concurrently holds the powers of the police detective department, the court, the prison, and the executor. Baron Fleck seems to have deliberately simplified all the powers to consolidate his rule, so that Fleck City is more like a small kingdom than a city. Therefore, the powerful Mike only needs to report to Sigrid. Very good. The night girl kidnapping case is over, right, Mike? At noon the next day, Sigrid personally went to Mike's house. In the bedroom, she ate the bison jerky that Mike used to replenish his physical strength like an old friend. I am very satisfied with the way you handled it, Mike. She smiled and said, the kidnapper and the mastermind are dead. It's neat and tidy. I don't even need to sign those damn documents. Mike, you know, I would rather fight 10 zombies than write half a word with a damn quill. Then you will definitely die, dear Sea Chief Inspector Grid. I'm just making a metaphor. Be careful what you say, because even I wouldn't fight 3 ghouls at the same time, or 2 Campbells. Or, hey, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, have you ever thought about fighting a high-blooded vampire? If you like, I can arrange it if there is a chance. A top-blooded vampire can easily kill you, Mike. That also needs to be an old ghost who has lived for more than 50 years. Mike lay on his white velvet bed, chatting with Sigrid, and the most comfortable posture for chatting between men and women seems to be half lying and half closed, letting half of the time move and the other half stay, and the whole noon time passed like this. Then before leaving, Sigrid very seriously reminded Mike to be careful of Old Bell, and if possible, try to handle some negotiations in the wild or outside the city. Okay, I understand. You need macro control to keep Flag City stable, right, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid? Macro control, what an interesting word. Sigrid looked deeply at Mike. Mike saw Sigrid out and watched the Chief Inspector, who had long purple hair and was extremely beautiful, but in Mike's eyes was wrapped in a river of blood of sin, got on the ivory carriage. Roses were blooming on both sides of his spacious courtyard. I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, Mike? Sigrid asked as she lifted the curtain of the carriage. Of course, Mike replied, and Sigrid lowered the curtain, and the taciturn coachman drove the horse like a stake to make the carriage move steadily. The carriage soon disappeared at the end of the colorful shell path, and Ollie came out and asked, Boss, what has our lovely American detective arranged for you? 2 things. Dealing with the corpses produced by the kidnapping of the night girl, and living in peace with dear Old Bell. Dealing with the corpses is very simple. I have arranged to burn McCarthy's body. Oh, at this point in time, it should have been filled with a lot of foot washing water and then burned. In addition, because of your instructions, the corpse collector brought the bodies of Mandy and Walpole. I put them together using the best wooden board, and also covered them with beautiful flowers. Ali reported the situation to Mike, and then played with the hilt of the French rapier with a cold expression. But we robbed Old Bell's East Street. This big gold mine, and Old Bell will not give up. The official jurisdiction of of East Bleak Street and South Bleak Street is still in the hands of Old Bell, and we will not give up either. Ah, the lovely American detective wants to be her senior official leisurely. Does she have the ability to do so? She does, Mike said seriously. Ollie was very surprised, because Sigrid's men were all serious patrolmen who were paid to work. How could they be compared with those under Boss Mike, or even with the desperados under Old Bell? Yes, she does. Dear Ollie, I hope you can respect Sigrid, especially when Sigrid comes out in a carriage. Mike smiled and lit a cigar, and asked after blowing out thick smoke, didn't you notice that Sigrid's coachman is always shrouded in a gray and black cloak? She is taciturn and very beautiful even after using ugly makeup. I suspect she is a vampire of medium blood. It's really enviable. A subordinate of a vampire of medium blood makes me very afraid, for fear that one day I will lose any of you. So, Ollie, my precious brother, don't provoke Sigrid, because I like to be friends with her, not to wake up this sleeping sphinx. Just like the artillery fire that thinks it is the truth wakes up a magnificent oriental dragon. Okay, boss, I understand. Ollie's life belongs to Mike, and he doesn't want to cause any trouble for Mike. Mike is a person who likes to look up at the sky and shoot at the sky. In the afternoon, when the sunshine on the southeast coast of North America became brighter and brighter, Mike led Julia, Theodore, Alai, Dunbar, and Wolf to the seashore with gentle waves. Everyone held a matchlock gun with a round of ammunition loaded in it. On the silver-white beach, a 2-meter-wide plain wooden board was piled with white flowers, surrounding the bodies of Mandy Edward and Walpole Edward. Mandy, I promised you to take care of Walpole, but it's a pity that Walpole actually swung a knife at his friend, and betrayal is absolutely unforgivable. Mike fired a shot into the sky and stretched out his hand, and Wolf handed him the fire paper. The wooden board and the white flowers were already soaked with kerosene. All they had to do was rub the fire paper and throw it up, and there would be a blazing fire, sending Mandy, a respectable mother, to heaven with the fragrance of pine resin. But when Mike rubbed the fire paper, Walpole's body suddenly stood up straight. Virginia, I'm sorry. Mom, I miss you. Mike heard Walpole's body murmur strangely, with a piercing hissing sound, and the skin all over the body seemed to be scales. And suddenly the sun reflected the dazzling light like diamonds. Hey, boss, we seem to have encountered something strange. Wolf said that he would hide 100 yards away when encountering a monster, but he didn't hide, and stood in front of Mike. Boss, I used a little holy water to clean Mandy's body, but I used 3 ounces of holy water to pour all over Walpole. The monster that can be transformed under 3 ounces of holy water is not just a monster. So boss, please leave. Just leave this place to us. Ollie slowly drew out the French rapier, his expression solemn. Alai, stand back, because the iron gloves that the boss made for me are very powerful. Relying on their strong bodies, Theodore and Dunbar have squeezed to the front, especially Dunbar, who rudely knocked Theodore to the place behind him, wanting to use the iron gloves that Mike paid for him to compete with the monster. But before Dunbar could make a move, Mike had already grabbed his iron gloves. But Dunbar, you are no match for it. Mike had to admit that Walpole's body was powerful, staring at Walpole's lips with cold eyes. He heard that Walpole had been saying 2 sentences, and each sentence touched his heart. This is a purebred, high-blooded vampire. Mike habitually speculated. It seems that our dear Mandy had a very desperate journey, so that the other half of Walpole's bloodline is not Spanish. No, it should be said that it is the bloodline of pure Spanish vampires. And now Walpole is dead, and the vampire bloodline devoured human blood and resurrected him. He is already a newly born, high-blooded vampire like Nirvana, more powerful than the great Indian warrior Shan Di that time. Mike noticed that the place where Walpole lay down, there was blood just now, but now it was strangely entangled, turning into half-meter-long bat wings, constantly retracting into the wound on the back of Walpole's head. There was a crackling sound. The skull was healing and growing continuously, completely blocking the wound. The hair that was blown off by the matchlock gun even grew to more than 2 meters long. What a brilliant silver hair! Walpole's skin shone like a diamond, complementing the long hair. At this moment, Walpole suddenly opened his eyes with a blood moon in his pupils and looked at Mike with a very disdainful look, as if he was looking at food. You are very powerful, and your blood is very delicious, Walpole said in a weird tone, using a noble English that sounded like the English used by the Spaniards who grew up in Great Britain. This was very strange, because ordinary Spaniards could not survive on the land of Great Britain. Yes, Walpole, my blood is very delicious, but I don't want you to have any bad thoughts about my blood. Mike narrated something seriously. In my opinion, you have committed an unforgivable sin, but seeing that Mandy is a great mother, I am willing to let you live, provided that you don't seek death. Me? Make a mistake. Oh, to you mean Virginia. What do you think? I think I was wrong before, but now I am a noble vampire, and Virginia is just my food. Seeing her friendship and help to me when I was a human, I will give her the honor of being the best food. Of course, I will not turn her into a vampire. Now I am so powerful that she is no longer worthy of being my friend. What a pity, Mike sighed. In fact, Mike really wanted to have a high-blooded vampire subordinate, just like Sigrid, who only had a medium-blooded vampire, which already made him feel apprehensive. He had thought that Walpole would sincerely repent, and seeing that Walpole was only 14 years old and could still be educated and trained, he was willing to give the reborn Walpole a chance to truly be reborn. But now, Walpole has lost himself. A young man who grew up in poverty and cowardice lost himself after gaining powerful strength without any humanity. This is not what he needs. So, bang, bang, car. 2 consecutive gunshots, followed by the sound of a jam. The quality of the spring wheel pistol is not very good. Just like when Sigrid killed the acting Inspector Apple, it jammed after firing 2 rounds of ammunition. Of course, it doesn't matter. Mike followed closely and pulled out a punch with his right fist joint rotating upward. As expected, I am so strong that I am not afraid of bullets. Walpole excitedly took Mike's 2 shots. The bullets did not have any effect on him. Although they broke his skin and tore his muscles, the wounds healed quickly, and his desire for blood became a little stronger. Walpole stared at Mike's fist greedily, stretched out his hand to block it, and was also ready to pull Mike over, aiming at Mike's neck blood vessels that were throbbing and shrinking very obviously in his eyes, and looked extremely delicious. But then, Mike's huge punch and the violent impact broke Walpole's elbow directly. Then, yes, he caught Mike, but to be exact, it was Mike who caught him. Mike grabbed Walpole's neck while Walpole was being knocked away, pinched Walpole's mouth open, and stuffed a huge silver pound into it. It seems that high-blooded vampires are not afraid of silver. Mike had never seen a high-end vampire like Walpole, but it doesn't matter. Mike let Walpole struggle under his control and said with a smile, "Can I tear you apart, burn you to death, or pierce your heart and brain with a sharp stick at the same time? Dear Walpole, it is said that birth determines the future. Judging from your birth, you are really very powerful. But if you want to escape from my hands, you need to drink human blood for another 50 years. 10 years will be enough. My bloodline is extremely powerful. It's a pity that you don't have 10 years. You monster. It's really ridiculous that a high-blooded vampire called Mike a monster." Julia and the others couldn't help laughing. They lost their nervousness and poured the remaining kerosene on the brushwood, preparing to burn Walpole. But Holly moved slowly and suddenly asked, "Boss, you don't seem to mind having a monster brother. If God wants, he can also be my brother. If Satan is loyal, I am willing to pluck all the angel's feathers for him." There was no respect in Mike's words. After all, if God exists, he must not see the so-called insignificant beings. "Then, boss, I need his blood." Holly pointed at Walpole, who was struggling. surprised everyone, including Mike. But when Mike nodded, everyone gathered in a circle and didn't mind any of Ollie's weird behavior. Mike and saw Ollie use Walpole's blood to draw a weird pattern, similar to the hexagram, but a little different. The words in it made everyone seem to be looking at the entrance to hell. This is the method of the wizard. Mike's memory contains many weird patterns about wizards and witches, which come from movies, TV series, or animation comics. Yes, boss. My sister is really a witch, a powerful witch who learned to be a witch later in life. Ollie continued to work, his eyes red as he said. So I think the French mayor who burned my sister to death was not wrong. He was just executing the order of Her Majesty the Queen, the noble queen who issued the decree that all witches must be burned regardless of gender. Good or evil is my enemy. Boss, I need power, so don't stop me, okay? How much will this power cost you? Mike asked. The price. I mean, will you become a very ugly monster? Or will you endure the pain of a mountain of swords on the sea of fire while gaining power? Or will you lose your fertility? Of course not. I just have to suck blood, and other foods will make me have diarrhea. Well, if there is a price, it is, except for wine and blood. I will lose all taste for other ingredients. Food and cigarettes are part of a wonderful life. Mike took a puff of cigar, which was bitter and sweet and very comfortable. This is my choice. And boss, I love you. You can worship me, but you can't love me, dear Ollie. Mike shook his head jokingly. In addition, considering that you are facing a turning point in your life, I don't mind the ambiguity in your words, but from what you said, it seems that we will have to deal with Her Majesty the Queen of France in the future. TSK, this is really interesting. We can deal with that hateful mayor first. Didn't you say he did nothing wrong? I shit him, Ollie said viciously. He did nothing wrong in executing Her Majesty the Queen's decree, but he personally captured and burned my sister to death. This is hatred. What does it have to do with right or wrong? Boss, this is what you taught me, that takes revenge and never shows mercy. It's, I never show mercy when I take revenge. Bastard, keep drawing your graffiti. Mike was very satisfied with Ollie's idea. After all, they were a team and needed a unified mind. Half an hour later, the beach was covered with picnics, and the view with knife and fork was very cute. Mike enjoyed afternoon tea and was very happy to find that there was no accident in Ollie's behavior, and no one came to disturb him. He saw Walpole turned into a mummy and powder in his cursing and groaning. The energy flow generated made Ollie obviously stronger. His skin was refracted by the sun and shone brightly. He grew 2.5 meters of blood-red hair. When he opened his eyes, a pair of faint blood moons also appeared and disappeared in Ollie's pupils. Dear Ollie, do I need to kill you? Mike threw a bottle of blueberry wine and asked, I don't know yet, but I can try. Dunbar, you have the strongest physique. Can you help me? Ollie asked, and Dunbar used the iron glove to slide out a wound on the other arm. The blood fell down, and Ollie also fell strangely under Dunbar's arm like a bat. Ollie swallowed the blood in big mouthfuls, but his eyes were very calm, and he even controlled the terrible desire to bite Dunbar. Boss, I need more blood, but except for this time, I don't want to taste even a drop of blood from my brothers again. Ollie's eyes returned to normal. It's very simple. Just tell the public that you are going out to hunt monsters and offer a reward to the residents for providing blood as bait. Mike has many ways to make money. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. He is very generous to his brothers. But now is not the time to talk about this, because there are shouts in the distance, and the sound of matchlocks that the brothers want to attract Mike's attention. Ollie, Mike called, and Ollie shortened his blood-red long hair and put on a tall patrol leather helmet. Mature vampires can hide their hair color. Ollie had just devoured all of Walpole's bloodline, so he obviously couldn't do this. Then Wolf blew a whistle, and soon two little brothers ran over, scrambling for the fine wine that Mike threw to them, and also reporting some of the situations inside the city of Fleck seriously. Boss, there are a few more big guys. A little brother said with a smile. A big event happened in the city. Miss Victoria almost committed suicide. Why? Mike asked, and he had some guesses in his mind. Because of the will of Lord Griffin Knight. It turned out that in addition to the will to take Virginia back and let Virginia inherit the title of Knight, Baron Fleck also had the second will of the late Knight Griffin. The brothers copied it through special channels and presented it directly to Mike. Mike tapped the rough parchment with his fingers, and it took a while to open the rolled up. There were 3 clauses written on it. First, when the title of Knight is conferred, if Virginia is present only, Virginia's right as an heir will be deprived and Victoria will inherit instead. Second, when the title of Knight is conferred, if Virginia disappears, Victoria will be imprisoned, and Virginia will be found to perform the inheritance ceremony of the Griffin Knight title and the ceremony of royalty to Baron Fleck. Third, if Virginia cannot be found within 10 days, or if Virginia is confirmed to be dead, Victoria will be hanged. The lineage of the Griffin Knight will be completely cut off, and the name of the Griffin Knight will be forgotten forever. There were some simple clauses behind it, which wrote why the Griffin Knight did this. Mike knew what Griffin, the pedantic and bastard knight, was thinking without reading it. Griffin is an excellent knight, but he is not worthy of being a father. Mike burned the parchment. He is still better to Virginia. After all, she is his biological daughter. Ollie shrugged. There is evidence to support this statement. Because Ollie found that all 3 clauses were based on Virginia's safety. If Victoria allowed Virginia to inherit the title of Knight safely, Victoria, who was more qualified, would inherit it. If Virginia got into trouble, Victoria would have to pay the price of her freedom or life. No, he cares more about Victoria. Mike gave a negative answer. Why? Because this is a test for Victoria. In this test, Virginia, this poor little girl, may live or die, but she is just a chess piece to test Victoria's chivalry. Griffin Knight is too proud, so proud that he is unwilling to believe in the daughter he has educated and raised. If Victoria does not meet his requirements about chivalry, he would rather his 2 daughters die together. The name of Griffin Knight disappears completely, and no one is allowed to inherit his knighthood. Mike cursed, pervert, thought about it, and threw a cigar to Wolf. Send it to Victoria. She needs this now. Boss, I can guarantee she needs your hug more, and your cigar that is about the same thickness as the cigar. Mike pinched the cigar that was getting hotter and hotter, and almost threw it away. He also felt that it was really underestimated compared to the thickness of the cigar. His is much thicker than the cigar. Okay, Wolf, you like driving? Then let you drive the carriage from now on, and Theodore can rest. No, boss, I was wrong. Wolf quickly admitted defeat. Okay, as long as you defeat the current Ollie, I will take back my words. When they went back, of course, Theodore was still driving the carriage. Theodore was strong and agile, and he was not afraid of some kind of assassination just in case. But Wolf was not like that. Even though Wolf made Mike feel difficult at night, his thin body could not withstand a small cold arrow. But it will be very wonderful in the future. As a high-blooded vampire, Ollie is definitely an undead coachman who does not need the protection of an iron carriage. Hey, to boss, is it really just a cigar? Not to mention us, even our American detective felt it. In the process of participating in your mysterious investigation, Miss Victoria had some lovely thoughts about you. Wolf always couldn't control his half-open mouth. Then Wolf was beaten by Julia, but Mike did not participate. He jumped off the carriage and looked at the seaside farther to the east of the house. The waves of the evening tide were rolling, and the fiery sunset seemed to boil the sea. In this fragmented and warm afterglow, Victoria's long bright golden hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and the knight's soft armor below her knees sank into the water. The water is very cold. Mike walked over. I'm afraid I can't feel more cold. My father doesn't believe me. Victoria walked to the shore, obviously not thinking of committing suicide. I just want to find someone to talk to. And then, I asked Baron Fleck to hold a ceremony of canonization in advance, and canonize my lovely sister Virginia as the new Griffin Knight. You made the right choice. Mike's eyes lit up and said with a smile, after all, the second will of the Griffin Knight should be a secret from the content. It is a special will that is not known to anyone except Baron Fleck, at least not to Victoria and Virginia. This will was exposed in advance, representing Baron Fleck's attitude towards ruling. Baron Fleck trusts old partners like the Griffin Knight, but obviously does not trust Victoria, who is too upright. He wanted to force Victoria to give up her inheritance rights. He waited and watched at first, and then took small actions like passing on the will. And if Victoria inherited the title of knighthood without knowing what was good for her, the means he would use to deal with Victoria would not be as gentle as they are now. You are a smart girl. Mike praised Victoria. Of course, I can see that my father doesn't trust me, so I don't want the title of knighthood he gave me. I want to be a great knight in Great Britain to prove that I am the best. Mike was speechless, because it was obvious that Victoria was not as smart as he thought, or Victoria had never seen the dark side of power politics, and she was so damn cute that she was just right. In addition, there is the great knight that Victoria mentioned. This ideal made Mike feel that the girl in front of him was even more adorable, because the great knight was the most powerful knight in Britain. To put it bluntly, it was developed from the 12 Knights of the Round Table during the Great Unification era of Britain many years ago. Each Grand Knight is a terrifying existence with both strength and wisdom. Their status is comparable to the Duke title that only the royal family can obtain. In terms of honor, they are even better, so much so that in the tradition of Great Britain, all the orders of merit other than the title of noble are named after the Grand Knight. Wait, Victoria, I seem to remember that among the 10 major orders of merit in the UK, there are the Order of the Garter, the Order of the Star of India, the Order of the British Empire. I can't remember the others, but I still remember one, the Order of Victoria. Mike was really surprised. Could it be that one of the 10 major orders of merit in the future of the UK is named after this silly little girl in front of him? If Mike was better at foreign history, he would find that the origin of the Order of Victoria is Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Victoria's reign lasted for 64 years, making her the second longest reigning monarch in British history, and she was also the first British queen to be called Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland and Empress of India. More importantly, Victoria's reign was the strongest period of Britain's empire on which the sun never sets, which is known as the Victorian era in history. The economy and culture are booming unprecedentedly, and the constitutional monarchy is fully developed. She is a symbol of peace and prosperity. In a certain period of time and in a special sense, she is 10 times more awesome than the Statue of Liberty in the United States. At this time, Victoria, who is very likely to be very awesome, is just an upright and emotionally ignorant night girl. The burning heat in the deep blue eyes gives Mike a headache, thinking about how to get rid of this night beauty who is not suitable for him and has a bad personality. Michael, can you accompany me until sunrise? Victoria asked nervously. No, I have something else. Mike was very wooden. What is it? Do you need my help? Victoria was very urgent. Eat dinner, sleep in, think about things. I am short of money and need to find a way to make money. God is my witness. What Mike said is absolutely the truth. He needs to enjoy life. In addition, it is really too expensive to raise a bunch of powerful brothers. Equipment and food, drink, defecation and urination will all cost money. He also has to give the brothers living expenses to mail to their families. First, accompany a gold pound. Victoria was itching with hatred. This, too. Okay, Mike gave in. After all, the meaning of rich is not just about how much money you have, but also about how many people you support. His wealth is not less than Victoria's, but he supports many brothers, while Victoria does not, and can spend money on him at will. Just until sunrise. Mike asked, "Yes, is it okay if I sleep?" Okay. After a brief conversation, Mike really fell asleep. Victoria was beside him, wiping the water droplets absorbed by the cold reefs under him to prevent the water droplets from gathering and sliding down, so as not to affect his sleep. "Mike, you killed Mackenzie to protect me, right?" "I'm sorry. I also said I won't forgive you." Victoria caressed Mike's sleeping face for most of the night and almost rubbed Mike's face bald. When the sun rose, Victoria quietly put her lips close to Mike's lips, but was frightened away by the sound of a matchlock. She blushed and said goodbye to Mike silently, and then there was a fire on the sea level, and a small boat came over and took her to a large ocean-going ship. "Dear Julia, I don't mind having a final kiss with Victoria." Mike opened his eyes at the right time and looked at the Irish girl, who was showing her head behind the reef not far away. He said a few words to Julia and ate breakfast with regret in his heart. He was also ready to make up for his sleep, but suddenly a huge sail came from a distance, and the guns were fired. Mike looked carefully and found that many sailors, including the captain, the first mate, the second mate, and Victoria, were standing on the side of the ship, throwing large bags of food and vegetables into the sea. The splashing water represents the Great Terror. This is a ritual which comes from the Great Terror that makes the warships that have just left return immediately and dare not go ashore before paying tribute to the sea god. The terror at sea has nothing to do with the shore, because there are many things to worry about when sailing in the sea. For example, the terrible tsunami, the swallowing whirlpool, the violent storm, and the legendary Poseidon, the sea god, who is far more terrible than the land monsters. Yes, it is the sea god Poseidon. At this time, North America does not worship the sea god as a god, but as a devil to fear, admire, worship, and ask it to stay away. After all, its mount is so huge and terrifying, and these have no impact on the people on land. At least, the group of people led by Mike are not afraid of it. "Hey, boss, what does this mean?" "It means that our dear Miss Victoria must come back." Wolf was the first to laugh. "Boss, this is God's will. You might as well marry Miss Victoria. God is our witness. How eager we are to marry a beautiful, rich, and kind girl." Wolf was telling the truth, but he forgot one thing. That is, all the brothers wanted Mike to have a more stable and happy life. But there was a dear Irish girl, and they hoped that Mike's life would come from her. So Wolf quickly shouted, "Second Sister Julia, spare my life." The two people were fighting and playing, and the group of people were watching the excitement. The scene was very happy, but Mike laughed twice and couldn't help looking towards the direction of the rising sun in the east. The North American sun in his eyes was still shrouded in sinful smoke, and his eyes were eager, as if to break through this lacquered curtain and reach the place in the east where there seemed to be a golden dragon. God knows, Mike doesn't dare to get married. Or maybe it's the heavens above and the earth below. In some ways, Mike really doesn't know what he thinks. He had heard stories about time travel, and it seemed that time travel would make him free and free from all constraints. But as time passed like a golden bell in his mind, Mike missed the dragon that seemed to be hovering in his soul more and more. Mike had heard a lot of praise, such as his name, the Cunning Fox, the most righteous man, the Immortal Detective, the kind detective, the man with the old dog, the old Indian dove, and the red-skinned Indian even called him the future king of white. People were the most terrible man from Great Britain, but he didn't feel a sense of belonging to Great Britain. He was afraid that after getting married, he would have children, and after having children, he would grow old, and his coffin would be engraved with words like Great Britain after his death. Maybe some people can't understand Mike and call him a nationalist, but fuck, I am a nationalist. Stop, Mike knocked on the table. Since Victoria is back, we must go and greet her. Everyone should remember that Victoria helped us get the jurisdiction of East Street Street. She is very good to us and is our friend, so we need to go and greet her. If necessary, we need to deal with some hidden figures and send her away. Following Mike's voice, everyone stopped immediately and got fully armed. Wolf also made a phone call to contact some of his brothers, because there is a saying in North America, never underestimate a noble, even the lowest level. Perhaps many people look down on nobles, thinking that they are just sitting there eating for nothing and are bugs sucking blood from the masses. But don't forget that nobles can become nobles, far superior to ordinary people and their own growth. Education, training and things they have been exposed to are not what ordinary people can imagine. Their thoughts are even a little crazy, extremely sensitive to power, and their methods are cautious and vicious. Even if Victoria turned back because of an accident, Mike could not accurately guess what Baron Fleck would react. The first is to help Victoria. The second is to help Victoria secretly. The third is not to offend Baron Fleck openly. The third is the most important. After all, here Baron Fleck controls much more power than us. Mike formulated a policy and then implemented it. Everyone was ready. Mike, Julia, and Wolf went to the port under the protection of Dunbar. A snow-white boat floated away. It was the white wooden boat that Mike usually used for fishing. Hi, Mike. I thought you wouldn't come. Sigrid stood at the tip of the port in a chic manner. She was tall and wore leather detective boots that extended to her calves. She was very beautiful, and her long bright purple hair fluttered in the wind. There was also Old Bill behind him, who brought a lot of people. When he saw Mike, his face was distorted and full of smiles. Hi, respected Sigrid, and dear old Inspector Bell of 2nd Street. Mike didn't mind making Old Bell angry. He had already fallen out with him, so why bother himself? He smiled and asked Sigrid, "It's just a returning ship. Why are you here?" "Lord Baron Fleck sent me here." "After all, Mike, you know, this is a transport ship returning to the British mainland, carrying 18 cannons. The captain is on the same level as Lord Baron Fleck." Sigrid didn't look very happy. She made an inexplicable sound and muttered, 18, just 18 cannons, and they are small ones. Okay, Mike, there shouldn't be any big incidents. You come up and do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. This sentence is interesting. Mike looked down on Sigrid, and even the IQ of everyone in Fleck City, investigating cases. But it doesn't mean that he thinks Sigrid has no IQ in other aspects. This sentence means that Baron Fleck is not very concerned about Victoria's return. The fat and greedy, middle-aged wild fox has never regarded young people like Victoria as his opponent. Okay, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, do you know, you look thinner today, and your clothes don't fit you. Mike smiled and stepped onto the poor dog. Because of this sentence, Sigrid even stretched out her hand and let him borrow some strength. Her smile seemed to be brighter than the sun. Anyway, there won't be any major events. The high probability is that we encountered floating corpses just after the ship set off. Sigrid added, "Yes, floating corpses. Very boring corpses of large creatures. I really don't know what those people on the sea think. What if they encounter large floating corpses when setting off means they have received the death notice of Poseidon, the god of the sea? And what if they can't flip the fish when eating? Otherwise the boat will capsize." "It's all a joke," Old Bell interrupted from behind. "But Mike, do you want to bet?" "What to bet on?" Mike asked. Looking at the behavior of the people on the boat, they must have hit a large floating corpse before leaving 3 miles. It is probably the corpse of a bison, elk, or bear or jaguar. I bet it is a bison, and I bet the jurisdiction of East of Lake Street for half of the interests of East Street Street. The bet is not equal. That is to say, this bet is unfair. First of all, in North America, official jurisdiction is just a matter of faith, far less important than and the heavy gold pounds. The gold pounds are the most real, and they are the absolute original thing pursued by everyone who came to North America, including the respectable governor of the Jamestown Colony. So in terms of the bet, Mike took out far more than he could possibly get. The second is a matter of probability. After all, most of the large floating corpses near the sea are bison that fell to death. It's really interesting. Mike took the cigar that Julia had cut and lit for him and began to think. Of course, Old Bill, you damn bastard. I'm not saying that the bet you proposed is interesting, but I think the captains are really interesting. I remember that there was a battle against the rebels. 6 warships were ready to return, but they were dragged to the seashore by the rebels using the bodies of the dead. The rebels threw the bodies into the sea, so they dared not leave the mainland. In the end, they waited for the warships that came to help from the other side, and were trapped and died on the edge of the reefs along the South China Sea. Just say whether to bet or not. Old Bill obviously didn't like to hear this. But Mike laughed very happily. After 2 full hours, the ceremony of the transport ship to pay tribute to the sea god was over. Long before the ceremony began, the sailors on the ship flashed the lights to indicate that they were resupplying. This represented countless lovely silver pounds and even gold pounds that could make most people scream. So the port continued to be lively. Many people were carrying food and fresh water, and the small bosses were chatting happily, coming over to talk and salute Sigrid, Mike, and Old Bill. But they soon got busy, shouting loudly, asking the black slaves, indentured servants and workers, to move the goods onto the protruding plank road of the port. Go, go, go! Just move it onto the ship, you damned land vampires. Go find my second mate. The captain wearing a black hat jumped off the side of the ship, his strong and powerful figure surging with huge power. He was definitely not an ordinary person. When he strode over, it was like a whale roaring on the sea. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter such a scene at all. In fact, I'm not afraid, but the sailors, the timid sailors. Captain Kirky mid-roared loudly and drove away the small bosses, walked to Sigrid's side, and shook hands with Sigrid. This handshake seemed normal, but Mike noticed that Sigrid frowned, and she was holding back, and she almost pulled out the spring wheel pistol. Kirky was obviously a male chauvinist and didn't like Sigrid's identity as the chief inspector. As a woman, even if Sigrid could abuse Kirky in terms of skills, she would be much worse in terms of strength. Hi, I'm Mike. Mike took the initiative to extend his hand. Oh, I've heard of you. Kirky also extended his hand, and when it touched Mike's palm, he suddenly exerted force. 1 second, 2 seconds, just 3 seconds. Kirky's face turned red, but Mike was very normal, even leisurely wrapped a cigar, and then used force. With a click, Kirky screamed and jumped at least 6 feet high. A height of nearly 2 meters proved that he was definitely a fighting hero who could fight 10 people alone. You monster. After Mike let go, Kirky gave Mike a big hug, and then whispered in Mike's ear, "But you don't give me face. Do you believe I can let Baron Fleck kill you? It should be very simple. While your ship is replenishing supplies, it shouldn't be difficult for me to let my brothers to play pirates." Mike also spoke in a very small voice. Captain Kirky heard what Mike said and released his embrace without hesitation. A silver half-pound, like a coin, slipped out from his fingers and flipped in the air before being stuffed into the pocket of Mike's uniform. This was the captain's friendship. Cats eat mice, dogs bite cats. Elephants can easily crush dogs to death, but they are afraid of small mice that can kill them. This metaphor is not appropriate, but the cunning Captain Kirky understands similar truths. Ah, dear Mike. Anyway, we need your help in this matter. The transport ship has already offered sacrifices to the sea god, and the police department needs to deal with the floating corpses before it can continue to sail. Okay, but what are floating corpses? Mike asked. Sigrid and Old Bill were also curious about this. Sigrid's position on the bet was neutral. but curiosity had made her completely integrated into the feast of offering sacrifices to the sea god. As for Old Bill, he was more concerned about the lovely gold pound. Yes, what are floating corpses? Old Bill asked eagerly. Captain Kirky glanced at Old Bill, and when he reached out his hand, he found that Old Bill smiled and shook his head. Obviously looking down on Old Bill, you can see for yourself. He waved his hand, and 10 sailors lifted the floating corpse down with the free planks very carefully and completely refused to touch any part of the floating corpse. Take this disaster away. Some sailors even screamed, almost begging. The floating corpse was a cow, to be precise. It was a headless Auburn bison that looked particularly beautiful. Auburn also belongs to Jamestown. It is a livestock city far away from Flag City and is famous for breeding. The breeding cattle there are very expensive. The price of beef is twice that of Flag City. The fur of bison is more beautiful and smooth, and the beef and cow are more than 10 times that of Flag City. Mike recognized the source of the floating corpse at a glance and wrapped the cigar in surprise. Ah, little Mike, you lost. Old Bill cares more about winning or losing the bet. Okay, Old Bill, I don't mind giving you any substantial or insubstantial benefits, because no matter how much I give you, you have to spit it out obediently. But this bet may not be won by you. Mike looked at the outline of the floating corpse of the Auburn bison and slowly exhaled a thick smoke. As expected of my dear brother Mike, Captain Kirky's eyes lit up. He was a man who made a living on the sea and was most willing to make friends with heroes like Mike. Yes, that's right. If it was just a floating corpse of a bison, I wouldn't need you to deal with it. Just burn it without telling the sailors. But this floating corpse... Suddenly, a bright silver light flashed. Kirky drew his sword very quickly, and then retracted it. The swift swordsmanship made Ollie lick his lips in the distance. He is better at swordsmanship than Ollie. Mike couldn't help laughing, because Ollie could now completely defeat this captain, who was very powerful and influential. Then everyone was stunned, because Kirky caught the leather thread that sutured the Auburn bison skin, and the cow turned over, revealing the body of the person inside. Mike saw the body was completely naked, curled up in the cow, and there was a striking word branded on the belly, "Fallen." The brand was very deep and shocking. What was even more terrifying was the man's face, which was red and blue, and it was obvious that he died of suffocation. Mike could even infer that this person was sealed alive in fresh cow, and then the cow was left to dry and shrink in the sun. This person was approaching death in the twisted limbs and incomparable despair, and walked into death thoroughly. "It's dead," Mike said nonsense after touching the body. "Ah, dear little Mike, didn't you find any clues after seeing the body?" Old Bill tried to ask. This is also what Sigrid wanted to ask. Listen quietly. She is willing to spend 15 or 30 minutes talking to Mike to solve a new case. But unfortunately, Mike obviously doesn't think so. I can only see that he is dead. Mike shrugged his shoulders and took off the white gloves he used to touch the body. Of course, no one believed it, because Mike's expression was too exaggerated, with a big mouthful of cigar and an inexplicable smile on his face, as if he knew all the secrets that others didn't know, and he didn't need to share them with anyone else. Okay, this is a brutal murder, more terrible than ordinary killings, but it's not in my jurisdiction. But let's see, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, who is willing to take over this case? Mike asked. Anyone can. Sigrid didn't care about the case at sea, because it was not even within her jurisdiction. Then leave it to me. Poor Old Bill is always the most tired. Old Bill volunteered. Of course, this is a case at sea, so if I solve the case, I will be credited. If I can't solve it, at least no one will chase me to take the blame, right? In addition, I can see, dear little Mike, you should know this tragic victim. Yes, he is little Tom who deserves it. I thought he would be killed by his companions, but it seems not. He should have escaped, but fell into the hands of a more terrible guy. Mike saw the face of the corpse. Even though the joints and expressions of the corpse were all distorted, he recognized it as Tom, the skin hunter who was listed as a suspect in the Birmingham double murder case. Tom hunted the old, weak, women and children of the Indians and trampled on the so-called bottom line of the skin hunters. So Mike thought he could not be alive. Now he is indeed dead, but it is very likely that he did not die at the hands of his skin hunter companions. The skin hunters have not developed too much, and there is no such artistic means. Why didn't his companions kill him? Well, there is no need to worry about this, because I need to investigate the case anyway. Chief Inspector Sigrid, and dear little Mike, see you another day, Old Bell said, unwanting to leave. Wait, you seem to have forgotten something, Mike said with a smile. Oh, my God, do you want to tell me about the bet? Look, this floating corpse is wrapped in cloud, right? So we are even. It must be even. You want to cheat? Hey, little Mike, are you insulting your poor old predecessor by saying this? Old Bell obviously wanted to cheat. Squinting his eyes, and his face, full of Nordic beard, was full of strange cunning. Mike didn't want to talk nonsense with him. After thinking about it, he tilted his head and asked Old Bell, do you really want to cheat? No one can explain this matter clearly, right? Okay, it's hard to explain. So, Mike suddenly laughed, pulled out the spring wheel pistol and pointed it at Old Bell. This move scared everyone. When they suspected that he was crazy, he suddenly fired a shot into the air. Man, the gunshots were deafening. Then, in the messy port, some of the men transporting the goods stopped for a moment and subconsciously reached into their arms or some hidden places, such as the cargo compartment. But before these people could grab the hidden weapons, they were hit hard on the back of their heads and ribs by Mike's brothers, making painful groans. Your people are too bad, dear Old Bill. Mike laughed and said loudly, it's not that you have to react quickly. Sometimes you react too quickly and your head will be broken by someone who hides deeper. Ah, my dear brothers, Old Bill wants to cheat, so we need to teach him a lesson, such as breaking 5 ribs of Old Bell's brothers and throwing them into the sea. I believe Old Bell will pay a lot of lovely silver pounds. He loves this the most. There was a burst of laughter. Under the leadership of Wolf and Ollie, more than a dozen of Old Bell's men were robbed of their weapons and thrown into the sea with ghosts howling. Old Bell was so angry that he couldn't speak and could only leave. Mike looked at the sea as if nothing had happened. There were many ships on the sea, big and small, with white sails or gray sails. Many captains and first mates looked at Mike and nodded to him. After all, the strong are worshipped on this sea, and only the strong have the faith to be respected. Okay, now we can go to greet our friends, dear Victoria. Mike didn't care about dealing with such trivial matters. He saw Victoria walking down the sampan and took the cigar from her mouth with a smile, but suddenly Victoria rushed over quickly. He didn't have time to react, and he hugged the cold but very enthusiastic knight armor in his arms. His neck was hugged tightly by Victoria, and his lips were slightly cooled by the sea breeze but still hot. After a long time, the lips parted. This is the second chance God has given me, Victoria said softly. Half an hour later, at the seaside south of the port, Mike hasn't spoken a word since that kiss. He told Julia that he didn't mind kissing Victoria goodbye, but when he actually did it, he was filled with trepidation. If it weren't for his long-cultivated habit of staying calm in the face of adversity, he even suspected that he would blush and be shy like a big boy, and be extremely pitiful and embarrassed. This is very normal, because he was also a bachelor in his previous life. I'm leaving, Victoria suddenly said. Yes, you are leaving, but I still can't give you any guarantees. I don't need your guarantees. I will become a great knight. You know, no British person can refuse the proposal of a great knight. Victoria was very nervous, but still tried to calmly state the fact. Great knight. Yes, I will become a great knight. Remember, I will use the privileges of the great knight to force you and exploit you. Even if you get married, I will snatch you away. Get out. Mike felt something was wrong. This feeling was the opposite. At this time, Captain Kirky had sent a small boat to pick up Victoria and take Victoria back to the distant British mainland. Wait, Mike asked the sailor who was driving the small boat to wait for a minute. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a horse running on the rocky beach along the coast. This did not affect Mike, because there was no one on the horse, so he didn't pay much attention. A horse, a wild horse running wildly, is very normal in North America. There was even a sturdy black bear at Mike's doorstep, but a bad-tempered black bear that stole food and harassed its owner naturally became a dozen delicious meals on Mike's table after a duel with Dunbar. My brothers crippled more than a dozen people of Old Bill, so the area around Griffin Manor is very quiet. Mike likes to kill two birds with one stone when doing things. This is his bad nature, and it is also everyone's bad nature, which makes people feel superior in intelligence. For example, finding an excuse to cripple the person who beat Old Bill is a victory, and taking the opportunity to pick up Virginia is just a small thing to help a friend after the victory. If you leave, Virginia should not stay here. Of course, I'm ready. Everyone will know that Virginia can't bear to leave you, so she found an excuse to return to Great Britain to study and follow you secretly. Mike said with a smile, "Are you worried that if I leave, Virginia will be corrupted by the atmosphere here?" Victoria tried to figure out Mike's thoughts. He says, isn't it? It's not good to think bad of others, but never think too well of others. For the sake of that kiss, Mike warned Victoria, if you leave, Virginia will become a tool of Baron Fleck. If she can't be a tool, she will become a corpse, thus freeing up a place for the honorable position of knight. Victoria, I hope you learn something about human nature, otherwise you will die. A dead person can't be a great knight, right? Until you seem to have ignored the point of my reminder. What I mean is, being a great knight and then kidnapping you. This is the point of a woman. And, Mike, I'm very happy that you call me you instead of you. Victoria leaned on Mike's chest, and when Mike dodged, she grabbed Mike's heart. Here is mine, she said. Wolf brought Virginia. The 10-year-old girl was brought here in tattered clothes like a contract servant, and then jumped and chirped like a bird, happily following Victoria onto the boat. Have you talked to Captain Kirky? Mike asked, looking at the boat drifting away. Yes, Wolf replied. We bought his 10 spare muskets at twice the price in exchange for his secrecy. He said no one would know that we sent Virginia. Poor sailor. Mike laughed. After the passage was opened, it would not take long to get from Europe to North America. So Captain Kirky's meaning was very simple. That is, the sailor who picked up the Victoria sisters would not live to see tomorrow's sun, so as to prevent the sailor from telling other sailors about the matter or talking nonsense in Great Britain, so that someone heard it and came to Fleck City to spread the matter. This is not impossible to happen. A sailor's life is definitely not worth Mike's friendship with threats and money. Captain Kirky is a very good friend, Mike said with a little sarcasm, and returned home with Wolf and others. It was a little dark this time, and the horse he saw just now didn't know where it ran. Mike was enjoying the dinner prepared by Julia. Just when he wanted to order some wine after the meal, he heard a precise gunshot. It was Julia's gunshot. Mike stood up quickly, because Julia's matchlock gun had been modified with a longer range, greater power, and a crisper gunshot. He walked out of the room and happened to see Julia cleaning the remaining gunpowder in the barrel in an orderly manner. The door was also opened, and Theodore walked in dragging a horse body. Boss, this is the third wild horse I saw today. It seems that someone deliberately drove them here. And, as Theodore was talking, Ollie, with a head full of silver hair, rushed out of the room, sniffing and shouting, "The smell of human blood. Dear brother Theodore, did you catch a living person for me? This is too disgusting." "I don't think so." Mike looked behind the horse's body. "This is not just a horse. To be precise, it is a horse body. dragging a small piece of human body behind it. The body has been dismembered and broken into pieces, leaving only half an arm, and it is branded with the iconic word, looters, just like the intact body in the cult. It seems that there are corpses behind each horse, and this is a provocation. Mike found it very interesting. Provocation? Yes, it is a provocation. Mike squatted down and touched the branded characters with his white-gloved fingers. These characters look very flat, as if they were branded after the iron template was heated red. But if you look closely, you can find that they are not fire brands, but fire patterns. They are just the fire tattoos of some barbaric peoples branded a little deeper, but more exquisite and detailed. But why do you say it is a provocation? Wolf asked curiously. Because the guys who play with this kind of fire tattoo are all knowledgeable art lunatics. In addition, you can see the characters above. It says that the murderer who used horses to tear the body apart is the looters, and the corpse in the cult is the fallen. The murderer claims to be the messenger of justice, and he also uses extremely cruel artistic means. He longs to be seen by others, longs to be admired and feared by others for his art, and longs for an opponent who can understand him. The murderer chose you as his opponent. This is impossible. Wolf didn't believe there was such a fool, but 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head at most. The body was torn apart by 5 horses. Well, it could be torn apart by 6 horses, but at least 3 horses dragged the body parts running near my house. What else could it be but a provocation to me? In some ways, Mike thought he was also a madman, and a madman could always understand another madman. Go check the outsider. Wolf. After all, I don't remember any madman who likes art in Flag City who has enough courage to challenge me. Okay, boss. Wolf immediately summoned people to investigate. Mike was not idle either, because at this time, he suddenly became very interested in this serial murder case. The murderer may have heard of his reputation, and he was also more excited than ever because of the murderer's method. He seemed to see a talent, a high IQ talent, who was not half as bad as the current Ollie. Tick, 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 tick. So Mike stared at the body parts, and the golden pendulum in his mind began to tick. Because it was not a crime scene, the pendulum took longer to move. Mike didn't mind waiting a little longer, and even slapped him. His pendulum hadn't swung enough until Wolf came back with a stack of handwritten parchments in various languages. Hi, dear Wolf. I hope you brought me good news. Mike quickly dressed and went downstairs. But it's a pity, boss. I think I often bring you bad news. Mike didn't like to do things himself, or rather, from the perspective of a boss. He was willing to give every brother a chance to show his self-worth. Just like Wolf, he had already classified the recent outsiders in Flag City and showed the most important ones to Mike first. In other words, they are all old acquaintances, and there are no crazy people willing to provoke me. Mike put a cigar in his mouth while looking through the records, enjoying the more wonderful tobacco taste when he just woke up. Yes, boss. Everything that can be found is here. I'm sorry to bring bad news. Number. This is good news, Mike said very confidently, because he said 2 possibilities. First, the murderer who committed 2 brutal murders was a young man who had just started out. He was not very capable, but he had great ambitions. He had the courage to provoke him. Such a young man would be found out by Wolf and dealt with according to the rules. He didn't need to worry about it at all. As for the second possibility, the other party was very capable and did not show any trace in Flag City, so Wolf couldn't find him. I like this murderer, so don't make a big fuss. We don't need the so-called law to determine his crime, but I will determine it myself. Mike didn't care about the current laws of the North American colonies, because the laws of the North American colonies and Great Britain were very narrow. In addition to the basic moral laws that would not change for hundreds of years, they were all clauses to protect the nobility and capital. Mike didn't agree with this and preferred to use his own moral standards to measure the crimes of a murderer. Did he kill all the villains? Mike asked. Of course, Tom the Skin Hunter is a fool who deserves death. If there was an all-out war with the Indians, Wolf would praise Tom's approach of killing them all. But not now. Boss, I've checked. Among the Indians killed by Tom the Skin Hunter, there are even very small babies. In addition, I talked to the people in Macon City on the phone. The reason why Tom was able to escape the pursuit of his fellow skin hunters was because he kidnapped and killed his companions. The companion who helped him and wanted to give him a chance to reform was killed by him. As for the second victim, I made a list of the recent missing persons, but because the second victim died not too long ago, this list is not reliable enough. Don't look at the unreliable ones. Mike smiled and said, I'll go to the yard to take a look. As usual, you stay in the room. Everyone entered the room and closed the door, and Mike stuffed 2 pieces of tender steak into his mouth, enjoying the well and tenderness of the top-grade Auburn steak, feeling the beauty of wildness dancing comfortably on his taste buds. The golden pendulum in his mind also began to stagnate, and the swing amplitude gradually decreased, and finally became a point. Huang! It was like the qualitative change of the stars, shrinking, and then suddenly exploding. Mike's face turned pale instantly, and the feeling of exhaustion made him feel as if he had treated a lovely lady to 6 spicy hot pots, and then had sex 13 times. He swallowed the Auburn steak in big mouthfuls, and the wonderful feeling on his taste buds exploded faster, replenishing his depleted physical strength and making his hollowed-out body seem harder and stronger than silver white fine steel. His vision also changed, with a layer of light gold in his eyes, highlighting the blood-red evil smoke. It has been a long time since I searched for the crime leading to the crime scene from the corpse, but fortunately, it is also 10 times clearer. This time, Mike instantly adapted to the powerful counterattack of the North American colonial evil smoke against his special ability. But because of the rapid secretion of adrenaline, his arms trembled a little like Parkinson's disease. At this time, fine black smoke floated from the body and quickly broke through the courtyard. Ollie, Theodore, and Wolf, the 3 of you follow me. Mike was the first to run to the courtyard gate. The body parts were dragged by the horses, and they came very fast. The black fog that was chasing them left at the same speed. Mike did not bring Dunbar, who was as strong as a tank, but also as slow as a tank. Nor did he bring Julia. Julia loved her too much and would kill anyone or anything that threatened him at the first opportunity. But he was very interested in the murderer this time, a knight who was very likely to be similar to Zorro, and a cultured person would always be liked by people. There is a 50% chance that this guy is a handsome guy who is a combination of Zorro and the clown. Mike couldn't help but cheer. Boss, who is Zorro? Wolf brought a few horses. Also, what is a clown? I don't think I have heard of this word. There was no profession of clown in North America, and there was not even a circus, let alone the popular, evil, but comically terrifying clown Jack Napier in later generations. Mike didn't want to explain this, but Zorro made him feel very interesting. Zorro is just a title, not a name. Mike recalled when the Spanish ruled South America, they imposed heavy taxes and the people were living in poverty. The new governor was killed on his way to take office in the New Aragon region. Before he died, he handed over the official seal to his good friend, Europe Snow, one swordsman Don Diego, asking him to carry on his legacy. 3 months later, the new governor suddenly appeared, but he seemed to be a noble dandy, and everything was done by others. At the same time, folk legends said that a masked black knight fell from the sky to police evil and punish wickedness, and to help the weak. The reputation of Zorro spread like wildfire. Is the new governor Zorro? That is, Don Diego, Europe Snow, one swordsman?" Wolf asked with great interest. Mike nodded, but on the other side, Ollie was so scared that the vampire's pale face turned a little green. "Boss," Ollie almost screamed, "don't you know that the best swordsman in Europe is Don Diego? You will attract him if you range him like this. His swordsmanship is very terrifying." Mike felt that he still had a little historical advantage, such as going to South America and playing with the Spaniards. Of course not now, because after a long period of detours and trekking, the smoke of sin finally stopped. In front of them was the dark night and the dark dense forest. A dozen North American gray wolves were tracking the thin blood. When they saw them, they slowly surrounded them, and then ran away with their tails between their legs. The consumption of tracking the crime scene from the corpse is not very large. It takes 3 days to track once. If Mike is willing, it doesn't matter if he tracks for 100 years. Tracking the murderer is another matter. So after nearly 6 hours of chasing, Mike and others came to this dense forest. "Dear boss, is this the crime scene? But if so, the murderer at least let the horse turn around the south of Fleck City 20 times. Wolf roughly calculated and shouted in surprise. "Yes, this is a deserted forest less than 20 miles outside the city of Fleck." The horses stopped and ran after tearing the victim, which took exactly 6 hours. Mike smiled with narrowed eyes. "So I am very curious about how the murderer dealt with these 6 hours. He did not follow the horses, so how could he let at least 3 horses run near my house? Is it just an accident? The probability of an accident is too small, isn't it? Do you think there is such a probability?" Wolf asked. "Of course not, because our yard is at the edge of the sea. The scenery is very good, and animals like horses rarely run to the reef beach where they can't run away. So it is impossible that they ran over together by accident. But the murderer used some powerful means. Is he a white man with Indian charm that can control animals? That's very interesting. Wait, boss, I'm dizzy. Why must the murderer be a white man? Because he has a very high artistic accomplishment." Mike had to admit that in North America today, only white people could get a good education. Even if some black people were lucky enough to have a kind master, or some Indians had kind and powerful white friends, it was impossible for them to learn deeply enough to be obsessed with art. "Okay, Wolf and Ollie and Theodore, check the surroundings," he issued an order. "As mentioned before, this is a dense forest. It is dark, deep, and almost terrifying. And I don't know when, in the terrible forest with shadows, the huge North American gray wolf that had escaped turned back again, and dozens of green eyes greedily stared at the horses ridden by Mike and others. Boss, there are no clues on the ground, not even horse footprints." Wolf checked the surrounding ground. "In terms of short shrubs and relatively low branches and leaves, boss, I didn't find any signs of living people, but some rocks and leaves were broken, which looked like they were bitten by some rodents, rabbits, and of course deer." Ollie and Theodore checked the possible human traces in the dense forest. "So, were they gnawed by rodents?" "My dear Ollie, very similar, but I smell the scent of a living person." Ollie laughed, very happy to be able to use his newfound skills for Mike so soon. "Yes, boss, those are man-made marks, a kind of mark that looks very much like the gnaws of rodents, but in fact it was made with special tools." "Very good. It seems that our lovely murderer wants to hide the crime scene. He is very capable. By the way, boss, there is also a very faint smell of human blood here. There must be, otherwise a mere dozen North American gray wolves will run away without a trace when I look at them. They can smell it here, and you can smell it too, but the smell of blood that all humans, including me, cannot perceive has aroused their wildness, and they are eager to have a happy feast. Theodore, go kill these wolves. I know you have no problem." Theodore once strangled 5 North American gray wolves to death with his bare hands, and if he used a Swedish Moor knife, less than 30 of them could not kill him. Mike knew that when Theodore killed 3 or 5 gray wolves, the others would run away. So he found a rock and sat down without worrying. Old rules, he said. Okay, boss. Wolf, come here and help me get some wolf blood to taste. Ali and Wolf also left quickly. Just a dozen gray wolves, not a problem. Ali, Wolf and others killed and dispersed the gray wolves and protected Mike in the center of them in a triangle. But this time, Mike waited until a loud noise of Duang sounded in his mind. This time, it was extremely heavy. The crime of dismemberment at the crime scene was extremely strong, and the counterattack was even more powerful, so that Mike turned around and smashed the rock he was sitting on with his fist, and then he gasped and calmed down. Mike found that everything around him had changed. It became daytime, and black figures were dancing. This was the replay of the crime wrought by the Golden CI. What was different from the past was that he actually heard a cheerful but weird music with drum beats but felt particularly wrong. Wolf, help me record it. Mike called Wolf while listening to the music and observing the various behaviors of the murderer's shadow. The shadow had set up a whole row of fins, and next to the row of fins were 5 horses that had been tied up, and the victim's body with his limbs and head pulled up. Ding ding. The music sounded again, and the shadow also danced a rather strange dance. This is a percussion instrument of a certain ethnic group. But what kind of dance is he dancing? How lonely is invincibility? Mike speculated with interest, because sometimes, well, all the time, he also likes the feeling of dancing like this. I will be on top of the mountain, overlooking all the mountains. I am so invincible, and being invincible makes me so lonely, and I am just showing off. It feels very good. The murderer must be a guy who likes art, is crazy, and is quite conceited. Mike started to speak, and Wolf began to record. At this time, Mike saw that the murderer really looked like the clown Jack Napier, dancing and dancing again, and hitting the instrument at the same time. The other party's musical attainments were very good, and he played the art of music and danced very well. He took out the branding iron and slowly branded the word "looters" on the victim. He was obviously not good at using long poles and heavy objects. His hands were a little shaky, but he was very serious and steady. The victim did not move at all and should be in a coma. The murderer is a cultured person and is not good at using force, Mike said again. Then he continued to watch. When he saw the black shadow dancing happily and waving the branding iron to scare away the horses, the whole playback ended instantly. Boss, the traces of rodent bites led to the east. Should we chase them towards the east sea? But there are very few traces, and they are very short. I can't find any traces at more than 60 feet. Ali came over and asked, frowning, because he, a high-blooded vampire, could not track him. The other party was obviously a top tracker and anti-tracker. Okay, now I really want to know the name of this murderer. Mike's expression was full of amazement when he said this. Although the murderer had made Mike very curious, the information provided by Ali made Mike admire the murderer even more. Mike looked at the surrounding environment. Just as Ali said, there were quite a few traces of rodents gnawing nearby, mainly in the east. Mike knew that this was caused by people walking and breaking branches and leaves, and these traces were concealed through fine processing. But after the sophisticated processing, very beautiful bite marks, I would most likely ignore them. Mike broke off a branch and waved it, saying, but the murderer is very sure that I can find that these rodent bite marks are fake. He did not walk to the east where the bite marks were continuous, but turned a whole semicircle and walked to the west. West, there is a swamp there. Yes, a deserted swamp that even the native Indians dare not walk in often. I don't like to go there to see the desolate scenery, but the murderer went there. It's just a possibility. The murderer might even go west first, then turn north, pretending to be a Delon and Albard enjoying the moderately priced pure ale in Flex City, and maybe waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Mike lit up the extinguished cigar between his fingers. Let's go, it's West. But if the murderer really went to Flag City to drink, I hope to sit opposite him as soon as possible and enjoy the surprised expression of this criminal genius after his genius crime. Mike's words were a bit tongue-twisting, which made Ollie savor them and reveal a weird vampire smile. Ollie felt that the murderer was really a very powerful criminal genius with a lot of routines, but it was a pity that Mike was more powerful and more intelligent. Ollie didn't know that Mike's golden sea eyes could replay the crime and directly see the route the murderer left, but this did not prevent him from admiring Mike. In the dark night, the vampire's eyes lit up with a blood-red glow, helping Mike to be alert to all the dangers that might be encountered in the dark night. At this time, Mike had already started tracking, riding on a horse, holding a cigar in his mouth, and stuffing delicious veal jerky into the corner of his mouth to replenish the physical strength that was continuously consumed by the tracking mode. Today's night is clear and cold. Mike and his friends passed through the dense forest and entered a wilderness of pale yellow dead grass. Mike felt that everything in this wilderness seemed very strange. There were lush green trees a few feet away, and here it became a flat wilderness. What's even more weird is, the air entering the nose is very fresh, as if the dead grass in this wilderness has never been corrupted. I feel danger. Leo stopped his horse and stood in front of Mike, Theodore, and Wolf. I don't feel any danger, but it's very strange here. Mike looked ahead of the wilderness and found that there was a swamp less than half a mile away, and the color was completely different from this side. He stared deeply into the ground of the small wilderness, as if he couldn't see through it. When he found that the trekking smoke bypassed the small wilderness, he used the reins to pull the horse's head to the other side. The murderer also knows that it is dangerous here and went around it. So we have to go around it too, and check the records of Flag City later to see what dangerous secrets there are here. Mike is not a curious person at times, and he knows that curiosity kills the cat. Of course, Mike is not afraid of the unknown dangers here, but there are things that interest him more. So he turned his horse's head and continued to track in the direction where the thin black smoke flew. But suddenly Mike flipped off the horse and hit his body on the left side of the horse's squat body. Hey, little bastard! Ollie and Wolf shouted coldly. Theodore also pulled out the Swedish Mora knife hidden against his chest hair. Like Mike, he used the horse to cover his body, then raised his hand and threw one of the Mora knives to the right. The bright Mora knife slid out a silver full moon-like shadow and flew away so fast that it whistled through the air. You are quite strong, kid. A voice that was somewhat close to Dunbar's accent sounded disdainfully. Then, Mike and the others forced their horses to stop, and also saw a tortuous arc. It was a sharp edge revealed by the tip of the sword. The tall figure with a straight thin sword with a round guard picked up the Mora knife thrown by Theodore and walked towards Mike and the others easily. This was a man wearing a black tall hat with his face covered and a pair of bright and somewhat creepy eyes under the wide brim of the hat. You can call me Lieutenant Carter, and good evening, dear Inspector Mike, Patrolman Theodore, Patrolman Thief Wolf, and the French swordsman. Ollie, you give me a feeling that something is wrong. You are much stronger than the last time I saw you. Carter swung his straight sword, but it doesn't matter, because there is actually not much difference between a little kitten and a big strong dog to me. Ollie, compared to your sudden strength, I am more curious about your dear chief, Mike. Can you tell me? Carter's eyes suddenly became brighter, and he laughed loudly in a pure Prussian accent. Yes, I am very curious, because I have erased all traces. How did you find me, Inspector Mike? Frederick is right. You are an extremely interesting person. And Prussians. Mike found that Carter was not equipped with a gun, walked out from behind the horse, and asked with a smile, I will catch you. Empty all your secrets. Satisfy my curiosity. Carter suddenly rushed over diagonally, similar to a slide, His steps were swift and simply wonderful to the point of being weird. Carter used a straight rapier to block Theodore's more knife, swept across Theodore's body, and at the same time endured the weird rapier and dagger attacks from Wolf and Ollie. Mike had no doubt that if Ollie and Wolf had not cooperated well enough, Theodore would have been injured in one encounter. What a powerful swordsman, Mike exclaimed. So, you want to fight me one-on-one? I know. I understand you. Because you are a strong hero like me, you need a hearty battle. Carter stood a dozen yards away from Mike, not caring about Ollie and others surrounding him. But I don't have a weapon. I'll give you one. Carter had a straight rapier on his back. He took it off and threw it to Mike, and asked happily, then, start. Mike took the straight rapier, stroked the delicate lines on the hilt guard, and the strange smile on his face was a little creepy under the cover of night. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Carter asked. There is nothing to prepare, but I am very curious. After you provide me with the name of the murderer, Frederick, and also give me Frederick's nationality, general identity, and possible location, what interesting things will you give me? For example, Mike decisively pulled out the spring wheel pistol and pointed it at Carter. For example, a powerful hostage. So dear, don't move. Carter was stunned. He thought Mike would fight him. After all, Mike was so powerful that he, who had experienced many battles, felt a threat that was more terrifying than the strange wilderness nearby. Mike, you are not a warrior, Carter narrated very seriously. Everyone has his own opinions. For example, I now think that it is more reliable to use firearms to deal with a possible robber. Mike, who had consumed a lot of physical strength, fired directly. Only 2 shots were fired, because the 3rd shot might jam, and Mike didn't want to kill Carter. But Carter quickly drew his sword and shot away a flaming bullet according to the direction of the muzzle. The other round hit Carter's chest, but Carter just roared and pushed hard, and there was no bleeding from the wound. Very good chainmail armor. It seems that you are of noble birth. Mike pointed the muzzle of the gun at Carter's forehead. You are not a warrior. Carter was angry and slowly retreated. Mike knew that the last round of ammunition could not deal with a good player like Carter. He put away the spring wheel pistol and shook his head at Ollie and others. Ollie and others obeyed Mike's order to make way, but Carter did not leave. He stared at Mike cautiously at a distance of 60 yards. Mike found that Carter's pair of bright eyes were particularly creepy, like a lone wolf, and this lone wolf was far more terrifying than a dozen North American gray wolves combined. Boss, you have consumed too much energy. Let me deal with him. Ollie's patrol leather helmet shook a little. It was his vampire power that began to surge, and his long blood-red hair became agitated. Forget it, my dear Ollie. Even if you go all out, you are still inferior to this Prussian named Carter. It's true that you are of high bloodline among vampires, but you are just a newborn and have not yet been able to exert the true power of your bloodline. What about Theodore and Wolf? Can you help? It's a pity that I have the remaining physical strength to fight, but there is no way to chase. It will be difficult for the 3 of you to stop Carter together, and if you can't stop Carter, the news that you are a high-blooded vampire will spread in Flex City early tomorrow morning. Mike played with the Prussian straight rapier, sent by Carter, recognized it as a Prussian aristocratic-style sword, and smiled. The most important thing is that my dear Carter obviously has a good relationship with the murderer Frederick. Before I determine what kind of person Frederick is, I don't want to make an absolutely hostile move, such as really killing Carter. You actually value it so much, Frederick. Of course, my tracking is unsolvable, but Frederick is bold and cautious to a terrifying degree. He clearly eliminated all traces of leaving, but still arranged Carter to stay. With Carter dragging him, I can hardly track him in this case. Mike exclaimed happily. Yes, I haven't met Frederick, but I recognize his ability. I want to give him 7 points. It's just 7 points. Your vision is still very high, boss. High? I don't think so. because my full score is 1 point, and I give Frederick 0.9 points, plus 7 points is 7.9 points. With Carter watching, Mike very simply lifted the tracking and saved it. Then he sat down and really leisurely enjoyed a simple but nutritious midnight snack. Beef jerky and chocolate bars, plus Wolf's blueberry wine, hanging in the horse saddlebag. Inspector Mike, don't you try to get rid of my interference? Carter asked loudly from 60 yards away. Do you need it? Mike asked back with a smile. Carter couldn't figure out what Mike meant. Did he mean that Mike no longer wanted to track Frederick and gave in to the provocation given by Frederick? Carter could only think so, but after 1 minute, 2 minutes, and a full quarter of an hour, he became more and more restless. Carter was a warrior, one of the most powerful warriors under the iron blood of William I, the self-proclaimed soldier king of the Kingdom of Prussia, having experienced hundreds of battles and wandering on the edge of life and death for many years. He has a keen sense of touch that surpasses monsters. While Mike was constantly eating, Carter seemed to see a sleeping dragon slowly waking up. The surging sense of power in Mike's body made him constantly feel the deeper and deeper terrible fear. Detective Mike, haven't you eaten for 10 days? Carter stood up and used honor fix to Mike with a bitter face. I'm losing weight. Mike smiled. And this sentence means, because of losing weight, you don't have enough physical strength. This was very funny, but Carter couldn't laugh. He kept retreating while Mike was replenishing his energy. The first time, Carter retreated 30 yards. Because only at 90 yards away, Carter was sure that he would not be caught by Mike. The second time, Carter retreated 50 yards. He couldn't see Mike's face clearly, but instinctively felt that Mike left once, so he gave up decisively, turned around, pulled out the hidden horse, jumped on it, and ran away in the quiet night. Boss, Carter ran away. Wolf asked excitedly, can we continue to track? Yes, but not to track the murderer Frederick, but to track the horse that took the victim's head. Although Carter left, Mike had no doubt that if he continued to track, he would still meet Carter in ambush at the next node. This is an infinite paradoxical cycle. Frederick will keep running. He will keep chasing and consuming his energy, and Carter will keep harassing him. Let's go, Mike said with a smile. I am very eager to know the appearance of the victim, so as to determine who the victim is, and to learn more about the murderer Frederick. Frederick is a genius criminal, and the first person that I cannot track down in a single crime. He is a genius. Wolf and the others laughed, because they knew the stronger the opponent, the happier Mike was. In the replay of Mike's crime, the horse that took the victim's head ran towards the north. Then soon, Mike found the poor pony that trampled on the bloody crime in the wilderness south of Fleck. It's strange. It's been almost a day. Why didn't this horse run further? Ollie quickly hunted the horse and tasted the horse's blood on the spot. Horse blood is so hard to drink, he said. This is not surprising, nor is it a very powerful technique. You just need to cut the horse hoof to the thinnest. In order to continue to live, the pony will not let itself run too far before growing thicker rubber hooves. Mike looked at the horse hoof, and sure enough, it was shaved into a thin layer, and tied to the horse's neck was a bloody head. One had to look very carefully to make out the victim's face. Wow, it's Gabriel Percy, the moneylender under Old Bell. Wolf whistled happily, because Gabriel, or Gabriel, everyone on Mike's side was too lazy to give this bastard too many words. Gabriel was not a good guy, but a big villain who did all kinds of evil. He was a gambler who used usury and violence to destroy other people's families in Old Bell's territory. Boss, I wanted to kill him several times, but it was a pity that Old Bell protected him too tightly. Wolf said more happily, you are right. Old Bell protected him too tightly, so I won't let you kill him. Thinking of the bad things that Gabelle had done, Mike happily took out the blueberry wine and clinked his glasses to the small tree next to him. Gabelle used ridiculously high interest rates, making it impossible for borrowers to pay back the money. Those who didn't pay back the money had their teeth ground with files and were taken to Old Bell as scapegoats. Damn it, I don't like this the most, but those who borrowed money from him were not good people either. Old Bell was willing to go to war to protect him because of the high crime solving rate and large amounts of money he provided, which left me helpless. To be honest, Mike's tone was a bit gloating. What made him even happier was the identities of the two victims. Tom the Spin Hunter and Gabelle, both of the people killed by Frederick deserved to die. And from the special circumstances of the North American colonies and Mike's thoughts, Frederick was more of a serial trial than a crime. I like what Frederick did. If he had not provoked me, but had directly surrendered to me, I believe I would have loved him to death. Mike said with a smile. The occurrence of a homicide represents a series of troubles, and it is no different for Mike. For example, this time, because it is not Mike's case, Mike only needs to take Gabor's bad head back to the detective office and happily hand it over to Old Bell. Mike led his men back to Flag City. Even if Wolf's horse had a head hanging on it, no one dared to question Mike. Under the black night, a row of torches gradually went away. When they turned into the wide notch of East Street, they ran into more and more than a dozen brighter torches. They were Old Bell's people, and the leader was Old Bell. Ah, dear little Mike, how do you have time to come to the detective office? Old Bell's face was filled with a happy light. Some things, of course, are very bad things. Mike tried to make his expression look sad, but his eyes were too cheerful, like a North American gray wolf that found its prey. Hey, Old Bell, you dog, who did you catch back in the middle of the night? Mike looked at the group of people behind Old Bell. They were all Old Bell's men, but none of them were as capable as the dead Gabriel. Gabriel Reyes was one of Old Bell's most capable leaders, but what Mike saw was much worse. All of them were minions, and in the center of the minions was tied a rebellious man with a face full of indignation. He is a wanderer and the murderer of the floating corpse cult case. Old Bell answered Mike proudly. Murderer? Yes, little Mike. My efficiency in solving cases is not much worse than yours, isn't it? Well, okay, I'm very happy to hear that. Dear Old Bell, you are still as good as ever, but I need to remind you that your method is too low. When taking someone to atone for a crime, you must also ensure that there will not be a series of bad effects, right? Mike didn't think Old Bell could catch Frederick. Even if he had never seen it, Mike had enough confidence in Frederick's meticulous mind. Atone for a crime? You are slandering. Old Bell exploded all of a sudden. Little Mike, he glared. Don't forget that you robbed my East Street. Although the higher-ups asked for stability because of some things, it doesn't mean I won't be angry. You should be more restrained, so as not to drive the kind Old Bell crazy. This was a threat. Old Bell wanted Mike to shut up. Even if he discriminated against Mike's youth, Old Bell would not underestimate Mike. In addition, because of the kidnapping of the night girl and the departure of Virginia, who had just inherited the title of Griffin Knight, the Iron Triangle of Flag City was missing a corner, which made Baron Flag very unhappy. And Old Bell was really old. He wanted to be a real dog who enjoyed his old age and didn't want to fight with Mike at a special time. I'm just reminding you. Mike shrugged his shoulders and motioned Wolf to throw Gabor's head over. The head was pulled away from the body by the horse and then dragged for who knows how many hours. If it wasn't for good luck, the face would have been invisible long ago. Old Bell was also a powerful person. He calmly took the head and looked at the face. Then he lost his calmness, took a deep breath, and slowly pulled out his broad-faced scimitar at Mike. Did you kill Gabor Reyes? There seemed to be a cold wind whistling between Old Bell's teeth. If I had killed him, you wouldn't have seen the first ray of sunshine today. Dear Old Bell, Mike didn't need to explain. He just needed to remind him half a sentence to put himself on the moral high ground. I believe that with Old Bell's cunning, he wouldn't really think that he killed Gabriel's. Flag City has its own rules. They, as detectives, survive in both right and dark rules. The same is true for Mike. Unless one day Mike can be strong enough to make rules. It's late. I want to sleep. And dear old Belle, I hope you will consider the real culprit of the drifting corpse cow case again. Mike and others laughed and turned their horses' heads. But at this time, a flame came from far too near, and one of Old Belle's men ran over and handed Old Belle a piece of paper. When he saw Mike was also there, the expression of this same man became even stranger, and he handed Old Belle another one with a bitter face. 2 tickets to the Opera House. One for me, and the other. Little Mike, your name is written on it. Old Belle balled up the ticket in surprise and threw it to Mike. Mike opened it and found that it was indeed an opera ticket, and the show would start in 3 minutes. And on it was written his name, Inspector Mike, and there was a very weird and humorous smiley face that looked particularly serious. I have to leave first. What about you, Old Belle? Mike seemed to have discovered something. I need to detain the murderer first. Old Belle felt a little strange, but he had other things to consider. After all, it is not uncommon to invite 2 detectives at the same time. Most of them are cooperative interests. Old Belle is not in a hurry. Mike left quickly. No need to say more. Old Belle stared at Mike's back as he disappeared in the moonlight, his Nordic beard twitching, and suddenly he laughed. What are you laughing at? Dear old Inspector Belle. A man walked out of the detective's office. It was Hemingway. The time was too short, and Hemingway's left leg had not healed yet. But Hemingway had to stay in the detective's office on crutches and handled a lot of things for Old Belle. I'm laughing at Little Mike. What a good opponent. Old Belle praised loudly. In fact, I don't think Little Mike killed Gabriel Reyes. He is a very good leader. He knows that if I deal with Gabriel Reyes, I will also try to break Wolf or Ollie's head in the dark night. Little Mike cherishes his subordinates very much. This is his weakness. He is too kind. You are the best leader. Dear old Inspector Belle. Hemingway showed an extremely sincere expression. It's just for you, lovely Hemingway, and my even more lovely brothers. Old Belle must protect his shortcomings, but it does not mean that he likes the absolute villain Gabriel Reyes. Yes, Old Belle likes the convenience and beautiful silver pounds brought by Gabriel Reyes, but in some ways, he hopes to get benefits while satisfying his little conscience. Okay, Hemingway, help me record Gabriel Reyes' case and find the murderer. Although I don't like Gabriel Reyes, I must give an explanation to my brothers. So find the murderer and then prepare a stick full of thorns. The murderer needs this. Okay, leader. What about this one? Hemingway pointed to the tied-up unruly man. This is the murderer of the floating corpse cow case. You know what to do. When it comes to the case of the floating corpse uncowed, Old Belle didn't feel very good, because this unruly man raped a peasant woman outside the city, took over the magpie's nest and ate and drank to his heart's content, and was very unlucky to run into his gun. This is a damned man, but he is not the real murderer of the cow case with a rather artistic, cruel beauty, so Old Belle would panic when he encountered other cases, for fear that the real murderer would be caught by him. But another real murderer would come out to continue committing crimes. The case of the floating corpse uncowed is a cruel artistic murder case, and this one, Old Belle muttered as he looked at Gabriel's bloody head, and he curled his lips in relief. It can't be the same murderer. The murderer of the cow case committed the crime at sea, and his method was very artistic and cruel. He might have left far away. And this, beheading, is really a killing method without any aesthetic sense, because the methods of committing the crime are quite different. Old Belle still wants to hurry up. The case of the floating corpse cow was solved. Things should be done step by step, and meals should be eaten bite by bite. Old Belle likes to finish one thing before doing another, instead of Mike, who likes to connect many things together. So it didn't take long for the group to take the murderer to the interrogation room. The interrogation room is a separate room, very spacious. The rebellious man cursed when the tape on his mouth was torn open, shouting, "This life is worth it," and but don't try to wrongly accuse me. He felt that he needed to provide a confession, sign or press fingerprints, and stared at the person in charge, Hemingway, with disdain. But Hemingway didn't want to ask anything. He waved the baton and broke the rebellious man's teeth. The rebellious man will not get treatment, so in the next few days, the rebellious man will die tragically without being able to eat, and the cause of death will be written as suicide due to fear of crime by hunger strike. Boss, what should we do next? Hemingway asked Old Bell. Next, you go to investigate the case. Old Bell thought for a while and said, Gabriel Reyes is dead, and his position as detective is vacant. You will take over his position and also take control of his younger brothers. Dear Wilson, you should know how much I am willing to use you. Okay, boss, I won't let you down. Hemingway's smile became more sincere. As the night deepened, the lights in the city of Fort Fleck kept going out, as if it were an ancient sleeping city. But the electric lights and candles on the central streets, 1 and 2, kept increasing and brightening, with singing and dancing, bringing joy and vitality to this colonial city by the sea. Old Bell walked alone on the street, paved with colorful shells, not worrying about being assassinated by others. In other words, in the entire city of Fleck, even Mike was unwilling to bear the terrible consequences of assassinating a veteran detective. After all, Old Bell was the detective of the First Street when Fleck was founded, and he still is today. Even if he is not considered a meritorious service, he is still considered a veteran. Which bastard invited both me and Little Mac? Could it be the damned Shaq Cabelli? Old Bell gasped along the way, because as mentioned before, it is not uncommon to invite 2 hostile inspectors at the same time, and most of the time it is a matter of interest or cooperation. Just like the big farmer chef, he knows that there is no absolute hostility between any place and anyone in the North American colonies, only absolute interests. And in North America, as long as the bastard who understands this truth does not die, he will definitely be a big farmer or inspector in his lifetime. Hi, dear Little Mac. Old Bell walked into the opera house. With his daughters, he certainly didn't need the so-called ticket. At this time, Mike was sitting on the left stand on the second floor. Below the stage were a group of wealthy people who had enough spare money to learn from the nobles, knights, or large factory owners and farmers to appreciate the damn old English opera, but they didn't have enough starters to go to the second floor. One thing worth noting is that now Great Britain respects the center right, and Mike can't go to the middle or right stands on the second floor. However, the view on the left side of the second floor is also wide enough, with gilded pillars and white marble walls inside. The large copper candlesticks hanging high are like the claws of the evil sea god, which are even more magnificent. The whole opera house seems to be lying in the dark, absolutely solemn and elegant river without any charm. Did Shed contact us? Old Bell asked again, because Shed had let him know. It was said that Shed had found a wonderful plant in some faraway place, which he wanted to grow on a large scale and export. This would require passing through the port of Fleck, and would require Old Bell and Mike to nod at the same time. I think you guessed wrong. Mike smiled and flicked the ticket, and he came in with the ticket, not the privilege. Mike smelled a clue from the graffiti on the ticket, such as, this weird and humorous, seemingly particularly serious smiling face contains a very strong painting skill. The one who contacted us was an artist, not Shed, a greedy bastard. But if you say Shed, I must admit that he still has a certain foundation in musicals. Mike pointed to the stage. What a pity, I can't appreciate this. Old Bell sat next to Mike and buried his body in the bright red velvet of the luxurious chair. When alone with Mike, Old Bell was so relaxed and kind, with a smile on his face and speaking casually. In fact, Old Bell and Mike are the same kind of people. They are too lazy to appreciate the aristocratic musicals of today, which have no other meanings except risking their lives for love. But I think it's pretty good this time. Chet is still the protagonist in his 40s. Look, he tied himself to a rack full of firewood and used the most extreme attitude to sing his love, proving that he is a simple person. Mike couldn't help laughing. I don't care about that bastard shit. Where are your people? Old Bill didn't pay attention to this. He looked around and asked Mike. They had their own things to do. Mike didn't want to say more. In fact, when he saw the smiley face on the ticket, Mike felt that the smiley face picture was most likely drawn by Frederick. So Ollie and the others had already dispersed, and Mike was staring down at this grand singing and dancing party. He found that there were about 70 or 80 people in the venue, more men than women, and their faces were filled with expressions of being moved by a tragic love, as if they were all very kind people. As the protagonist, Chet was dressed up and decadent on the firewood, performing a good show of love-suicide for the guilt of his dead lover. Of course, it wouldn't really burn, because the dark red curtain was about to fall, and Mike believed that after making a little fire, Chet would jump out of the firewood and continue to rack his brains to exploit all the people in the large farm, connected by several small farms. Wait, I think I smell something. Mike moved his nose and stood up. It's kerosene. Old Bill was also surprised and quickly put out his cigar. The two men looked at each other and jumped down from the second floor with nimble figures. Mike was not surprised by the skills shown by Old Bill, and they cooperated tacitly to surround the stage from both sides. Shit, one step too late. Old Bill chased after the stage. Mike heard the neighing of horses from behind the stage. He had better eyesight and even saw the arc of the murderer in black clothes throwing the fire paper from a high place behind the stage. He jumped more than 2 meters high and wanted to grab the fire paper with his palm, but he missed it narrowly, and his body rolled sideways out of the range covered by the firewood. The fire paper with flames fell into the firewood and immediately ignited the kerosene on it. The flames surged, and the protagonist Chet was burned alive in full view of everyone. Oh, my God, this is a cruel murder. It's murder. Put out the fire. No, leave quickly. The scene was very chaotic. Dozens of people who were watching the musical were running around in gorgeous clothes. They seemed to be frightened, but their eyes that inadvertently looked at the fire were full of ridicule, gloating, and a sense of surprise that seemed far more exciting than watching the musical. And during the whole process, the victim Chet did not make a single scream of pain, as if he was willing to accept the burning of the flames. A bunch of bastards. Old Bill came back at some point, pointed at the chaotic crowd, and said softly, "Didn't catch the murderer." Mike asked, "Your people are catching it. Why should I intervene?" Old Bill smiled cunningly. Another point. You could have knocked the fire paper away just now. Why didn't you stop the fire paper from falling into the firewood covered with kerosene? Little Mike, I know your abilities very well. Unless you want to take over this case, shut up. Dear Old Bill. Mike seemed a little angry. Okay, I'll shut up. It was rare to see Mike being humiliated, so Old Bill laughed happily. But he soon stopped laughing because the Opera House was on Central Street and the fire brigade rushed to put out the fire. Old Bill checked the body and found that the victim, Chet, had not been completely burned, but his vocal cords had been severed long ago. The most important point is that the skin on the back of the victim, Chet, had been specially treated and could be preserved intact, with a bloody word branded on it, "Briber." Damn it. Little Mike, you knew it. You tricked me. The same criminal method as the floating corpse case made Old Bill angry and even panicked. He looked for Mike, but found that Mike had left long ago. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and the outskirts of Fleck City fell into a dark night. There were sounds of galloping horses and howling dogs in the night. The residents who heard the sounds closed their doors and windows, fearing that they would cause the slightest trouble. They couldn't afford such trouble, so they hid behind the windows and watched secretly. In front of them was a running horse. Without making any sound, but behind them was the sound of horse hooves, very fast. In a place that the residents couldn't see, there was also a blood-red shadow flying over the eaves and walls, and its palms seemed to have barbs, moving back and forth in the streets, and Alice trying to intercept the horse in front. Damn it, is Inspector Mike a lunatic? One of his brothers is a vampire. Frederick didn't dare to curse loudly. Frederick was a tall young man with a masked face, revealing a pair of warm eyes. Before he really escaped, Frederick didn't dare to shout out the secret that Mike was hiding. This would make Mike furious and kill him in the most cruel way. But Mike dared to reveal the secret of the vampire because he was sure enough to catch him. This was a paradox that was particularly uncomfortable for Frederick, but he had to throw away all his pride to admit it. So with a small curse, Frederick rushed into the desolate suburbs outside the city of Fleck, and then into a wilderness. Ali also completely let himself go, his long blood-red hair fluttering in the wind, and two sharp teeth pierced the corners of his mouth. Okay, Frederick, you don't have to run, even if you use a crossbow to wrap the horse hooves and plan the best escape route. You can't escape the pursuit we are prepared for. The boss said you are too conceited. Carter suffered a loss, and you wanted to commit a third murder within 24 hours. Your lack of preparation is the best opportunity to catch you. Wolf and Theodore, who were chasing on horseback, also shouted from behind. They were telling the truth, because Frederick's horse was very powerful, but it couldn't run very fast because the hooves were wrapped. If Mike hadn't ordered them, they would have caught Frederick at the edge of the city. So it wasn't long before Wolf stood in front of Frederick and threw a dagger to attack the horse's head under Frederick's crotch. Carter, Frederick suddenly shouted. Suddenly there was a gunshot, and Carter, wearing a black wide-brimmed hat, slowly walked over. Carter used a matchlock gun to knock Wolf's dagger away, then threw away the gun, pulled out his Prussian straight rapier and attacked suddenly, his body speeding up suddenly. Wow, what a fast sword! But my dear boss warned me not to let me fight you. Wolf turned over and jumped out, allowing Carter to stab his horse to death. At this time, Ali arrived, and he drew his sword one after another. His movements were as fast as lightning, and his expression was ferocious and excited. You fight with me, Ali, who was firing at full power for the first time, roared out with great anticipation. Damn vampire! Carter couldn't get rid of Ali's entanglement in a short time, so he simply risked his life and rushed past Ali, Theodore, and Wolf at the cost of 3 injuries, and protected Frederick. You go first, he roared at Frederick, staring at Ali without blinking. The scene suddenly froze and became weird. The shadows of the trees were looming around, and the two people confronting each other. One was the king of bloodline in the Dark Knight, and the other was a warrior in the world. Soon, the French rapier and the Prussian straight sword were tit for tat, clanking out dazzling electric sparks. You are actually a vampire of high bloodline. Why are you under the hands of a human? Not long after, Carter groaned in disbelief. After all, if he hadn't been injured, Carter would have been sure to defeat Ali within half an hour. But now it was different. The gap between Carter and Ali was not big, and Carter was even stronger, but the slight advantage kept shifting the balance point in the bleeding, and victory tilted towards Ali. Let's go, Frederick. In a collision, Carter retreated to Frederick's side, and his muscles almost solidified into a diagonal line. This was a very handsome Prussian man, with the strength of all men or warriors. There was an absolute firm light flashing in Carter's eyes, not dazzling, but as calm as death. Yes, it was death. Either he died, or Ali, Theodore, and Wolf would all die. You want to fight to the death? Ali and others stopped and started to get angry. Of course not. Carter smiled and said, I just want you to understand this. I know that you are all heroes who are not afraid of death and are willing to do everything for your boss, Mike. But we are not enemies, are we? I need to let you know that I will fight to the death, so as to let Frederick go. You will definitely do the same. Really? A voice came suddenly. Of course. Inspector Mike. Carter's face changed suddenly. I don't know when. Mike has come out of the darkness of the night. Unlike last time, Mike did not consume too much physical strength and put too much pressure on Carter when moving his wrist joints. Carter's head was full of cold sweat. I won't let you fail. He suddenly roared, climbed over Frederick's horse, and pulled Frederick off the horse, and the two retreated more than 10 yards in succession. This distance is nothing, but Mike still approached more than 10 yards, keeping the distance between him and Carter and Frederick from increasing, and he was sure to catch the two within 10 seconds. But at this time, Carter pulled off his coat, and a large piece of fire paper rubbed out a small flame, which turned into a continuous fire on the wet wasteland. Kerosene. Carter, this is not your favorite method, Frederick exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this is not my favorite method, but I remember that I am a warrior, not a knight. Besides, Carter stepped back with a wry smile, staring at Mike's eyes through the flowing river of fire. Lord Frederick, perhaps you know that Inspector Mike is a smart detective, but you still don't understand how terrible he is that I told you. He is a monster that I can't stab 3 times with my sword. Facing such a monster, any means are just to save your life. Really? Frederick was still in doubt. After all, Carter was very powerful, one of the best young warriors in the whole of Prussia. Frederick was even more curious about Mike, relying on the river of fire to block him. He asked Mike with a twinkling look in his eyes. Really? Mike shrugged. Frederick asked again, how do you know that it must be me who sent out the opera tickets and arranged a sophisticated arrangement of at least 30 people? Mike shrugged again. The two things Frederick asked, one about force and the other about the mind, were things that Frederick was curious about, and Mike was also curious about Frederick. There was no need to answer at this time, just, come back with me so we can talk by candlelight. Mike laughed and rushed towards the river of fire. This scared Frederick. After all, no matter how powerful Mike was, his body was only flesh and blood. He could not withstand the burning of the fire amplified by kerosene, but he did not expect how tacit Mike and his brothers were. Before Mike rushed out, Ali had already pounced on the flowing river of fire, relying on the vampire's self-healing ability to accept the burning of the flames, and also paved the way for Mike for 1 second. 1 second was enough, because in the next moment, Mike stood in front of Frederick and Carter. Frederick, go. You can never fail. What made Mike feel strange was that Carter's reaction was so fast that he hugged his body without thinking before he could stand firm. Frederick also used the spurs on his boots to pierce the horse's buttocks without hesitation, driving the horse to rush towards Ali, who was burned by the fire. He turned over and got off the horse, jumped on Carter's hidden mount, and quickly fled. Boss, save me! Ali stared at the horse's head and wailed miserably, crawling out in a panic. Vampires of high bloodline are afraid of fire. Although he was stained with kerosene, Ali, who had a strong self-healing ability, jumped out to put out the flames. After a few days of rest, he was a brave man again. Ghost, but if Ali was knocked back into the river of fire by the horse, there was a 70% chance that he would die on the spot as a newborn vampire. Of course, Mike would not let this happen. He stretched out his arm and hugged the horse's neck with one hand. And then what happened was terrible. Carter, who was hugging Mike, was surprised and even delighted to find that Mike only used one arm to knock down the galloping horse. You monster. Black Flag is a BMW worth 50 gold pounds. Carter whispered in disbelief. What you should worry about is, if I would rather kill you than capture Frederick, will your arms still be there? Mike smiled and took a breath, his chest bulging slightly, and Carter hugged his arms and made a crackling sound of joints pulling apart. Don't let go, Mike said with a smile. Okay, I won't run away, and I can't escape. I ask for preferential treatment for prisoners. Carter let go of his arms obediently. Then, Carter was quickly stripped naked by Wolf, who bypassed the river of fire. It is worth mentioning that Wolf was surprised to find that Carter was wearing silk pants worth 10 silver pounds. That night, the stars were shining, and the meteors slid down the Milky Way. When Mike and his friends returned to the big house by the sea, the sun and the moon appeared together, making the background of the meteors appear gorgeous white. Because Ollie had made a contribution today, Julia rarely threw a piece of toast to Ollie and prepared a hearty breakfast for Mike. Second, Sister Julia, you forgot that I am now a noble vampire. Well, I'm a younger brother. Ollie gnawed the warm white bread with ribbons and prepared to go to the toilet. Unlike expectations, Ollie retained his human sense of taste after becoming a vampire. Unfortunately, God will not favor vampires. Apart from blood and wine, he needs to run to the toilet to eat anything. Dear Inspector Mike, if I die, Lord Frederick will definitely expose the fact that Ollie is a vampire. Carter obviously did not expect the so-called favorable treatment of prisoners. He won't, because if this matter gets out, your head will be hung on the flagpole tomorrow. Mike didn't care about this, and asked Wolf with a smile, My dear treasurer, have you counted today's harvest? Of course, my dearest boss. Wolf smiled like a skinny rat who had stolen oil, not counting the income on the street. If we only count the spoils. Boss, first of all, the BMW Black Flag worth 50 gold pounds. It has appreciated in value and is now worth 55 lovely gold pounds. Then there is the cash on Carter, which is more than 2 gold pounds. Carter's clothes and weapons are also expensive and are worth 5 gold pounds. So our net income is 60 gold pounds. A huge number made Mike happy, not to mention Wolf. 60 gold pounds. Oh, that's beautiful. Even if Flag City can't sell the BMW Black Flag, we can use it ourselves, or breed it. Sell it when it can be sold. This is our fixed asset, so we can be more relaxed about the current assets, such as giving more bonuses to the brothers. Equip 20 more high-grade mascots that will not jam. Okay, boss. Wolf did it quickly, and throughout the rest of the day, Mike slept well, letting Carter yell about wanting to see him. When he agreed to meet Carter in the evening, he found that Julia pointed the muzzle of the mascot outside the yard. Hey, let's talk. Inspector Mike, I want to talk to you. A young man wearing a black slim leather jacket and a pure gold badge on his chest came over. The young man was unarmed and spread his hands, indicating that he was harmless and kind. Frederick. Mike felt that the man looked familiar. It's me, dear Inspector Mike. Frederick sat down on the reef outside and motioned Mike to go out and talk to him. I waited for a whole day and found that you didn't hand Carter over to the detective office. So I understood what you were thinking. You want to subdue me and Carter? This is really a joke. But I don't mind playing a game with you. What game? Mike asked. But Frederick covered his face, his eyes shining. I did another case today, and I will commit crimes in the next 2 days. As long as you catch me by wisdom instead of force, I will agree to be your subordinate. And if you use force or fail to catch me, you must let Carter go. Mike began to think after hearing this. Why am I not worth the price? Frederick asked unhappily. Number, I'm just thinking. Mike returned to his house, saying as he walked, I was thinking about how I should torture you and Carter to death if you don't admit it. After all, your status is so noble. I'm not surprised that you guessed a lot, but it doesn't mean you can guess more. Frederick answered arrogantly. Mike returned to the yard and saw the equally arrogant faces of Carter and Frederick. Inspector Mike, I think you should have met Lord Frederick. Lord Frederick recognized you as his opponent, which is your highest honor. Carter stopped using honor fix and switched to you. Yes, I had a very pleasant chat with him. Mike briefly recounted the conversation, emphasizing Frederick's very likely noble birth. Noble? Carter was surprised. How do you know that Lord Frederick is of noble birth? Although North America is worthless, there is no shortage of high-level down-and-out nobles who come here. Maybe we are just down and out. So what's the point of talking about nobility? No, I would rather find out how you knew that it was Lord Frederick who provided the opera tickets and arranged at least 30 good men in a very short time. You have too many questions. Dear Carter, no, I must know. You also said that Lord Frederick and I are of noble birth. If you agree with your guess, you should give me the preferential treatment I deserve, unless you think you can bear the terrible wrath of the superiors. Carter raised his head high, but soon he lowered his head and vomited freely, because Mike gave him a fierce punch in the lower abdomen. I hope you understand one thing. That is, if I want, I can make two noble people disappear quietly in the rotten mud of North America. I am kind to you only because of the fear and just bet with Frederick. If I feel unfair, I will use all means to eliminate any unnecessary threats. Mike's voice was extremely calm, but the calm narration made Carter feel even more terrifying and cold. Carter nodded hard, acknowledging Mike's fairness in the bet. You can rest assured, Inspector Mike. Lord Frederick and I are Prussians, and Prussians are good soldiers who keep their promises. Carter said very seriously, Hey, good soldiers who keep their promises. Prussians? It's rare, said Dunbar, who was exercising next to him, with an exclamatory tone. Mike always said that Dunbar was a German, but in fact Dunbar didn't know what Germany was. Which continent was it on? Dunbar was an Austrian, and he also heard from Mike that the so-called Germany was the name of the Kingdom of Prussia and the Kingdom of Austria after their unification. This was very funny, because Dunbar was well aware of the blood feud between Prussia and Austria. But what did it matter? Dunbar's idea was very simple. That is, as long as it was said by Mike, no one was allowed to laugh, no matter how funny it was. What are you laughing at? Carter couldn't stand the ridicule of a big guy. You have an opinion? Okay, fight him. But for the sake of our precious friendship, don't use weapons. Mike took advantage of the situation and asked Dunbar to take off his iron gloves, and at the same time broke the tough rope that bound Carter. Then it was obvious that Carter was abused by Dunbar, who was stronger than a bear, and Mike was watching the show when he suddenly received a call from Sigrid. Mike left quickly, staring at Mike's figure stepping out of the yard and into the night by the sea. Carter used one hand to fix his arm that was dislocated by Dunbar. What a terrible man. Carter sighed involuntarily. I would rather you say that boss Mike is a respectable man. Ali happened to run back from the toilet, drinking the blood he bought in big gulps, and echoed Carter's words. No, I mean, Dunbar is a terrible man. Carter looked at Dunbar with a warlike look. He is too powerful, has a terrible figure, and good skills. If I have a sword, I can kill him easily. But if Dunbar has a full set of armor, plus a huge hammer, he can easily rush into the battle formation and kill a whole row of musketeers. I even think that heavy cavalry can't stop him, who is tall and strong and covered with thick iron armor. Of course, I am more curious why Inspector Mike has you. Dunbar, Ali, you two are rare masters. Why does Inspector Mike have you? Is he so lucky? Carter asked sourly. Captain Mike doesn't believe in so-called luck, but he is very lucky. Even Lord Frederick can't have two masters like you. No, it's better to say that it's not so lucky, but Ali likes to chat with Carter. After all, Mike didn't forbid him to chat with Carter. Do you know, at that time, I mean when I first came to North America, I was going to land in Flag City, but I encountered artillery fire from the battle. Everyone on the ship died. As the wreckage fell into the deep sea, it was Captain Mike who kept searching. Can you imagine? Captain Mike searched among countless floating corpses and went deep into the ocean for someone who might survive. According to him, if someone can survive like this, that person must be a useful hero. So Captain Mike saved me. I survived, and my life belongs to him. What about Dunbar? Carter was very curious about Dunbar, but suddenly with a gunshot, a North American Purple Martin fell from a height of at least 50 yards. The Purple Martin landed right at Carter's feet. The precise calculation of the fall and the broken eyes of the North American purple marten made Carter's breathing bitter, and his chest was shocked to the point of suffocation. What a great shooting skill! I can only do this within 20 yards. Carter looked at the Irish girl with big black glasses holding a matchbox in the corridor in amazement. Julia proved her existence and showed off her terrible shooting skills. I should be the third one, she said. I came from the illegal contract slave trade. According to the law, I am still a contract slave after being rescued. The so-called laws in North America do not protect me at all. But 14-year-old Mike emptied his family's wealth to buy me, saved me, taught me shooting, and spent at least 50 gold pounds on me. You were trained by him. Carter was so surprised that sweat broke out on his forehead. Not just me. Do you think Dunbar, Ally, Rocks and Wolf were good enough at the beginning? Mike taught everyone. So don't let me hear you say that Mike is just lucky or something. I will blow your head off. You won't. Mike needs me alive. I think I have to remind you. Second Sister Julia is the only one who may not obey Mike's orders, and she may really blow your head off. Wolf nonchalantly poked his finger to his forehead. That's it. Him. Theodore followed Mike away. Wolf was no one to play or bicker in the yard. He scratched his ears and cheeks, a little restless. Carter noticed this keenly and tried to ask the countless question marks in his mind. By the way, Wolf, I'm really curious. How did Inspector Mike know that it was Lord Frederick who gave out the opera tickets? Why could he predict the future and prepare at least 30 good people before seeing the tickets? Can you tell me? Mike asked Julia. Julia yawned and went back to sleep, muttering impatiently, Go ahead, go ahead. Since Mike has taught you, I don't mind letting everyone know. You big mouse. Ireland, you insulted Ireland. Sooner or later, I will suggest Mike to tear your mouth apart. The large courtyard by the sea was very lively, because as long as Mike did not give an order to prohibit it, Wolf would never be able to control his mouth. At this time, Mike arrived at the detective's office, and before Theodore pulled open the curtain of the car, Mike heard an angry roar. Lord Sigrid, just a little sin. Yes, just a little mistake. Are you going to continue to help little Mike? Aren't you afraid that he will threaten you? He is arrogant because he is young, and he is more ambitious because of his youth. He is much more terrible than the honest old bell. Huang! The window of the inspector's office on the first floor flew out. So as soon as Mike jumped off the carriage, he saw Sigrid's long, beautiful legs retracted. Mike whistled, and Sigrid noticed him. She threw him a thick cigar and called him over. This smell, a better cigar than the Golden Ring cigar. Mike sniffed the smell of the cigar, which was very beautiful, and walked into the inspector's office leisurely. The inspector's office was in a mess. The window flew out and had to be replaced. A part of the hard-long table was smashed. If the budget on the detective department was sufficient, it should also be replaced. These were obviously Sigrid's work, because her anger was more fierce than old bells. A person, a famous critic. He was tied to a big wooden wheel and ran around the busiest street in Fleck City, with feather arrows all over his body. Sigrid pulled Mike to sit down, and angrily slammed the table at Old Bell. The word slander was written on the body, just like briber was written on Shad's body last night, and just like corrupted on the floating corpse case. If I remember correctly, Old Bell, the file Hemingway handed over said that you had caught the murderer a long time ago, but it's just a small mistake. I just caught the wrong person. There's no need to deprive me of the jurisdiction of East Diagonal Street and South Diagonal Street. Old Bell and Sigrid confronted each other. In addition, I also have a clue. They are the four dead people. The skin hunter John, the detective Gabriels, the big farmer Shed, and the critic Benjamin. They have different social status and wealth backgrounds. I wonder how the murderer chose the victims. After all, if they were not familiar people, how did the murderer know the sins committed by each person? I'm sure the murderer has intersections with the four people. At least there are accomplices who have intersections with the 4 people. Starting from this idea will definitely be rewarding. So, I promise, I will catch him, and there is no need for Little Mac to intervene. Old Bill stood up and pressed his hands on the table. Unlike Sigrid, he did not use huge anger and manic movements, but his eyes were sparkling. Well, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I have to say that Old Bill is an old North American tiger. He is old, but still has his majesty. Look, you can't really make him angry, right? Mark knocked on the table with his knuckles to smooth things over. Old Bill, do you think I'm really afraid of you? Sigrid stared at Old Bill, but soon laughed. Mark, she said, if it were before, I wouldn't be in a hurry to kill villains like this. There are many villains in the city. Killing 10 a day may not be enough in a year. I am even willing to offer the murderer a salary. But big men have come to Flag City, real big men. You and Old Bill should understand what these represent. It means that the Baron needs more stability. Old Bill sat down. Yes, stability. The Baron needs stability. He said that Flag City is a beautiful city without any crime. He provides us with salaries, so we must give him enough faith. Old Bill, do you have enough confidence in your way of investigating the case? Or, Mike, do you think that Old Bill's way of investigating the case can quickly catch the murderer? Generally speaking, yes. Mike squinted and cut off the top cigar Sigrid gave him. Then there is an unusual situation, Sigrid asked with concern. This time, Mike did not speak. Old Bill paused for a while and walked to Mike affectionately. It seems that our lovely little Mike knows a lot of things we don't know. Mike, my dearest junior and friend, you should know that I can't be punished so severely by 2 streets for some small mistakes. Chief Inspector Sigrid wants to do this. She wants to help you, but our other close pirate inspector will not agree. Flag City is calm or balanced. You, me, Chief Inspector Sigrid, and even Lord Baron don't want to break this balance. So please help me this time. None of us wants to arouse Lord Baron's anger. Double act, Mike said suddenly. At the same time, he lit a cigar, turned his head, and blew a long puff of smoke on Old Bill's face. What? Sigrid's lavender eyes flickered. Don't you just want me to help catch the murderer? And it's hard to give me too many benefits. So you came up with this double act. Mike glanced at the window kicked away and the broken table by Sigrid. Okay, I'm willing to follow the investigation. But next time when you sing a double act, please cash in the broken things or break a rib for Old Bill. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I'll consider it. Sigrid poured coffee for Mike personally, which was the treatment for those who were capable. Old Bill's face was not very good. Next, Sigrid and Old Bill took Mike to see the body. It was still the morgue on the 3rd floor, and there were Iron Maidens everywhere. What was different from before was that the Protestant holy water that was urgently needed in the detective department was not diluted, but directly sprinkled all over the room. The faint fragrance made Mike very happy. I have to say here that Protestantism still pays attention to its image. So the holy water contains a taste similar to fresh blueberries. This is why Ollie and others like to use holy water as foot washing water, especially Ollie, who has smelly feet and some indescribable special hobbies. Critic Benjamin, as an Iron Maiden opened, Mike saw the porcupine-like corpse. Rather than being a respectable critic, it's better to say that he is a dumb bastard who gossips. Sigrid said disdainfully. A real critic dares to tell everything, but this Benjamin only dares to bully civilians. He enjoyed describing the infidelity of women, but he didn't dare to mess with rich women, but talked about peasant women, poor girls, cornfields, rivers, and rivers. I heard that he had a pair of sharp eyes and a clever mouth. Even if a poor girl's clothes were caught on a branch, he could compile a full 5,000-word story about the forest, seduction, swimming on branches or swings. Is there anyone who can't live because of him? Mike asked. Yes, at least 6 people died directly or indirectly because of him, and certainly not because they loved him. then he really deserves to die. Mike examined the body carelessly. There was no clue except for the word "slander" engraved on the forehead of the corpse. This was very normal, because Mike had no expectations, thinking that the genius Frederick would leave any clues on the body. This did not include Mike's golden CI, but obviously, Mike did not need to spend effort for others. Have you found any clues? Sigrid always had huge and unreasonable expectations for Mike. Huh? Mike looked at Sigrid in surprise. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, do you think I'm God? Mike closed the Iron Girl, and the thoughtful expression wrapped in a cigar made Sigrid feel more expectant, and then laughed. But I remembered that next time you sing a double act, you should wear a skirt and kick your legs higher. Mike yawned, and was a little sleepy wrapped in a cigar, while Sigrid and Old Bell stared at him with gnashing teeth, not believing that Mike would have no way at all. After all, Mike was so perverted in investigating the case. In all the cases so far, except this one, Mike had a confident expression that he could find clues by looking at the body. Did you really not find any clues? Old Bell asked viciously. Yes, well, dear Old Bell, didn't you say that? You think the murderer has connections with the 4 people, or at least the accomplices have connections with the 4 people. You will definitely get something if you start from this line of thought. You can definitely catch the murderer, and you don't need my help, Mike said seriously, narrating calmly without any humor. So, do it, dear Old Bell. If I'm not mistaken, there is another beautiful murder outside. At this time, there was a commotion downstairs, and Sigrid and Old Bell hurried down. Mike looked like it had nothing to do with him. In Theodore's opinion, Mike even seemed to have forgotten the bet with Frederick. He jumped from the 3rd floor and landed heavily on the ground. He didn't even ask who died, what kind of murder method was used, or where the crime took place. He jumped into the carriage and asked Theodore to drive the carriage away. Hey, Theodore, you know what? I don't like to use my brain. Mike leaned against the car window and rubbed his forehead. So the bet proposed by Frederick that doesn't use fists but only uses the brain gives me a headache. You are joking, boss. Theodore thinks his brain is not very useful. I'm not joking, but this is really a difficult decision. Mike laughed while wrapping a cigar. A bet with Frederick has many prerequisites, and it is not fair. Let me put it this way, even if he is standing in front of me now, it doesn't count if I catch him. First, I caught him physically, and second, he came to my door on his own initiative. I didn't use the clues of the investigation to search for his whereabouts, thereby blocking him in some cramped corner and unable to escape. As long as we catch him, it will be fine. Why talk about fairness with him? No, Frederick's status is very noble. Of course, the so-called nobility means nothing to us. Mike played with Carter's Prussian rapier. There was no mark on it, but there were very complex patterns. The leather of the scabbard and the hilt was very good, and it could not be seen that it was rhinoceros skin or crocodile skin or something. However, Mike understood from the tanning scales, this was a top-quality sword that far exceeded Wolf's estimate. If we follow the British peerage system, Frederick is at least an earl or a marquis. At least he is the descendant of such a peerage, and he is not a declining one. Frederick has a very high status and is currently playing with people. Although I can teach you a lot of knowledge and principles, I cannot give you various trainings for the aristocratic society. Theodore, there is a saying in the ancient East that if you know your enemy and yourself, you will never fail. If we want to become people of higher status, we need more knowledge. Otherwise, it will be difficult to break the threshold of the aristocratic class that seems to have limited the number of people. You want to use Frederick. Theodore is not good at brainpower, but he is definitely not stupid. Not use, but cooperation. If possible, I hope you can have another real noble brother. But there are many declining nobles, and they also understand the affairs of the nobles. We may not necessarily need Frederick, so why spend so much energy on him? Because talents are very rare. Mike's face, surrounded by cigar smoke, was full of longing. In fact, from some aspects, Mike is still an extreme perfectionist. Theodore, Mike recalled, remember the opera ticket. The picture on it was just a smiley face, but it was very powerful. Yes, Frederick was very puzzled as to why I could tell it was him from the picture, because he didn't know how many artistic and noble paintings I had seen. That smiley face might seem just exquisite to others, but I knew how much effort Frederick had put in and how many layers of wheel paint he had applied to achieve the sarcastic effect he wanted. Ah, that's right, it was sarcasm. Perhaps Frederick himself didn't know his little painting was comparable to the Mona Lisa. Real art can't be seen in the eyes of the ignorant, but in the eyes of the knowledgeable, it immediately produces a completely different feeling. Is it that mysterious? When you become interested and watch more than 100 real works of art, you will find that it is not mysterious, but a very special, pleasing and extreme feeling. Mike does not appreciate art, but that does not prevent him from being curious about works of art at some point in his previous life, as well as the various pictures he has searched for. Mike has seen a lot and has a certain appreciation ability, even though he himself thought that some damn appreciation ability was just a cheap pansexual hypnosis. Well, we are almost home, dear Theodore. I think I need to talk to Carter. Well, before talking to Carter, we met a real old friend, a bitch who took advantage of the rules to show off. Mike suddenly knocked on the carriage to let Theodore stop the carriage. Hey, my dear friend. Mike got off the car and greeted him. Of course, he couldn't call the other person bitch now. In fact, it doesn't matter if he called her, because the language habits and the memory of North America are somewhat different from those of the United States and the United States, and the word bitch has not appeared yet. Dear Detective Mike, I feel very happy after killing a scum, and I want to drink with you. Frederick, who covered his face with a black cloth and only showed his eyes, walked slowly with a delicate cane. Okay, you treat. Mike laughed. Of course I'll treat you, because I really can't stand the small but very sinful Flex City, and I can't stand the damn wine that's not strong enough here. Frederick took out a silver wine bottle, and there was no mark on it. Besides, I'm very curious. Dear Inspector Mike, you should now be like a cunning jackal, surrounding the body of Critic Benjamin, looking for any clues from it, finding the place of the crime, and then looking for traces of me leaving after committing the crime. I thought you would follow the clues and show a surprised expression when you saw me waiting for you at your door, and then watch me leave under my more sophisticated arrangements. But I didn't expect you to come back directly, which made me very disappointed. Do you think I gave up? Mike asked. Are you the kind of waste who can give up easily? Frederick asked Mike in return. Mike found that Frederick's young but shrewd eyes showed a feeling of unbelief. Really, I'm better at using my fists, so I've been ready to give up the bet. 2 days. No, let Carter go in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Mike started drinking, without raising his head, just with a smile. If I believe you, I'm a loser. You are a fool if you don't believe me. Okay, let's drink. Frederick had a good alcohol tolerance, and so did Mike. The two drank for an hour, and they were competing with Theodore to bring more wine. You drank 1 cup, I drank 2 cups, and finally they were both drunk. Theodore left Frederick lying on the ground and carried Mike back to the house by the sea. But Frederick stood up quickly, and Mike, who entered the house, was still drunk, shouting, "Beat Carter up and throw him away the day after tomorrow morning. Investigate what needs to be investigated, and don't let Frederick get too comfortable." So Julia and others immediately beat Carter up, but Carter, who was beaten, showed a disdainful smile and simply took the beating with his muscles. And late at night the next day, the last murder that Frederick had set in the bed still happened. If I can't catch Frederick before dawn, let him go. Mike left Ollie to guard Carter, because tonight he had to investigate a case seriously. In the final game, All of Frederick's pride was cut off like a cloud of sin. Hey, dear Inspector Mike. Mike met Frederick on the way to the crime scene, which made Mike unhappy. He roared while lighting a cigar. Frederick, you are making it more difficult for me. How could that be? I just finished my work and then chatted with an old friend. Frederick smiled happily, because if Mike didn't know where he was hiding, he could observe and infer from the crime scene and follow the clues to find him. He found Mike in advance, and Mike was in a dilemma of knowing where the murderer is, but still needing to find clues, which was beneficial to the investigation, but in a very embarrassing position in the special investigation bed. No hurry, right? I drank some wine today and brought musical instruments. I want to find you, the inspector, who also has artistic attainments, to sing. Frederick obviously guessed how Mike determined his existence in advance during the theater case, and said it to prove his wisdom, not minding that Mike might feel that he was a person who liked to show off. A strong man doesn't care about what others think. He is like this, and so is Mike. Okay, but only for 10 minutes. Mike frowned and thought for a while, then sighed. After all, you are a very cunning opponent. You too, dear Detective Mike. Compared with the game on the murder case, Frederick obviously likes music more and is particularly happy. But when Mike really appreciates his performance of the instrument and sings loudly, Frederick's expression suddenly becomes weird to the point of being distorted. Because Mike's singing is very strange. Singing, invincible, and loneliness. Mike's voice and dance are completely different from any school in North America. They are very contagious, making Frederick's blood boil, as if he is standing on the top of a mountain, looking down on everything in the world. And Mike is very cocky. In Frederick's view, this cockiness represents Mike's absolute confidence. Detective Mike, are you so sure you can catch me? Have I overlooked something, leaving you with a very big loophole? Frederick asked Mike, and then looked through the bottles of fine wine he brought over, turning them over and over. Frederick wanted to stay calm, because Mike was too confident, which made him a little panic. He had to rack his brains to figure out the reason for Mike's confidence. Ah, you just said you wanted to play some music. How can there be so many tricks? Oh, 10 minutes are up. I'll go to investigate the case. You can do whatever you want. Mike smiled and got on the carriage, and disappeared into the Shell Road at night under the arches of Julia, Theodore, Wolf, and Dunbar. In Flagport, the candlelight floating on the ship was like starlight in the sea. The entrance of the port was full of torches, and the angry voice of Old Bell kept ringing. Then Old Bell became even more angry, because Mike's little brothers were obviously much stronger than his people. When Mike arrived, at least 13 of his men were defeated. Hey, little Mike, my people still need to investigate the case. If you don't help, don't send so many of your people. In terms of simple action, Old Bell is much worse than Mike. In fact, Old Bell and the pirate detective have an alliance which can keep a balance with Mike in terms of combat power in secret. Sure, but Old Bell, you said that we can use the victim's common social circle as a breakthrough point. Have you found any clues? Yes, here. Old Bell's voice was a little aggrieved. Mike seemed to have noticed something and smiled thoughtfully. He walked over playing with the spring wheel pistol. The spring wheel pistol is a good thing, but it often jams. However, Mike got at least 60 gold pounds worth of spoils from Carter, so it was a good deal. With a huge reward of 10 gold pounds, Michelle, a gun master who passed by Flag City, modified Mike's spring wheel pistol. At this time, the spring wheel pistol has a more beautiful appearance, more powerful power, and can fire 3 shots in a row without jamming. It is enough to kill a hero like Carter directly, or make special races like vampires lose most of their combat effectiveness. So Mike likes it more. A casual show-off action made Old Bell's eyes red. Little Mike, have you made a fortune again? Old Bell is not just greedy for money. I've never been as rich as you, dear Old Bell, so I want to take away all the money you've hidden. Mike choked Old Bell and saw a large oak barrel behind Old Bell. The barrel was obviously filled with fine wine, exuding a strong wine aroma. The top plate had been pried open, revealing the bright color of the wine and a bunch of white-brown hair. If I'm not mistaken, this is the clue you found by using the victim's common social circle as a breakthrough point. Yes, he's dead. The murderer is a very cunning and cautious person. He killed many people, which allowed you to find things to a certain level, and he would definitely kill to silence them. Mike was not surprised that Frederick would do this, and he directly snatched the sheepskin file recording the case from Hemingway next to Old Bell. Inspector Mike, you are too rude. Hemingway was extremely angry and grabbed the matchlock, but was held down by Old Bell. Let me see. It turns out that this man is a drunkard. His wife ran away and he caught her and beat her to death. However, he was found not guilty because of the pitiful status of women after marriage. And then, wow, he is so amazing. He even accidentally beat his daughter to death after drinking. Of course, he is still innocent because he is the head of the family. Mike ignored Hemingway and said, with an exaggerated smile, this bastard named Jimmy has made a small fortune recently. In addition, he often drinks in the tavern where the skin hunters lived and knows about the skin hunter draw. He helped Gabriel Reyes collect debts and knew about Gabriel Reyes' landing. He was also a hired farmer in Shep Farm and was a neighbor of the critic Benjamin. Old Bill, you are really an experienced detective. You found the clue so quickly. It's a pity that he is dead. You can only send more people to check if there are any witnesses to his murder. The murderer may have killed him in a hurry, so it is very likely that there are clues left, right? Old Bill nodded slightly. He had the same idea as Mike. So soon, Mike's people, Old Bill's people. More than 100 good men dispersed and searched for clues from house to house nearby, with great momentum. At this time, in Mike's big house by the sea, a figure sleeping touched the room where Carter was imprisoned and swaggered and knocked on the door from the inside of the room. Ollie, here I come. I'm Frederick. Frederick shouted loudly as he untied the ropes on Carter. I would have come even if you didn't shout, my dear little bastard. Ollie smiled with his white teeth in front of the window. Frederick has better skills than most people in Flag City, but he is far worse than Ollie. Ollie didn't find Frederick early, but in fact, he opened his eyes when Frederick jumped into the window back, like blocking the window. Then what? You want to stop us? Frederick asked. It's not difficult to stop you, but unfortunately, your boss, Mike, and I made a bet that we can't use any form of force. So, Frederick smiled with his eyes curved, like a white fox in the snow. So let's do some calculations. You, Ollie, a high-blooded vampire, can stick to us if you fight hard. But at this moment, you are equal to an ordinary person in the bed, and Carter and I are equal to two ordinary people. It is difficult for an ordinary person to stop the escape of two ordinary people. Carter, let's go. Walk towards the sea at a speed of 5 miles per hour. I think we can reduce your speed to 3 miles per hour. Ollie smiled and put away the French rapier, walking in front like a head of a family taking a leisurely walk with his family on a picnic. Because Boss Mike had already said, use a literary fight when you see Frederick. Ollie didn't know what a literary fight was, and he didn't need to ask. But Frederick changed his face when he noticed Ollie's attitude. Ollie, Mike knew I was coming. Frederick's senses were particularly sharp. Who knows? Anyway, the boss told me to release Carter when the time comes. Ollie shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Well, you always want me to think that Mike gave up the bet, but I won't be fooled. Mike brought many people to look for clues to the last case, and I believe I overlooked something, but I won't be fooled. Yes, I won't be fooled by Mike. So even though I don't know what I overlooked, as long as I take Carter away, I will win the bet. And look, my boat is in front. As long as I get on the boat, Mike will lose. This is a method I learned from a teacher of a special race called drawing fire from the bottom of the stove. Under the night, the dim reefs looked like hovering beasts, and the vast night waves at the edge beat against a hidden boat, drifting looking a little childish and happy, but even more dangerous. After all, it was night, the waves were huge, and the wind was getting stronger as they went further inland. Frederick was so crazy that he wanted to leave like this that Ollie was shocked. He couldn't help but worry that Michael didn't expect Frederick to be so crazy. Do you think Michael will let you go? Ollie slowly drew out his rapier. Carter, who had been silent, also stepped forward and took the Prussian rapier from Frederick, ready to fight with Ollie, so as to protect Frederick on board. Okay, Ollie, as soon as you make a move, your boss Mike will lose and will have to let us go. Frederick stopped Carter, looked ahead, and exaggeratedly gestured the distance with his hands. Very good. We are only 50 yards away from the boat, but your boss Mike is still 15 miles away in Flagport. I have calculated that the shortest route from Flagport to here requires crossing 4 streets and turning 6 alleys, and riding a horse cannot run fast. Mike can't come, so I win directly. But the sea route from Flagport through the inland sea to here is only 3 miles. Dear Frederick. Frederick suddenly heard Mike's magnetic voice, and his sensitive nose also allowed him to smell the faint sweet smell of cigars in the downwind. He turned around and looked around, but didn't see Mike. But the feeling of only hearing his voice but not seeing him was even more creepy, which scared Frederick so much that his whole body went cold. At this time, the rope tied to the boat was cut, and the underweight boat was submerged in the roaring waves like a surfboard. Mike, how did you get here? Well, you damn lunatic who is even crazier than me. I think I have guessed it. Based on the length of the boat rope that was cut, the wind direction, and the angle at which the boat was carried away by the waves, Frederick keenly focused his eyes on the left side of a large reef. It happened that Mike climbed up the reef with Wolf and looked at him with a smile on his face. You lunatic. Frederick, who could not tolerate failure, roared, I understand. I didn't give you any loopholes. It was you who made me mistakenly believe that you were confident. I wanted to take Carter away, and you ambushed me here. But then again, you lunatic. I just wanted to leave from the near sea, but you brought people here from the port through the inland sea. Don't you know that you and Wolf might be overturned in the huge waves in the dark night? Don't you know that the risk you and Wolf take is at least 10 times more than mine? If you don't take enough risks, why would you come to me yourself? Mike was willing to take enough risks for talents. Besides, Frederick had already brought him a lot of gains. At least 60 gold pounds was the most practical, enough for 10 people to take the risk of being hanged. Dear Frederick, Mike glanced at the sea and saw the waves gradually surging in the inland sea, and the waves were very strong. You know, I am facing a serial killer who is thoughtful, but a little crazy and a little proud. This killer was provoking me, and I used this provocation to catch him. Right, dear Frederick. So I didn't break the rules, and now you can calculate the success rate of not being caught. According to the bet, you are now two ordinary people, being attacked from the front and back by the 3 of us ordinary people. You can only run to the right, but the right side has stronger waves on the reef cliff at least 60 yards high. Of course, the most important point is, the 3 of us only need to hold you two, and my little brothers will keep coming on horseback. You have already lost. No, I haven't lost yet. Frederick suddenly laughed, looking a little stubborn and very crazy. Carter, I order you to stay and be the prisoner of Inspector Mike. After saying this, Frederick suddenly took a run-up and rushed down the reef cliff without hesitation, which scared Mike. The wind and waves are fine, but there seems to be a cold current today. The water temperature nearby is close to 0 degrees. Mike was very worried that Frederick would be killed. After all, when it comes to taking risks, Mike is a good swimmer. Otherwise, he would not have been able to save Ollie from the sinking ship. He and Wolf did not take too much risk when they came here. But Frederick's jump this time was different, because at a height of 60 yards, even the softest horizontal surface could knock Frederick unconscious. Even if he didn't faint, diving suddenly from a height of dozens of yards. Such low water temperature would make people. Help! I have cramps! Frederick shouted suddenly. Frederick's voice was very weak. After all, in the middle of the night, still at the seaside, the sound of the surging waves is far more terrifying than a child's conch. The whistling and surging are enough to scare all the greenhouse flowers who want to hear the sound of the sea to death, and they don't want to hear the sound of the sea again in this life. I doubt he is lying to me. After all, he is also a good player. Mike wrapped a cigar comfortably. It doesn't look fake, boss. Wolf looked down and laughed happily. This sentence scared Carter. Carter was a Prussian lieutenant who was used to obeying orders. But when Frederick was facing life and death, the so-called orders were definitely not as good as the brotherhood he and Frederick had grown up with. Lord Frederick. Carter howled and charged towards the drop of the reef cliff, but was knocked unconscious by Ollie because he was too anxious. Boss, Frederick must have really cramped. Although he is a good player, he is a pampered player and can't adapt to many harsh environments, including water temperatures close to 0 degrees. Ollie began to take off his coat. Wolf also took off his coat. Okay, Ollie, the boss likes Frederick, so he wants him to live. I say 1, 2, 3, jump. Let's jump down together to save him. Okay, okay. I don't want to go down alone. There must be someone to keep me warm by the fire. Ollie was waiting for Wolf to say this. So Wolf quickly started counting. 1, 2, 3. Wolf suddenly shouted, and then watched Ollie jump down with a smirk on his face. Ollie's movements were very graceful, turning 720 degrees in the air, and then dashing into the waves. Because he had already seen the landing point, he quickly dragged Frederick, who was struggling hard, to the surface of the sea, and roared to the top in the waves. Wolf, you bad bastard. Okay, bastard brother. Wolf waved to the bottom in a friendly manner. You betrayed your brother. You are not a good friend. So what? You, come on. You, come on. I'm waiting for you here. Wolf twisted his hips and stuck out his butt at the bottom, and he was so excited that he even untied his belt in front of Mike, wanting to be unrestrained at the bottom. Mike watched them play with a smile, but saw a fire in the distance, which should be Julia and Theodore coming. Thinking of Julia's violent temper, he kicked Wolf into the sea. A huge fireplace bonfire was burning in Mike's big house, with a big bison leg on it. Boss, dear boss, you hurt me deeply. Wolf, who had crawled out of the sea, was wrapped in a blanket and shivering as he complained. But my dear brother Wolf, if Julia doesn't like what she sees, she doesn't mind doing a very delicate but life-changing operation for you. Mike used a dagger to cut a piece of the roasted meat on the outside of the bison leg, feeling the muscle of the premium beef and the sizzling fat in his mouth. At this time, Frederick woke up, staring at the fire in a daze, his eyes revealing a gray light that was so discouraged that he didn't want to live at all. Mike, if I didn't have cramps, you couldn't catch me according to your agreement. You were just lucky. Rather than persuading Mike, it would be better to say that Frederick was trying to persuade himself. But the best stipulates that you, me, and everyone else are ordinary people who have not been trained. How can such ordinary people survive in the storm? I can rely on luck. Not everyone will die if they fall into the storm. Frederick argued forcefully, but unfortunately, luck seems to be on my side. Mike's words blocked Frederick. After a long time, Frederick finally nodded with difficulty and pulled off the wet black cloth on his face. In fact, the black cloth had already drooped down, revealing his face. Mike saw that Frederick was a young man with an average appearance. If there was anything special, it was that Frederick's eyes were too deep, not the kind of deepness that comes from experience, but as if he had endured the pressure of life, the betrayal of relatives and friends, the bullying of ruffians. It was a kind of child who had experienced too many things, deep and indifferent, to hide the madness. Frederick finally uttered a short word to Mike with difficulty. In the next few days, life was very comfortable. Old Bell was still searching for the murderer outside. But if Frederick did not continue to commit crimes, poor old Bill would not be able to find even a clue. Mike watched old Bill spend a lot of money, find a lot of people, and even search door to door, and he couldn't stop smiling. After all, old Bill was looking for a needle in a haystack. The key point is that poor old Bill was fishing in another sea. No one dares to investigate my health. So dear Frederick, how was the teaching today? Mike was very satisfied to see Theodore and others sitting in front of Frederick early in the morning. I'm still teaching, so I'll talk about it later, Frederick said very seriously. Mike didn't mind Frederick's rudeness, sitting next to him and enjoying the fresh blueberry wine that had just arrived, while calculating his recent gains. First of all, the BMW and items worth 60 gold pounds that were obtained earlier were almost all returned to Frederick. But Frederick used a beautiful ruby as a return gift, which was hovering between Mike's fingers. The halo was so charming that Mike couldn't let it go. Of course, the reason why Mike liked this ruby, called Eye of Happiness, was not only because of its beautiful appearance, but also because it could be sold for a beautiful price of 80 gold pounds. For the sake of money, Frederick didn't have to swear at the students. You bastards, if you want to enter the upper class, you must learn to be an elegant gangster. To put it bluntly, you can be shameless, but you can't let others see your shamelessness. Frederick's teaching was sharp, so I developed a series of courses from music, painting, to the appreciation of musicals, and then the face science I compiled. You must learn to pretend to be absolutely elegant. Pretend Mom, Wolf, and the others were dizzy. Mike smiled. I agree, he said. And you, dear Mike. Boss, Frederick was attracted by Mike's words. I know you. You want to rob all the blocks of Old Bill, but your actions and behavior are too rough. You may feel that the effect is good, but in the eyes of Baron Fleck, it is just a farce of playing with mud. If you want to be a knight, or even a baron, you must maintain elegance from now on. A reputation without elegance is definitely the biggest obstacle in your future. I don't agree with this, because if you want something from others, just take it directly. You can always hire a defense lawyer, Mike said with a smile, and the light words set off a storm in the mind of Frederick, who was extremely intelligent. Frederick couldn't help thinking, that is, he was in a daze. When he woke up, Mike was gone. Frederick walked into the hall of the big house and found Mike reading an article in the Fleck Weekly, analysis of the chaotic North American situation. Mike had just finished eating the sandwich of tuna and salad, and there was grease on the tip of his nose. Dear boss, you made me understand something. Frederick handed Mike a handkerchief. What's the matter? Mike wiped his hands with a towel. He didn't need to worry about his face. Julia would help him clean it up when he went out. But now there is someone who is competing for business. The former barbershop girl Weiser often comes. Of course, the beautiful and sharp-skinned hunter girl is now a patrolman on Dongxie Street. Boss Mike, you are as knowledgeable as my master. No, you even said it more clearly. Frederick showed enthusiasm and loss for the first time in front of Mike. I am obsessed with art. Yes, I am obsessed with art. I used to think that the so-called nobles were rubbish. They did high-sounding things, but they were a mess behind the scenes. I don't like them, so I am obsessed with art. Boss Mike, I am familiar with their rules, their brightness and darkness, but today I know I was wrong. I don't need to use art to dress myself up like a white orchid. Compared with them, I am a pure white orchid. I can fight them, take away everything I want, and then I can always hire a defense lawyer, right? Have you turned evil? Mike was so surprised that he dropped his towel. Blackening. What does that mean? It means. Mike wanted to explain, but his resolute face suddenly turned cold in Frederick's eyes. Just when Frederick didn't know what was going on, Mike put away the ruby he was playing with and pulled out the spring-wheel pistol. At the same time, Frederick also heard the cry of an owl from outside. Great, someone is looking for trouble, right? Mike was surprised by the content of the owl's cry. which said, "The villain is here, and the idea is difficult." He walked to the window and took a look, then quickly walked out of the hall door. The yard was in chaos. Mike saw Wolf protecting Julia, and the muzzle of Julia's matchlock gun shook slightly, and she confronted the three gunmen at the gate. Mike noticed the cold sweat on the foreheads of the three gunmen, and it was obvious that the three top gunmen did not dare to shoot first under the muzzle of Julia's matchlock gun. Mike also saw Dunbar wrestling with a fat man weighing at least 500 pounds. Next to them were Ollie and Theodore, fighting against a tall knight in heavy armor, and they were at a disadvantage. "Damn old man, what's the point of hiding in armor?" Ollie screamed anxiously. Because the small French rapier could not fight against the heavy knight's armor, Ollie was very frustrated when he could not use the power of a high-blooded vampire. He relied on Theodore's Swedish Moor knife to hone the scene. "French swordsman boy, your swordsmanship is good." A rumbling sound came from the armor, and the silver-gray fence laser turned to Mike. "In addition, you, the so-called Indian old turtle dove detective, I am curious why you have so many powerful subordinates. Come down and play. I will beat you to death." Mike, who has enough physical strength, is very confident. "No one can break the heavy armor of me, William Hebrew Knight." Knight William is obviously more confident than Mike. Who knows? Mike has never fought a fully armed knight, and he doesn't know if his fists can have a devastating effect on heavy armor like a battering ram. Now, there is obviously no way to test it. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. As a leader, he needs to face a thug like Knight William. "Hey, dear little Mike, long time no see." Old Bill laughed happily at the door. If it was just Old Bill, Mike would think that Old Bill had found foreign aid and brought it with him to seek death. But Old Bill was the first to speak out, and behind Old Bill was Sigrid, proving that Sigrid had a higher status. But even with the identity of Chief Inspector Sigrid, she still had to be like a guard, protecting a very handsome, middle-aged man with a mustache who looked particularly gentlemanly and chic. "Old Bill, maybe you can tell me who this dear gentleman is." Mike didn't know the middle-aged man. "In fact, I don't know, but it's obvious that you have offended a big shot." Old Bill said gloatingly, "Little Mike, you are too unkind. You have caught the murderer of the serial murder case, but you let me continue to look for him outside, making me suffer day and night. But you didn't expect that this big shot was also here to find the murderer, and you will inevitably receive a small punishment that will make me very happy." "Really?" Mike looked at the middle-aged man and found that the middle-aged man's clothes were more ordinary. But a person's clothes do not necessarily represent his identity or status, but his subordinates can definitely show how terrible he is. "You have a powerful knight, my dear lord." Mike performed standard etiquette to the middle-aged man, thinking about what to say. "No need to be polite. You just need to hand over the murderer to me." The middle-aged man was obviously unwilling to give Mike time to think. "Who? The murderer? We don't have a murderer here." Mike was smiling, but in fact, he had never betrayed his brothers and had begun to think about the possibility of killing to silence people. Of course, it was just a thought, because Mike could not include Sigrid in the list of murders to silence people, and his speculation of Frederick's identity and status also gave this matter too many variables. Without enough information, it is difficult to speculate, let alone how to do it. Mike chose to delay time without hesitation. "Okay, Inspector Mike, I am Count Pick." Count Pick saw Mike's thoughts and directly used his identity to pressure people. This made Old Bill stunned and speechless. Sigrid, whose face changed slightly, couldn't help but put her palm on the hilt on one side, not knowing who she wanted to deal with. Because the real controller of Flex City is just a baron, a whole class lower than Earl Peak. According to the British peerage system, if Earl Peak is not a declining one, he at least has 3 times more status than Baron Fleck, twice the territory of Flex City, 300-man musketeers, and 1 or 2 powerful gunboats. Small islands can be massacred with a single order. Mike also felt a toothache. Yes, Earl, and an Earl directly under the British mainland. Earl Peak was very satisfied with everyone's shocked expressions and smiled at Mike. Inspector Mike, since I'm here, you should know that this matter is over. You, a little inspector, are too far apart from me. You just need to be grateful for my grace of not killing you. Then I'm really grateful. That's as it should be. Earl Peak and Mike have very different values and social views. He didn't hear Mike's sarcasm. In his opinion, Mike, who is not a noble, must be grateful, and it is a sin not to kneel down and kiss the back of his feet. Of course, even if Mike really knelt on one knee, Count Peak would not allow civilians to kiss the back of his feet. After all, someone who is not even a knight is equivalent to a sloppy person. If it were not for some special circumstances, he would rather blow Mike's house into ruins. Okay, Inspector Mike, take your people out of the way, Count Peak ordered casually. This is the difference in status. At this time in the North American colonies, including the British mainland, it was not a crime for nobles to kill people. Count Peak could even order Mike to die. If Mike did not do so, he would be arrested and hunted down on a large scale, thereby maintaining the absolute power of the nobles. Only then would the nobles be fined for killing people without reason. But at this time, then I have to get out of the way too. Someone suddenly spoke, and Frederick walked out with Carter. Frederick walked towards Ali under the gleaming gaze of Count Peak, who lowered his hand slightly. He whispered a few words to Ali and left with Ali for another 10 minutes before returning. Mike, no, my friend. Frederick changed his address and faced Mike with an extremely appropriate intimacy, but with a sense of alienation. My friend, I am looking forward to meeting you next time, but it is obvious that I can't maintain the time to discuss art with you. I have to leave, and I believe that we will maintain a longer and very happy artistic time next time we meet. Mike noticed that Frederick emphasized the word art. Okay, my Prussian friend. So he said. Count Peak had been listening with his ears tilted, his eyes unblinking. He was somewhat similar to Mike, but his light blue eyes carefully observed Mike and Frederick. Finally, he smiled, clapped his hands, and asked the knight and the fat man to retreat, and followed him to walk forward quickly. Your Excellency Frederick. Count Peak took off his hat and bowed deeply to Frederick. But this time, Count Peak's attitude obviously changed. He kept a polite smile to Mike and no longer used his status to pressure him. He, Frederick, Carter, and the people they brought with them quickly withdrew, leaving Knight William to deal with the end of the matter. It seems that you are a very knowledgeable detective. William stood beside Mike. Nothing. I just like reading books and newspapers. Reading is a good habit, but I hope you remember that a noble Prussian friend can bring you preferential treatment, but also danger. You have the blood of Great Britain in your body, and you are standing on the great land covered by the sun. The sun never sets. Mike's expression was a little serious. For the empire on which the sun never sets, William shouted a slogan that was only a goal for the time being. But Mike and others all looked serious, holding their weapons tightly, and their muscles bulged. Knight William was very satisfied to see this, and finally strode onto the horse covered with iron armor. After Knight William left, a musketeer team of 100 people retreated nearby, and a piece of uniforms with bright red and black tops swept neatly across the seashore. Mike's brothers also ran over quickly with sweat on their foreheads. Boss, we didn't receive any orders from you. Visser looked heroic, like a sunflower among the male patrol brothers, because there is no need to kill them. Mike was no longer serious, and wrapped his cigar as if jokingly. He was so calm, as if he was saying, there is no need to kill an otter that is not fight enough. The smile outlined by the cigar smoke made Sigrid and Old Bell look at each other in surprise, as if they had seen a terrible lunatic. But thinking about it carefully, it was right. A mere 100-man musketeer team might not be a match for these desperate men under Mike. Okay, it seems that after the lovely Miss Victoria, we have experienced another unforgettable separation, which proves that there is no banquet that will last forever, and we can only eat it another day, Mike said with a smile. But, Your Majesty, I thought I overestimated Frederick's status, but I didn't expect it to be underestimated. Boss, the title of Your Majesty, I remember you taught us, only the Marquis, Duke, or the heir of the Duke, and the above bastards can be called Your Majesty. Could this bastard Frederick be the son of a Duke in Prussia? It is also possible that our dear brother Frederick has inherited the title of Marquis, or the title of Duke, or... Mike had a headache for the first time about his own history problems. If he had known that he would travel through time, he should have studied the major of foreign history. Next is lunch. While Mike enjoyed Julia's craftsmanship, he admired the drizzling rain outside the window. The weather along the southeastern coast of North America is changeable. The sun is shining brightly one moment, and it may be a storm the next moment. Mike has long been accustomed to this, but he is a little uncomfortable with the feeling of suddenly missing someone. Frederick's departure after Victoria made Mike a little melancholy. Boss, if we go to Prussia, do you think you can become a count? Wolf was still thinking about taking advantage of Frederick, more likely to die. Mike shrugged his shoulders, because Ali had already said that Frederick asked him for a drop of vampire blood when he left. This is very abnormal. Even if Frederick is sure to use this drop of blood to turn someone into a vampire of medium blood, why would Frederick spend so much effort? After all, the cost of turning a person into a vampire with a drop of blood is enough to kill 10 vampires of medium blood. North America is such a magical place. It makes the class more severe, but also blurred. Mike suddenly laughed. Let's go to the detective office. I believe that Count Pick will not take Frederick to enjoy even one banquet. He will quickly send Frederick back to his country, and our lovely brother Frederick will leave us a small gift full of surprises because of his identity. Boss, what will the gift be? Wolf asked curiously. Who knows? Mike puffed on his cigar, smiling more cheerfully. The detective's office on Central Street stood quietly in the white sunlight, and when Mike arrived, he happened to see Baron Flex Butler wearing a black tuxedo-like outfit, with a face as old-fashioned as the cold expression of a stiff ghoul. Inspector Mike, may the sun shine on your badge. Flex Butler greeted Mike, which was rare. It was just a greeting, but you have to know, this butler would only greet Sigrid. This time was unprecedented, and Mike also returned the greeting more intimately. Gee, this is the benefit of borrowing the power of the tiger. Mike stared at the butler's back and laughed. Borrowing the power of the tiger. Julia's eyes under the big black-framed glasses were particularly puzzled. Yes, the fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might, or the dog is relying on the power of the master. Mike laughed and laughed at himself, not without sarcasm. This is a very obvious thing. Earl Pick took people away from us, but we were unscathed. So after Earl Pick hurriedly left Flag City, everyone had to think, are we connected to Earl Pick, or to the unknown Frederick brothers? They will make some choices, and the best choice is naturally not to offend us with unknown backgrounds. Wow, boss, this is a big benefit. The shrewd wolf reacted immediately. Of course, it is a big benefit, but the actual benefit is one time, and we can't abuse it, Mike said as he entered the detective's office, and he was looking forward to the little gift left by Frederick. There was chaos in the detective's office, as if a big case had happened, and it seemed that they heard something that made the patrolman excited. Mike did not waste time, entered the inspector's office, and immediately saw the livid face of Old Bell. Hi, Old Bell, and dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. Did anything interesting happen? Mike pulled a chair and sat down. Old Bell and Sigrid had obviously just had an argument, and blood vessels were protruding on Old Bell's forehead. Little Mike, Old Bell gritted his teeth. You win. You win this time. He said, I am old, and I am willing to give way to all young people or provide some convenient help. But my old age does not mean that I will just sit there and wait for death. You need to know that when I want to taste a piece of good steak, I still don't mind strangling a young and beautiful calf with my own hands. Speak human language. Mike didn't give Old Bell any face at all. East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street are yours. Little Mike. Old Bell signed the document angrily and left. Mike pressed the document, made of high-quality craft paper, and found that it was the official handover document of East Oblique Street and South Oblique Street, a full 2 stacks. After reading it, Mike signed his name, and the official jurisdiction of the 2 streets belonged to him. Boss, you are the real detective of 5 streets. Wolf's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched Mike sign. Mike knew that was the light of money. After all, in the happy colonies of North America, power and money have never been separated. A real detective of 5 streets gets more benefits than the actual owner. Anything else? Mike looked at Sigrid, who was smiling appropriately. You are so greedy, Inspector Mike. Greed is the driving force of human progress, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid. Mike played with the ruby, eye of happiness, on his fingertips. And I am not so greedy. I just need to calculate how much benefit I have gained from the Frederick brothers, in addition to the eye of happiness, worth 80 gold pounds, and the 2 streets that you wanted to fight for me, but didn't fight for, and now I have them. These are all what you deserve. You have one face for Great Britain. Sigrid said happily, yes, I defeated the great man Frederick of the Kingdom of Prussia and one face for our beloved country. The expression on Mike's face was full of sarcasm, because Mike knew that compared to his face, the British Empire during the colonial period valued interests nakedly. So he got the benefits not because of what he did for the British Empire, but because the Earl of Pitt, who failed to take action against him, was high enough. This is very funny, but the fact is just like this. Mike, can you not be so cynical? But I can tell you that you certainly have other benefits. The other benefit Sigrid mentioned was a document, a management document that had been delivered to Baron Fleck's mansion a few days ago and was only taken out now. Victoria sent someone back on the ship to send a message saying that Griffin Manor was temporarily handed over to Mike for care because there was no one to take care of it. And all Mike needed to do was to transfer the management rights of Griffin Knight Manor back when Victoria or Virginia settled in Fleck City again. This was just empty talk, because Mike felt that Victoria would not be able to come back in a few years. And when Victoria came back, Mike would not care about a manor in Fleck City. And now, Mike got a manor that is 3 times more spacious than the big house by the sea, and also got a very beautiful and absolutely safe stronghold on Central Street. It should feel good to live in 2,000 square meters. Mike, do you need to invite me to see your new home? Sigrid asked with a smile. Of course. I also need your help to contact some good craftsmen to make the outer wall of Griffin Manor stronger, or add a few real defense lines outside the outer wall. Does the Knight Manor need defense lines? It may be necessary, because Old Bell is really old. Hearing Mike's words, Sigrid was stunned for a moment, but still arrived at Griffin Manor on time at 6 o'clock in the evening to enjoy a dinner. The dinner was simple, with only steak and fresh wine. Mike, are you going to take action against Old Bell? Sigrid asked after she was full. She seemed to have had a special experience and thought that everything should be said after she was full. Is it okay? Mike crossed his legs. If you swear to God that you won't do anything to me, of course you can. But Sigrid didn't like Old Bell. But before the specific discussion, she took out a file and gave Mike a big bitter smile. But do you know why Baron Fleck didn't show up? He should have seen you in person, smiled and nodded at you, or rewarded you with a few gold pounds. You know, he is not a stingy person, so he has enough reasons not to see you. What reason? Mike took the file. As you see. No, it should be as you hear. Before Mike opened the hard brown parchment, Sigrid had stopped talking. and Mike also heard a loud noise outside Griffin Manor. There was the sound of carriage wheels, the sudden stop of hawker shocking, the sound of people running, and bursts of screams that felt more like dying pleasure than excitement. Mike felt as if he was at the star-chasing scene in his previous life, but God is his witness. He thought that many stars were not worthy of people's respect like God. Of course, there are some exceptions, such as Heidan. Well, it seems that a well-known girl has come with her friends. Mike opened the file and found the name of the soprano singer Hillary Shelley. You are right, Mike. Sigrid shrugged happily. Hillary is always so high profile and likes to go around with her friends. Her friends are all small people with good status. Mike, Lord Flack went to meet her, so he didn't meet you. In addition, you will be responsible for her security during the 7 days she stays in Flack City. Why not Old Bell? Mike didn't like to cause such trouble, because Old Bell lost 2 blocks. Dear Mike, Old Bell was very angry and decided to take a long week off, which also means that I won't see his shamefully disguised old face in just 7 days. This is great news. Where is our dear pirate detective Harriman? It's a pity, because Harriman expected to come back today, but after hearing the news from Hillary, he suddenly said that a little brother had violated his rules and needed to turn to the deep sea to find sharks halfway, and would not be back in a short time. This cunning guy, you should understand him. Everyone knows that poor Harriman is allergic to women. Sigrid showed a sympathetic expression when she mentioned Harriman's little problem, as if it was really a very pitiful thing to be unable to contact women. Of course, Mike also felt that Harriman was pitiful enough, but Sigrid was a woman. How could she show so much pity, curiosity, and greed for women? If I hadn't seen you blushing, I would even think you were a lesbian. Mike subconsciously said the truth. Oh, nothing. I mean, since I got the benefits of 2 streets, it's normal to take over some troubles. Obviously, Sigrid was very happy and relieved that Mike was willing to take over. Sigrid took Mike out of the manor and saw a row of 6 standard carriages on the street. The simple light brown carriages were decorated with gorgeous emblems exclusive to the nobility. There is no rank symbol in the family emblem, so Mike asked, Baron? Yes, the Countess. Sigrid smiled and said, Hillary is from the Earl Shelley family, an ancient and traditional aristocratic family with real power. You don't have to worry, because although Hillary is a little arrogant, she is very sensible. In addition, because she has 2 sisters and 3 brothers, she is not favored in the Earl Shelley family. But it's a big show. Just because Hillary's high notes are really beautiful. Sigrid paused. Mike, we have already had dinner, but I plan to arrange Hillary in your Griffin Manor and hold a simple party. Can you not come as a security guard? Just be my friend. Friend? Yes, Mike. Don't ask me the reason. To be honest, being friends with a boss, especially a beautiful boss, is not a good way to develop. So Mike chewed on Sigrid's words and felt a little flustered in his heart. Moreover, what made Mike feel most uncomfortable was that he felt a little impulsive when he followed Sigrid, an impulse to hug Sigrid in his arms. Mike didn't like impulse, but then again, it was really beautiful to hug a woman like Sigrid who had a good figure and excellent skills in his arms. It reminded Mike of yoga, and obviously Sigrid's good figure made it much more comfortable to hug her than the yoga women he had seen in his previous life. Damn hormones. Mike cursed in a low voice and picked up a cigar. Then he saw Baron Flack smiling and leaving halfway and walking into Flack Manor. Mike knew that Baron Flack was not a lecher, so he had to avoid Hillary when he met her, for fear of getting involved in any trouble. On the other side of the carriage, in the center, a girl dressed up for travel walked down on tiptoe. The girl was about the same age as Victoria, a little smaller than Sigrid, but her face was made up quite heavily. Although beautiful, She was not the type Mike liked. Mike also saw a bunch of male butterflies who wanted to powder themselves out of other carriages. The crowded crowd around them also became agitated, squeezing and making shrill screams, and some people even screamed and fainted. Who arranged those fainted? Mike pointed at the chaotic crowd and asked. I arranged it while holding back the urge to chop people. Even though Sigrid's face was so delicate and exquisite that Mike couldn't see any flaws, he still rubbed his face hard and shook his head and said, Hillary is indeed a very good soprano singer, but her fame has not yet reached a city like Fleck. Lord Fleck said that he should give her enough face, and I can only secretly raise my middle finger. Mike, are you willing to go with me? As my friend, I want to talk about it another day. My friend, dear beautiful Detective Sigrid. Mike's emotional intelligence is not low, because he didn't want to get close to Hillary. He rejected Sigrid, but he used a sentence to bring him and Sigrid closer. Julia, take the people back first. Mike watched Sigrid leave, turned around and told Julia. Since he was responsible for security work, it was obvious that Julia should be the one to make the decision. Although Julia was petite and wore big black-framed glasses and pretended to be mature, Mike knew that Julia's eyes were comparable to small-scale wide-area radars, and even had some night vision effects similar to his golden sea eyes. Okay, Mike. Julia left with Theodore and Dunbar. Boss. As soon as Julia left, Wolf became wild, staring at Hillary with shining eyes. Boss, I know you are very sad. You are very sad. You see, when Victoria left, you only got a kiss without reaching into your mouth. When Frederick and Carter left, you didn't even get a kiss on the cheek. Now Hillary is here, and she is still a star. If you don't sleep with her again, you will definitely be more sad in a few decades. I feel like you are scolding me. Mike was stunned. Boss, my dearest boss, I absolutely didn't. So you have no reason to punish me, right? Wolf's nasty look made Mike want to do it, so he kicked Wolf's butt and asked Wolf to clean the toilet for a month. So Wolf left sadly. Mike became happy and stood there enjoying the bitter and sweet aftertaste of the cigar. At this time, it was even more chaotic. Mike's sight passed through the crowd and saw Sigrid's back and half of the face of the soprano Hillary. Suddenly, the cigar in Mike's mouth fell, because Rox and Hillary were talking in a low voice, like two gossipers, and they opened their arms and hugged each other tightly. There was a kiss on the cheek. Mike didn't doubt that Sigrid was a lesbian. What surprised him was that Rox and Hillary were obviously not friends who had just met, but very familiar girlfriends. Our dear American Inspector Sigrid has a wide range of friends. Mike said to himself in a low voice. They have been friends for a long time. In fact, they grew up together. Someone was talking next to them. A young man wearing aristocratic clothes and a long peacock feather on his head came over. Mike saw that the young man had a pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes and looked neat and tidy. I'm talking to myself. Dear gentlemen. Mike then looked at Sigrid and Hillary. I'm just talking to myself. And then, my name is Anthony. Anthony Padola. Anthony stretched out his hand to Mike and said with a strange humor, if you want to know more, I don't mind having a cup of coffee together. But before that, do you need to tell me your name? Strange friend, my name is Mike. Mike, who really wants to have a cup of coffee with you, but I'm in charge of security and can't accompany you for the time being. Mike has learned some things, such as Sigrid is definitely of noble origin, otherwise she would not have grown up with Hillary, who was from the Earl of Shelley's family. Mike also handled the stranger's friendliness carefully. After asking someone to bring coffee to Anthony, he patrolled around like an absolutely responsible detective. What a great detective, Mike. If I really want to be friends with you. Anthony was surprised at Mike's wisdom. After all, in North America now, people other than nobles cannot access too much knowledge. There are too few people like Mike who can get the information they need from a sentence, and decisively refuse the invitation of people with higher status to buy time. Mike is a weirdo who can make the nobles decide to either recruit or kill. Hey, can I have another cup of coffee? Anthony drank the coffee in one gulp and handed the empty coffee cup to Mike's little brother. At this time, Mike stopped at the corner, yawned, and watched the crowd pour into Griffin Manor after Julia and her men checked. There was a dinner party in the evening, which included all entertainment activities such as eating, dancing, drinking, and sex. So Mike decided to conduct a thorough disinfection of the entire manor tomorrow. Then the banquet started soon, with delicious snacks and fine wine everywhere. Mike didn't need to worry about the food, as Sigrid had already prepared it. The wine was different, as it was from the wine cellar of Griffin Manor. Mike felt a little distressed, so he didn't care about wolves being sociable in the crowd, touching people's butts and stealing people's wallets. After all, it was normal for people who were too happy to lose things. Then it was the most critical part, appreciate the soprano. And from the moment Hillary opened her mouth, Mike recognized Hillary's professionalism. Her voice hovered in the wide hall, like a group of white doves chirping in the air, and like a sudden snowfall in the sky. This is the real art. Mike had a slightly changed view of Hillary. Of course, this did not mean that he was willing to get close to Hillary. Such a trouble. So Mike walked slowly, picked up the wine brought by the maid Mei, and gave her a smile, which made Mei's sauce fly. But compared with Sigrid, Mei could only feel ashamed. Baba watched Sigrid invite Mike to dance the first dance. At the same time, Mike discovered, damn, Sigrid is also a big trouble. Well, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, I think I have become the public enemy in the eyes of the boys brought by Hillary, Mike said, politely while wrapping his arms around Sigrid's tight waist. It shouldn't be. They prefer a soft girl like Hillary to an unknown person like me. Sigrid noticed the large number of eyes on Mike, or more precisely, the hostile eyes because of her. Okay, I need to leave for a while, she said. Mike knew what Sigrid wanted to do. It was nothing more than because the chief inspector ate and drank freely, and had to go out to solve personal problems. Mike walked around the party by himself, admiring Hillary's soprano, and walked over when Sigrid returned. Do you need to eat more? Mike asked. Of course. Sigrid had a flat belly that could never be filled, and she enjoyed the food comfortably, and Mike watched her eat. But not long after, a voice higher than the soprano suddenly pierced the eardrums. Hillary stopped, like a frightened bird, and most of the young men drew their swords but could only look around in confusion. Mike quickly found the direction of the sound, ran up to the second floor, and went straight to the door of a guest room. Any questions, guest? Before Sigrid caught up, Mike asked and knocked on the door. Duang. The sound was very deep, very muffled, and very strange, as if it couldn't make any sound. Mike's palm paused slightly and knocked again. Duang tu, Duang ding. Another dull sound. The initial crisp sound immediately became dull again, as if the sound in the ear suddenly became transmitted in water. It also made Mike almost subconsciously present a picture in his mind. It was a picture of the scene inside the house. Mike had observed the entire manor and remembered all the arrangements in the guest room. Mike seemed to see a big white bed in the 50 square meter guest room, with cabinets and candlesticks next to it, and a hanging light bulb above it. On the left-hand side were hardwood hammers, suitcases, and desks. There was a narrow wooden basin for washing faces in the window, and the moonlight could shine through the big window into the separate white toilet in the guest room. At this time, the toilet and the faucet for washing faces were constantly running, making everything in the room reflected by the water light, and the waves of light were flooded more than 3 feet high. Mike didn't know how he did it, but it didn't prevent him from immediately retracting his hand, punching through the door like a siege, and accurately grabbing the door lock from the inside. Hiss! There was a sound of gusts immediately, and it was obvious that the noble young men and young ladies present rarely saw a rough man like Mike punch through the door with one punch. Doesn't his fist hurt? A noble lady covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes shining wildly. Actually, I can do it too. A noble young man said weakly. If you can, Baron, I will love you to death. The female companion next to Baron said, letting go of Baron's hand, and ran to Mike's side on the second floor with her skirt lifted. Okay, dear sirs and ladies, if I were you, I would definitely stay away. Mike broke and lit the cigar with one hand, while Wolf, Theodore and others evacuated the crowd and blocked the entrance to the stairs. Mike blew a puff of smoke and gently turned the door handle from the inside of the guest room. Voila! The door opened outward, so there was no need for Mike to pull the door open. A large amount of water rushed out, and Mike instantly focused his eyes on the blankets that were washed out by the water. It was these blankets that blocked the gaps in the door and all the places where water could leak out, so that the room was filled with water. The strong water pressure immediately went downstairs and fell everywhere like a waterfall. Some unlucky noble ladies were washed away and someone immediately helped them, while Theodore and others who were hit by more water did not move and would never dodge without Mike's order, because they believed in their leader and saw that Mike, who was directly hit by the water, was as majestic as an ancient reef and did not move, his eyes calmly scanning every inch of space inside the room. What's going on? Where is the person in charge of security? What's going on? Someone roared. The people present were not of low status, and at worst they were the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or seventh children of the Baron nobles. Someone yelled at Mike, and immediately followed the roar of the big group. The noble young men rushed to support their female companions who were knocked down by the water, and at the same time, they used Mike as a benchmark to show off their male hormones to their female companions. Shut up! Sigrid fired into the air. Someone was dissatisfied and immediately saw the black muzzle of Sigrid's gun pointing at him. They didn't know how Sigrid, a mere woman who was not a noble, could be so bold, but it didn't prevent them from appreciating Sigrid's weakness and beauty as a woman, and they immediately became gentlemen. So God is a witness, they are not afraid of Sigrid's smoking muzzle. Mike, tell me what's going on. Sigrid pointed at Theodore and others who were blocking the road and smiled at Mike. One died. Oh, it's an acquaintance. Mike ordered Theodore and others to make way and let Sigrid go up the stairs. Mike also saw a corpse in the room, with a precious dagger made of pure silver shining on its back. The body was originally lying on the dust, but because of the sudden drop in the water level, it floated up and slid softly under Mike's feet, facing Mike with its side face, revealing an enlarged eye full of fear. Anthony! Sigrid screamed. Mike rarely saw Sigrid's eyes red, and the whole person lost control instantly. But Mike also observed that Sigrid seemed to have seen something that made her more scared. She began to calm down, grit her teeth gently, and looked towards the direction of the first floor hall with a face full of disbelief and pain. Mike, what's going on? Sigrid leaned against the wall softly. Because of Sigrid's sudden weakness, Mike could not restrain the noble young men and ladies from his status, so he had to relax a little and let the protagonist of this dinner, Hillary, go upstairs with two prestigious men and women. After a brief introduction, Mike knew that the man was called Pikai. Nice, a good friend of the deceased Anthony Padola. The woman Manually. Nice was petite and cute, a good friend of the protagonist of the dinner, Hillary, and the sister of Pikai. Nice. Oh my god. Manually was shocked when she saw the body. She was obviously not really weak. In fact, in the North American colonies, it was very easy to find a noble woman who looked weak on the surface but could kill people and slit their throats in secret. But it was very difficult to find a truly weak noble girl. Manually covered her eyes with her tender little hands, but her 10 fingers were spread out, and she looked at the body of her brother's friend with interest. Oh my god! Suddenly, Manually let out a real scream, pointing at the dagger on the back of Anthony's body and shouting, Hillary, this is your dagger. No, I was sinning just now. Hillary quickly retorted. 慢有力, Pikai, Lice suddenly shouted. Okay, brother, but in fact, we should seek truth from facts, right? Father taught us. Okay, I won't say it. 慢有力 muttered softly, with some justice, some pain, and a sense of guilt when looking at Hillary, her face full of drama. Mike looked at 慢有力 with a purely appreciative look, and stepped onto the wet floor of the room before others noticed him. Wolf followed him in, lowered his head and lowered his voice. Boss, this 慢有力 is so cute. I wonder if there are many scenes in bed. She is so tempting. If you are hunted down for talking too much, I will give you a silver pound and kick you on the worst ship, Mike said seriously, while looking at everything in the house. Because of the flood, he obviously couldn't see anything, so he had to cover his eyes and slowly and steadily use the golden CI. Amplify, constantly amplify. The full firepower of the golden CI will produce a scene recollection, and if used slowly, it will amplify the scene in the house. Mike was not convenient to use the terrible ability of scene recollection in public, so he just amplified the scene, hoping to observe something he wanted to see. But there was not a bit. The room was very clean, and there was no trace of thin smoke belonging to the darkness. Instead, the thin blood river on Sigrid's body became more and more conspicuous, turning into a bloody western dragon to bite back at Mike. Sigrid happened to slap Mike, and the blood dragon touched Mike directly. The feeling was extremely sour and refreshing, like an electric shock. No, it was 100%, absolutely, really, electric shock. Compared with the sinful blood river on Sigrid's body, the sins on others can only be regarded as the babies of North American inferior mosquitoes. Mike, what's wrong with you? Mike. Seeing Mike trembling and falling backwards, Sigrid quickly leaned back and hugged Mike. Everything happened so suddenly that Sigrid had no time to think carefully. After hugging Mike, she directly pulled out the spring wheel pistol and quickly pointed it at the forehead of Wolf, who hurried forward. No one is allowed to approach, Sigrid said vigilantly, and the muzzle of the spring wheel pistol pointed at the muzzle of Julia's matchlock gun. Let go of your head. Julia, Wolf, and others obviously misunderstood. A noble girl Manually was watching the excitement nearby and felt that everything in front of her was too dramatic, and she expected the plot to be more exciting. Leather armor. Nice was a little anxious and was obviously protecting Sigrid and holding the hilt of the gorgeous noble sword to Wolf, Julia, and others. Stop. I just had an indirect convulsion. Mike, who made up an excuse, had to admit this. Well, I'm sick. Wow, I never thought I was so lovable. Mike imitated Wolf's words. Yes, I'm sick. Just an indirect convulsion, or I didn't get enough rest. Sigrid, I know you suspect that I was ambushed, but you should believe in my brothers, just as I believe in you. In addition, Julia, Wolf, Theodore, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid just supported me and didn't do anything to me. After some explanation, the situation calmed down, and the rocks and guns were put away. Wolf just stared at Sigrid angrily, thinking that if Boss Mac allowed him, he would steal everything from Sigrid, including her underwear, sooner or later. Damn it, he actually doubted his loyalty to Boss Mac. The loyalty of a technical pickpocket is unquestionable. Boss Mac never doubted him. You should rest for a while. After confirming that Mac was fine, Sigrid quickly let Mac go. This made Pikaines frown, then shrugged his shoulders and laughed completely indifferently. It seems that our dear Inspector Mac is unwell. This is really bad news, but before you recover, can you deal with Anthony's misfortune? Dear Inspector Mac, as Anthony's good friend, I need you to catch the murderer, and you serve the nobles, don't you? Yes, dear Lord Pikai. Mac smiled and rubbed his face, blocking the last ray of golden light before the golden CI disappeared. Well, very good. You can investigate the case. If you can't catch the murderer, I will meet with Baron Fleck according to the procedure and hold you accountable for all the responsibilities according to the formal process. Here's armor. Nice behaved properly, as if even if his friend died, Pierce armor, Nice would follow the absolute rules. He called Man Youli and the young soprano Hillary to the door, indicating that Mike could start investigating the case. How to investigate? Sigrid also stepped out of the door, because this was the security work that Mike was responsible for, which was Mike's own case. Of course, I will use my brain to investigate, but I doubt whether your dear Inspector Mike has a brain. Man Youli spoke coquettishly. It was strange that the impolite words, coupled with her naughty smile, did not make people feel the slightest bit of disgust. Look, Sigrid. Man Youli pointed to the wet floor in the room and thought, I admit that Inspector Mike is very smart. Just the knock on the door made him realize that there was a lot of water accumulated in the house. But if it were me, I would enter through the big window outside instead of opening the door. The pouring water destroyed everything, including all possible clues. So even if he used his brain to check, where is his brain? Does he have it? Mike is the best detective in Flag City and the best detective in the entire Jamestown Colony. Sigrid narrated seriously. Okay, stop protecting your subordinate, Sigrid. Mike obviously has no brains, and even if he has brains, how much brains does he have as an inferior? He is just an inferior rough man, rude and barbaric. Are you provoking me, Man Youli? I dare not, dear Blood Sea Beauty. The arsonist who destroyed the treasure of Poseidon, and even my own brother, Man Youli said smoothly, making Sigrid's eyes dangerous, and also making Man Youli, who felt suppressed, suddenly reveal a strange and vicious expression. Man Youli, Sigrid was furious, and the burning anger almost burned her own purple long hair. Ah, what are you calling me for? Didn't you talk about our poor Mike Jackson? That poor thing, follow you. Man Youli kept talking, and Sigrid's anger made her very excited and happy, and she didn't notice that her own brother Pikai, Nice, was getting more and more unhappy. Then, slap, it was not Pikai Nice who attacked, but the noble soprano girl Hilario, who had been extremely panicked since seeing the corpse. Hilario almost turned half a circle and slapped Man Youli to the ground with all her strength. The sound was so loud and the force was so strong that Man Youli's face was visibly red and swollen, and the high slap mark was prominent. Man Youli, if you bully Sigrid again, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Hilario seemed to be crazy. Calm down, Hilario. You need to calm down. Pikai hurriedly stopped him. Pikai was still very gentlemanly, standing between Man Youli and Hilario, not touching Hilario's body. This was obviously useless, until Sigrid hugged Hilario. The soprano artist who had exploded calmed down a little. Hilario, she has no ability to bully me. I'm fine, really, it's been so long, Sigrid whispered to comfort Hilario. But Sigrid, I won't let anyone bully you, except me. Just like you protected me when we were little. Hillary Lee started crying again. It has to be said that this is a touching and sensational drama, and it is also a precious sisterhood. So when Sigrid was making a fuss, Mike didn't investigate the case, but listened to them with interest, because the deceased Anthony was their good friend. All of this was useful. For example, Mike heard a name, Mike Jackson, different last name, same first name. It seems to be Sigrid's younger brother. Okay, Mike smiled and said, although I don't understand why you can jump to other aspects when talking about my brain, but let's investigate the case first. First, we need to talk about my destroying clues. No, Mike, I don't doubt you. Sigrid looked at Mike with a dodge in her eyes. Mike didn't know whether Sigrid was calling him Mike when she called him himself or someone else. Of course, Mike didn't care. He smiled and said, so I have to remove my suspicion first. You know me. When I investigate a case, I will always reflect on myself first. Mike walked to the side of Anthony's body and stroked the silver dagger. He didn't worry about damaging the fingerprints. After all, there is no fingerprint recognition in North America now. Then he moved his finger downward and probed into the wound on the back of the body along the dagger. When Mike saw him doing all this, Nice's eyelids twitched. Because she was slapped, Man Youli, who was gritting her teeth and mad at Hillary, showed an excited expression. At the same time, Hillary suddenly bent down and vomited a large pool of water in an unladylike manner. Inspector Mike, you are blaspheming the dead. Hillary wiped the corner of her mouth and shouted, Well, I don't need to desecrate the dead. I just need to talk about that. What first? Mike felt that there was something wrong with the wound on the body and suddenly laughed, with a hint of playfulness. Let's put it this way, if it was a homicide, why did the murderer open two faucets and use blankets to block all the places where clean water could leak? Odd. Can you tell me, Miss Hillary, or a soprano artist? Mike stood up. His fingers slid across the wet ground and then traced along the crack of the door. I can't. Hillary's mind was in a mess. Maybe the murderer wants to destroy all the clues, all the evidence, all the traces. Man Youli, who was slapped, seemed to reveal her true character and couldn't wait to prove herself in many ways. Well, if it was to destroy these, whether I opened the door or not, the clues would be submerged and diluted by the water flow, and there would be no way to check. This is the problem of my brain that you are concerned about, dear Miss Man Youli. Man Youli was speechless, trying to show off the power of a noble lady. Yes, that's right, it's me. Mike would not give Man Youli a chance to act arrogantly, and said with a smile, This clears my suspicion. The reason why I opened the door and let the water wash away everything is because there is nothing here that we can investigate, not because I am the murderer. So, we can investigate the case now, using the only remaining body as a breakthrough point. And the most obvious thing on the body is this expensive and beautiful murder weapon. Mike pointed at the silver dagger, and Man Youli suddenly changed her direction. Your reasoning is very correct, dear Detective Mike. She looked at Hillary with a smile. It's not me. Hillary's face was pale. But if Miss Man Youli's testimony is true, this is your dagger. You can tell that there is a beautiful North American purple swallow pattern on it. Oh, and it is also inlaid with 5 valuable small sapphires, forming the upper half of the hexagram pattern. A mere murder weapon is not enough to point out a noble lady. Sigrid deeply understood this, but she also saw Mike's horror more clearly. Sigrid felt that from the beginning of the incident, although all the people present were noble, Mike, a small detective, had taken all the control. This was extremely incredible, but Mike took it so naturally, as if everyone had handed the control to Mike, and even gave Mike the power to accuse Hillary. Mike, Sigrid didn't want to hastily convict Hillary. After all, she and Hillary had such a friendly relationship. But suddenly, Hillary roared in a completely unladylike manner. No, it's not mine. This dagger is not mine. Hillary said, almost without taking a breath. Sigrid and I have the same dagger. Mine is the lower half of the hexagram. Hers is the upper half. This dagger is hers. It's hers. It's not mine. Hillary. Sigrid looked at her friend in disbelief, and at this moment, she felt that all the languages and words in the world could not describe the pain in her heart. Yes, we have the same dagger, but we agreed that you and I have no older sister or younger sister, so every time we meet, we will exchange each other's daggers. This dagger used to be mine, but when we met outside Griffin Manor, we had already exchanged daggers with each other. No, we didn't have such an agreement. So the murder weapon is not mine. Not mine. Hillary shook her head frantically. Just a few words of dialogue have changed the faces of everyone present. Mike saw that Nice's calm expression became distorted, revealing a look of extreme reluctance that Sigrid would become a suspect. He also saw manually curl her lips and sneer, as if she felt particularly happy no matter whether Sigrid or Hillary suffered humiliation. At the same time, because of the sisters falling out, the expressions of Rox and others were a little wrong, and only Mike and Julia could remain calm. Mike, do you think it's me too? Convict me of the crime with Anthony's death. Smear me with the so-called one clue. You can do this, and you have enough reasons to do so. Sigrid couldn't calm down either, and clenched a spring wheel pistol. Sigrid raised the spring wheel pistol and raised it towards Mike, but halfway through, she felt as if she was holding a heavy object and couldn't continue. Mike, you are already the detective of 5th Street, so I have become an obstacle to you, right? She gave up, running away. This made Manuela's eyes light up, and she looked at Mike's expression affectionately. They are all jackals, so how can we talk about kindness? Manuela, who was educated as a colonial aristocrat, understood this deeply. She felt that Mike needed to remove Sigrid, the chief inspector, and step onto the high chair of the chief inspector. Rox and Mike were natural allies, and let the unpleasant things about the brain go with the wind. So Manuela gave Mike a naughty, friendly, and even teasing look. Mike was good looking. The favor of a beautiful, noble lady was a very pleasant thing, both psychologically and physically. Mike smiled, took the handkerchief handed by Julia, wiped the blood on his fingers, and said leisurely, "But Sigrid, my friend, when did I say that the water flow was something the murderer made to cover up the truth?" This made Manuela a little dumbfounded. "Isn't it? Sigrid's brain was not enough, isn't it?" Hikai, Nice finally spoke and asked Mike, "Dear Inspector Mike, maybe I don't understand the investigation very well, but if the murderer didn't cover up the truth and make the water flow, could it be that Anthony turned on all the faucets at the same time before he was killed? This is illogical." "Yes, it's illogical, but when we find the body, the first thing we have to do is to determine whether it is suicide or homicide." What a joke. Anthony can stick a dagger in his back. Hikai, I seemed to find it difficult to stand the smoke of Mike's cigar and took another step out of the door. "Sigrid, your subordinate seems to have some problems with his brain. I don't feel comfortable handing you over to him as a suspect. So please allow me to go to meet Baron Fleck and ask Lord Baron Fleck to replace him with a real, experienced old inspector." Sigrid just smiled bitterly. Who to fight? Old Bell or that unreliable pirate inspector? Sigrid suspected that Mike wanted to take the opportunity to remove her stumbling block, but if it was replaced by Old Bell, she believed that Old Bell would be eager to get rid of her. It's not Mike's possibility, but she will definitely be eliminated. Please allow me to believe Mike once, Sigrid said to Pikai with the attitude of facing her brother. Then you believe the wrong thing, because since I stepped into this room, 2 people have doubted my brain, but it doesn't matter. There have been enough discussions about my brain being a little crazy or having special abnormal logic. I'm used to it. Mike laughed at himself. Of course, we should respect Lord Pikai's ideas. So according to the murder case, how did the murderer get into this room? A room is locked and the murderer can't get in. But this is not a murder in a closed room. Can't you see such a big window? Hikai, Nice asked. Of course I saw it, but this window was within Julia's sight. She said no one climbed over the wall or climbed through the window, so there was no such thing. If we rule out the possibility that the murderer entered through the window, then this is a closed room murder case. By the way, we also have to add your assumption that this is a homicide. It's not that there are closed room murder cases. Inspector Mike, compared to the possibility of closed room murder, I trust my own eyes more. For example, the dagger on Anthony's back, he definitely couldn't use it to stab himself in the back. Okay, but it cannot be denied that the probability of a closed room murder is actually not much different from the probability of stabbing a dagger in your back. Mike smiled and took out the bright red ink made of cranberries, pulled out a quill pen, and then took the thin parchment handed to him by Wolf. So we have 2 inferences. One is a closed room murder, and the other is suicide. We each stick to our own words. Yes, I believe my own eyes. I believe my own eyes, and I also believe in my own experience. Mike's experience is not limited to the experience of handling cases in and outside the city of Fleck. There are other, even more. He touched the damp floor and found that the deceased Anthony was too smart. He had surpassed a well-known case in his memory that could not stand scrutiny. These water flows. Yes, water flows. Mike smiled even more happily and said to everyone, if no one objects, I would like to check the ice cellar inventory in Griffin Manor. As one of the 3 night manors in Flag City, Griffin Manor has a large wine cellar and a more precious ice cellar. This is also one of the places where Griffin Manor is more lovely than Mike's Seaview Villa. Master, there are fewer ice cubes. We used 2 ice cubes at the dinner, but now more than half a block has appeared, and the cutting technique is also very rough. Just from the perspective of manor service, the young maid made Mike very satisfied. But Inspector Mike, even if someone took the ice cubes privately, what does this have to do with the case? Pikaines asked coldly, in exchange for a pitying look from Mike. Mike felt that Pikaines was not very stupid, and he was unwilling to look down on anyone. But in some ways, Mike could only regard the poor, managers, nobles, and even the royal family members he had never seen as uncivilized ancient people. It's not that the ancient people are not smart enough, but that their knowledge is too narrow. Ice can be used to stab a knife, dear Lord Pierce. Mike took the remaining ice brought by the young maid and poked it hard, piercing the dagger through the hard, translucent ice. The tip of the remaining dagger was exposed, and the tip was exposed more by melting a part of it with water. He put the ice on the ground, suddenly pulled down the chair, and the leather back of the chair was stabbed hard by the dagger. Yes, Pierce. Nice was stunned. Sigrid, Manuli, Hillary, Wolf, Theodore, and even the calm Julia were so surprised that they widened their eyes and couldn't help covering their mouths. What kind of operation is this? They couldn't figure out how Mike thought of this way of suicide, but this is really a kind of operation that normal people would never think of. Damn dog operation. Are you saying that Anthony used ice to commit suicide? Turning on the faucet is just to make the ice melt faster and destroy the evidence of water stains left on the ice. Impossible. He has no reason to do this. Pierce, Nice exclaimed. Dear Lord Pikai. Nice, this is just an inference. But if this is true, I believe Miss Hillary can give us a motive for Anthony to commit suicide and frame Miss Hillary. No, it should be said that it was to frame Chief Inspector Sigrid, because this is Sigrid's dagger, isn't it? Mike's words were like a knife, a real knife. Sigrid. Hillary groaned and fell to the ground, covering her cheek and crying. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Sigrid, she said, when being accused of being a murderer, it is people's instinct to use all conditions to get rid of suspicion. It is not a problem to frame a close friend. Mike expressed his understanding of Hillary, and as for whether Sigrid understood, Mike didn't care much. Okay, everyone, Mike said with a smile. It seems that Miss Hillary can really give us a sufficient motive. I suggest that everyone go down and rest, and wait for poor Miss Hillary to calm down, and then we will. Mike, did Anthony really commit suicide? Mike didn't say anything. Sigrid suddenly asked. This question was asked out of the blue, which surprised everyone. But Mike was even more surprised. He stared at Sigrid's flawless face, and he had the urge to pinch Sigrid's chin, lift it up, and then kiss her fiercely. Suicide? Well, go and commit suicide. Mike admitted that Anthony was a sophisticated suicide, and his sophistication was beyond Mike's imagination, and even beyond the imagination of countless depression patients in the information explosion era. Mike had heard of many cases of suicide using ice cubes, but he had never seen such a thing as using water to melt ice cubes and eliminate the traces of melting. So in some ways, Anthony was a genius. I think he committed suicide 80% of the time. Mike said vaguely, I want that 20%. Mike, Sigrid pursued relentlessly, as if Hillary's betrayal made her sharper, gave up some of her feelings, and became ruthless, like a sharp knife. Mr. Chief Inspector Sigrid, I think you need to calm down as well. Mike Phil pinched Sigrid's chin, slowly exerting force amidst many surprised and even terrified eyes, and actually pinched Sigrid's pretty little chin with a slight crackling sound, then dragged her downstairs. After Mike took Sigrid away, Julia began to doze off, and her kitten-like appearance attracted P.K. Nice to stare at her. Theodore and Wolf dispersed, smiling and paying attention to everything around them. Inspector Mike, an interesting person, very courageous. P.K. Nice finally shook his head and smiled. He is indeed an interesting person. Just because he had the courage to pinch Sigrid's chin, I already like him very much. But Hillary, don't you care about Sigrid the most? Why don't you chase after Inspector Mike? My Yuli happily stimulated Hillary, because before something happened, Manuel had been severely beaten by Hillary for inappropriate words, and now when Mike attacked Sigrid, all he got was Hillary's tangled eyes. No matter what, Hillary was no longer qualified to play the sisterly love drama. I'm just scared, Hillary murmured. Yes, you are afraid of being betrayed. No, you framed Sigrid. Manuel continued to stimulate Hillary, but at this time, Hillary looked up in surprise, and her beautiful face began to twist. Fear, uneasiness, and timidity kept turning around in her big eyes under her long black eyelashes. No, it's not. Hillary was so scared that she couldn't speak. She didn't dare to say it, because the reason why Hillary changed her words quickly was not only because the dagger could not be used as evidence, but also because of the faint smile on Mike's mouth. Because of her artistic ability, Hillary, who has been lingering in the high society for many years, discovered Mike's meticulous thinking and found that when she framed Sigrid, Mike's eyes were like turquoise. There was understanding in Mike's eyes, but understanding and forgiveness are not the same thing. Hillary thought that Mike's gaze at a certain moment was like the only lighthouse in the endless ocean, just like Poseidon, the god of the sea, descending on the betrayer's ship with the posture of the sickle of death. Mike, do you want to kill Hillary? Sigrid asked directly in the backyard of Griffin Manor. Do you feel bad? Mike smiled and put out his cigar. No, Sigrid wanted to avoid the question and turned her head away, ignoring the swollen chin that Mike had just pinched. Obviously, Mike had the upper hand in the brief conversation, which made Sigrid unhappy. Why didn't you take the opportunity to trick me? Sigrid asked suddenly. If killing you could allow me to take the position of chief inspector, I would sell you without hesitation and exchange you for the lovely gold hounds in my and my brother's pockets. But it's a pity that I don't think a framed murder case can bring you down with 100% probability. Isn't it because I regard you as a friend? Sigrid continued to ask. No, this time it was Mike's turn to turn his head away, not looking into Sigrid's lavender eyes. In fact, if there was a 1% chance of hiding it, Mike would look directly at her, using his fair face to resist all the invisible fierce artillery fire. Unfortunately, Sigrid knew him a little bit, and knew what he cared about and what he didn't care about, so she couldn't hide it at all. Oh, hypocritical man, Sigrid snorted. She was not a delicate girl, but it didn't stop her from expressing a little emotion. If you continue to talk to me in this tone, there is no one behind the manor, and you can't beat me. I believe I will do something very pleasant, and this pleasure will last for an hour or even longer. You are not that kind of person. Do you think I don't know you? How well do you know me? For example, if Anthony really committed suicide, you would not be interested at all. You, a workaholic who solves cases, will throw the small suicide case to me, and then drink, smoke cigars, and enjoy all your free time like a degenerate bastard. Sigrid walked quickly in front of Mike. She was already very tall, but still half a head shorter than Mike. She stood on tiptoes and looked directly at Mike. For example, I know you know that you also know me. I know you know that if you do anything bad to me, even if it's just touching my lips like Victoria did to you, I will use all means to kill you. Pinching the chin doesn't count. Mike tried to stretch out his hand. Crack! A dagger was across Mike's hand. Okay, I get it. You can pinch me once, but if you do it again, you will turn against me. Mike stared at the dagger in front of him and found that it was exactly the same as the murder weapon, except that the sapphire on it was a little different, and it formed the lower half of the six-pointed star pattern. You can take out this dagger upstairs. Mike said softly. Yes, I can take out this dagger to prove that Hillary and I exchanged daggers, and prove that the murder weapon is not mine. But Hillary can also say that I stole her dagger. This is a dead cycle, and the whole case will fall into a cycle of arguments between Hillary and me. It will also make you continue to hurt each other. Sigrid, even if Hillary hurt you, you still don't want to hurt her. You are too soft-hearted, Mike said with a look of regret, staring at the sinful blood river on Sigrid's body with a distant look. If it were me, one betrayal would make 100 years of hatred. No, it should be said that I would not let the betrayer see the sun the next day. Sigrid, you are the same. Mike's voice was a little erratic, and it seemed a little unsettled. Mike took out another cigar. You don't trust me? Sigrid was angry. You know what, Mike? She snatched Mike's cigar, broke it, and threw it away. Cigars are bad for your health. And do you remember the tense atmosphere when Frederick was taken away? At that time, I pulled out the spring wheel pistol. What do you think I want to do? Help your enemies to deal with you? I am willing to kill a distinguished count to let you live, but you don't want to believe me. Women are too emotional. They need to be slept with before talking about trust. After all, you can't touch a woman's true heart without some special channels. Mike felt that emotional women have too many uncontrollable factors. But you believe in Julia. Have you slept with her? She is different. Mike, you... Okay, dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, my friend, if you like, I don't mind using this interesting case to teach you something more interesting. Even if there is no feeling of love, women are very taboo to be treated worse than other women. Mike was not a fool without emotional intelligence. He cleverly changed the subject. Just like now, we need to drink, chat, and face everything with a relaxed attitude like facing a suicide case. People often die in North America, so suicide is not a big deal. The dinner party could not continue, but it did not hinder the reception of guests at Griffin Manor. Another point worth mentioning is that Pamela, the housekeeper who was ordered to kidnap Virginia, did not receive much punishment. She was still working and arranged the guest rooms for the guests with two maids in the most dignified manner. Hey, boss, I saw the young maid May rejected the friendly invitations of several bastards and kept looking at you. Wolf excitedly reported to Mike. Did I ask you to pay attention to her? Mike asked. After all, she is a woman who favors you. If she wants to cheat, I will cut her neck with a dagger. Get out. What does she have to do with me? Mike didn't care about the favor of the maid May, because this favor was more of a relationship of desire and possible benefits, rather than a wonderful love, which made him stay away from it. Okay, Wolf, did I ask you to check it out? Mike asked. We've found out. First of all, the time of the crime. Wolf was never vague about serious matters. Someone saw Anthony at 8 o'clock. Judging from his behavior, he should have stolen Hillary's dagger, so his time of death was 8 o'clock and 5 minutes later. In addition, you opened the door at 21. According to the speed at which the two faucets poured water and the height of the water flow I saw at the time, it would take at least 50 minutes to achieve the same effect. So Anthony's exact time of death was around 8 o'clock and 10 minutes. No, Anthony's time of death was 21. Boss, he couldn't have committed suicide by using ice cubes in the water. Ice cubes will melt quickly in the water in this season and will float up, because he didn't commit suicide. Wolf, have you forgotten why we broke open the door? That scream, an unconcealable scream of dying. Mike ordered Wolf, go check. Tell the brothers that I need a list of all the guests they didn't see at 9 o'clock. Okay, boss. Wolf left quickly. Rox and Sigrid were left sitting on the snow-white sun loungers in the backyard, with a stronger drink in front of them, symbolizing the leisure time of the night. Mike, how do you know that Anthony didn't commit suicide? Sigrid began to ask. Because of the wand. The wand. Yes, the wand. Mike stared at Sigrid's mouth as she drank and smiled strangely. I touched Anthony's wand, and it was like beef chopped with a bone cleaver. If one cut didn't cut it, another cut was added. Yes, Anthony's wand is divided into 2 layers. Although it is not very obvious, it is like a polyp in some organ of you women. You can feel the sticky two-way crack. Your metaphor is not very interesting. Sigrid was still drinking, but it's very useful. Mike smiled and said, when most people hear this, they will either be excited or look pitiful as if they can't eat. You have neither of them, combined with the 2 nicknames that manually called out to you. Beauty of the Sea of Blood, arsonist who destroyed the treasure of Poseidon. God is my witness. These 2 nicknames are much more famous than my name, and they prove that you are a dangerous person. I can even speculate and imagine a scene where you once sat on a hillside full of corpses and ate blood-stained white bread. It's more terrible and more merciful than you think, but you don't have to imagine it anymore, because even if I get married in the future, I will never mention this to my husband. Your husband is so pitiful. Mike used honorifics again, mostly with a humorous tone. Anthony is even more pitiful, because as far as I know, although Anthony's family has begun to decline, it has not reached the point where he needs to commit suicide. As for love, this is even more ridiculous. I can't imagine that the smart Anthony would value the cheap feelings between nobles. Mike, the love of nobles is completely different from that on the stage. I know, so Anthony is very likely just impulsive, wanting to use that to frame and destroy Hillary. Mike speculated. Anthony attempted suicide at around 2001, but unfortunately failed. The dagger only gave him a wound that made him bleed and weak. He was scared and didn't want to die, and he didn't want this shameful thing to spread, so he called for help. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that the person he trusted so much gave him a fatal knife. Who could it be? God knows. The backyard began to become lively. For the nobles, the night is an active paradise. Because of Mike and Sigrid's relaxed attitude, the impact of the Anthony suicide incident gradually dissipated. Many people went to the backyard and enjoyed pleasant socializing on the lawn under the moonlight. Elegant and decent conversations continued to appear. Okay, they are relaxed, Mike said with a smile, because we are sure it is a suicide case. Many people are relaxed. What is different from them is that the murderer will have 2 extremes in psychology. One is more nervous, and the other is more relaxed than everyone else. This is psychological warfare. Sigrid, you can learn a little bit. Hi, Wolf. Your work efficiency is as good as before. Bring the suspect list here. Mike noticed that Wolf's expression was a little strange when he brought the list. Then Mike took a look and his expression became strange. What's wrong, Mike? Sigrid asked with concern, and found that Mike was thinking about taking out a cigar, and reached out to grab the cigar. It's not good to smoke too many cigars. Sigrid stepped on the cigar and broke it. Yes, no matter what it is, it will be bad for your health if you use it too much. Mike agreed with Sigrid's point of view very much, so he nodded in approval, and then quickly broke and lit another cigar. He has a lot of inventory. Mike, Sigrid said in a strong tone, but soon, Sigrid's eyes were attracted by the parchment that Mike spread out. On it was the bright red font that Mike liked very much. Suspect 1, 劈开. Nice. Boss, he doesn't seem to like being stared at, and he keenly avoided all the brothers. Suspect 2, Miss Mineley. Nice. Obviously, this attractive girl didn't like Miss Hillary's concert, and hid in the guest room with a handsome male companion. She left halfway to meet another male companion out of the sight of the brothers, and her two male companions were too tired to leave the room. In other words, her two male companions have alibis, but she doesn't. This is so interesting. Suspect 3, Miss Hillary. She went backstage at 9 o'clock, and no one saw her for 10 minutes. Suspect 4, someone who is inconvenient to mention. P.S. Boss, I think you want to sleep with her. Ah, Mike, you are such an indecent man. From this point, it can be seen that Sigrid has no special thoughts about Mike. She laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and her long, smooth purple hair fluttered. Then I need to remind you one thing. I know that Hillary and the deceased Anthony were once a couple. Anthony and I also had a good relationship, but from the motive of suicide, Anthony is likely to be trapped in love and want to frame Hillary. You also said that Anthony is likely to be looking for someone to treat his failed suicide attempt. He can't look for the person he is framing, right? Are you making excuses for Hillary, Sigrid? Mike asked seriously, because Hillary is not very suspicious. Sigrid avoided Mike's eyes. I have to say that Sigrid is really a very good girl. Even if she was betrayed and framed by a good friend like Hillary, Sigrid still wanted to help the other party as much as she could. This made Mike feel funny and trembled slightly in his heart. He will not commit suicide for love. If I have to find a motive, I believe his suicidal behavior comes from other emotions, such as jealousy, pain, regret, or mental mania. Mike connected the names of Hillary and Pierce Nice with a quill pen. For example, men cannot bear the double betrayal of lovers and friends. You mean Hillary and Pierce Nice? Oh my god, Sigrid exclaimed. This is impossible. But Pierce Nice is pretending to be sad. He is not good at pretending to be sad, and he revealed a lot of clues when he saw Anthony's body. They are friends. Maybe they used to be, but not now. Mike knew that some things cannot be concealed. Just like if a good friend dies, the first thing a person thinks of is pure pain or the feeling of grief for the loss of a friend. And the closer the relationship, the more so. So Mike smiled and said, if P-Kindness cared about Anthony, his expression would twitch, his fists would clench, and then he would maintain the free and easy demeanor of a nobleman. But Sigrid, when I asked them to go upstairs, I paid attention to their every expression and movement, and I only found that P-Kindness breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had let go of a heavy burden. You said he is very suspicious of the murderer. No, the murderer knew that Anthony was dead a long time ago and would not be relieved. So because of this performance, I gave P-Kindness a suspicion of 10%. Mike marked suspicion 10% after P-Kindness' name. Where is Manually? Sigrid asked hurriedly. I saw excitement on Manuel's face, a kind of morbid excitement. The excitement of seeing a dead body. Mike shrugged his shoulders. Yes, Manuel is a little perverted, but for the same reason as P-Kai. Nice. Her suspicion is also 10%. What else? There is also suspect 4. Mike, I know Wolf knows you, and your brothers know you better than I do. So please do things impartially, and don't protect suspect 4 just because she is the girl you want to sleep with. I ask you to deal with it seriously and don't wrongly accuse a good person. Sigrid was a little anxious because the suspicion of 2 suspects had been determined, but the remaining suspicion was still as much as 80%. Among the remaining 2 suspects, except for a person whose name was inconvenient to mention, only Hillary was left. Good person? You mean Hillary? Mike said while biting a cigar. Yes, Hillary did frame me, but she was just too scared. Mike, I will not forgive Hillary, but I know she is a good girl who pursues soprano. She is very weak and would not have the courage to kill anyone. Sigrid grabbed Mike's hand tightly, her expression anxious to the point of madness. Please, Mike. Yes, I will never forgive Hillary, but for the sake of our past relationship, I hope you will not wrongly accuse Hillary. Sure, of course, I need to consider the suspect's personality. I don't know her, but you do, so I would like to ask, of the remaining 80% suspicion. How much do you think Hillary should be given? When asking this question, Mike felt very interesting and leaned sideways to keep himself away from Sigrid. At most 1%. Sigrid said very seriously. 1%. Mike's expression became even weirder. Dear Chief Inspector Sigrid, do you know what it means to give Hillary a 1% suspicion? Of course I know. It means that the suspicion of suspect 4 is as high as 79%. Sigrid has always been strong, and occasionally she softens towards Mike, just because Mike's name is special, or because Mike's case-solving skills are really amazing. 79% suspicion can make our exploration very smooth, Sigrid said solemnly, but this is very normal. Mike, because I don't know who the woman you want to sleep with is, but the woman you favor must not be ordinary, and extraordinary people have a greater possibility of murder. In addition, I really suspect that you will only fall in love with a real female devil, like the sea god Poseidon, who kills people like crazy. Mike, I don't understand love, so this is just a joke made by Wolf. I promise that my lovely little wolf will pay a small price for his cheap joke. Mike gently twisted the cigar. Are you kidding? I don't think so. In short, she is 79% suspicious. Sigrid laughed happily. But Mike, I still need to remind you, this matter is best classified as a suicide case. You know, Anthony is a nobleman. If it is classified as a murder, when Baron Fleck intervenes in the matter early the next morning, you who are responsible for security and cannot hand over the murderer will be held responsible for dereliction of duty. I will protect you, but you may lose the 2 streets you just got. I won't classify a homicide case as a suicide case. I know, so check it out and investigate the most suspicious person first. Mike, I advise you to write down her name so that I can help you a little, because there are only 6 hours left until the morning, and you only have 6 hours. The time is short. The 6 hours seem very long to you, so I must write down her name. Yes, I must write it down. I need this name to help you. In addition, I am really curious about who your wolf has identified as a woman for you. After all, I have always thought that you are not interested in women. Sigrid looked around and ignored all the noble women with male companions. She knew that these noble women had a decadent private life and were not the kind that Mike liked. She focused her eyes on the 2 heroic girls and the young maid Mei Mei, who always picked at Mike. It won't be Mei Mei. You don't like her, Sigrid said affirmatively. So you are interested in Baron Limba's second daughter, Avery, who once used a rapier to fight 3 murderers, or the handsome female knight Irene, who protected these bastards on the road. I said it was just a joke from Wolf. Mike decided to let Wolf clean the toilet for 3 years. No, 3 months, because Mike was not angry, but found it quite interesting. It should be the female knight Irene. I see that she always has a cold face, as if she hates evil. If she knew that Anthony wanted to frame someone, she might really kill Anthony directly. She is beautiful enough, and there are old blood stains on her armor. She is exactly the type you might like. Sigrid imitated Mike and began to speculate. I say it again, I don't like anyone, and if I like female knights, I might as well keep Victoria as a ready-made one. Mike was too lazy to argue, but he was still hesitant, not knowing whether he should write the name of suspect 4. Mike knew Wolf, just as Wolf knew him, so when he saw the words, "It is inconvenient to write the name," he knew who suspect 4 was without the teasing words written by Wolf. Okay, I'll tell you. You write it. Mike added the letters. 79% suspicion after suspect 4 and handed the wheel to Sigrid. In addition, I need to reiterate 2 points. First, Wolf is my good brother. Second, he was just joking. Third, there is number 3, but I hope you don't get angry when you write the name, Sigrid, because if you want to shoot him a few times, I will control you or sleep with you, and these are exactly what Wolf and his bastards want to see. Sigrid, I heard that Wolf and others wanted to find a wife for their dear boss, Mike, but I didn't expect that the one they targeted would be me. Sigrid didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She stared at Mike fiercely and still wrote her own name. Okay, I'm digging my own grave. Really, Mike? You are shooting yourself in the foot, Mr. Chief Inspector of the United States, with a suspicion of 79%. Okay, this description is very appropriate. Sigrid is a generous woman. Of course, if Mike and her relationship was not close enough, she would not mind throwing Wolf into the sea full of sharks. If the relationship was close enough, it would be different, and she could learn to forgive. Mike, Sigrid pointed out again, you only have 6 hours. 6 hours is very short and cannot be wasted. But in fact, Rox and Sigrid were not playing when they chatted. They were also investigating the case. You can change the suspicion, Mike suddenly said. Change? Suspicion? Sigrid was a little confused. This meant that she could learn new good things and was also a little excited. Yes, change. Mike took back the quill pen and then wrapped up the cigar. Remember what I said just now, psychological warfare? Because we are sure that it is a suicide case. The murderer will have 2 extremes in psychology. One is more nervous, and the other is more relaxed than everyone else. It's a pity that suspect Wang Pikai Nice is a noble son who has experienced many hardships and intrigues. His performance after calming down is impeccable, and his suspicion cannot be changed. What about Manually? From a personal point of view, Sigrid really wanted to hang Manually on the gallows. Manually, Mike said he had nothing to say, because Manually was simply a typical example of the aristocracy turning to promiscuity and extravagance in the midst of decay. The corpse aroused Manuely's desire even more, so Manually pulled someone she liked into the room and didn't let Mike see her. Then, Sigrid stopped and refused to say anything. Let's talk about suspect 3, Hillary. Hillary didn't dare to stay in the room alone, so we can see her full performance. She was very scared, very scared. With her personality, this kind of fear is normal, so the suspicion cannot be changed. And according to our previous interpretation of psychological warfare, Sigrid, you are the most relaxed and nervous here. So your suspicion should be increased by 5 percentage points. Mike began to write, not caring at all about increasing Sigrid's suspicion in front of her. He just talked about the matter without any emotion, but it made Sigrid open her mouth wide, and her lavender eyes flashed quickly. Mike, Sigrid's body swelled up and down. I finally know how Victoria felt. But you have to remember, don't use the same method against me as you used against Victoria. How could that be? Mike shrugged. Everyone has a different personality. It's as if Mike knew that if he used the same method on Sigrid, Sigrid's special personality and the sinful blood river representing a powerful history would never kiss him like Victoria. Sigrid would bite him to death like a female crocodile, instead of kissing him lightly like Victoria. How do we investigate next? You don't think that you can confirm my identity as the murderer by increasing my suspicion, do you? Sigrid found that Mike was still calm. Of course not. From a personal perspective, Mike didn't think Sigrid would be the murderer, but it doesn't mean that Mike can let go of Sigrid's suspicion. Bringing Sigrid around is also a kind of direct observation and investigation. Sigrid, unless your scheming is beyond my comprehension, I can reduce your suspicion by 50%. Mike has been observing everything about Sigrid, such as her overall expression, the twitching of her nostrils, the tone of her voice, and every flick and tremor of her 10 fingers. Go to sleep, Sigrid, he suddenly said. Okay, but if the murderer is not found in the morning, it will be a suicide case. Sigrid is not a person who drags her feet. She turned around decisively and decided to protect Mike. Thank you, Sigrid, but I will not let the murderer go unpunished. After all, handling a murder case between nobles will allow me to make a big step forward on the road to the title of knight, which will be of great benefit to me and my brothers. Mike watched Sigrid leave, then looked up and laughed at the sinful smoke above Griffin Manor. Mike's golden sea eyes are invincible. For Mike, there are only dead murderers, but no murderers that cannot be tracked down. But even the most powerful ability has its limits. Just like a murder case that happened when Mike was present. Once someone died when Mike was present, the evil smoke of tracking would immediately disperse and could not condense. This means that Mike must control the crowd and then investigate the case, rather than waiting for the murderer to leave before tracking him, so that the second suspect crowd confirmation work can be very troublesome but more accurate. He Kai, Nice, Ma Yu Li, and Hilary Li. The three of them are obviously not the kind of nobles. The evil smoke on their bodies is very thick, and the concentration cannot be used to judge the crime this time. Not to mention secret, so I need to use a special method. Mike was thinking about wrapping a cigar, and it happened that Theodore came back with his men. The carriage without the courage was carrying the iron girl with black iron spots. Boss, according to the rules, we need to send the iron girl here instead of dragging the respected noble children to the morgue in the detective office. Theodore was not very interested in the special treatment of the nobles. It's Theodore. The fathers or grandfathers of these noble children have won glory for them and accumulated capital. Their current special treatment is the result of the blood and conscience of previous generations. So don't complain. Just give them what they deserve. Mike didn't care about this and ordered to put the dark and gloomy iron girl in a place where the moonlight could shine directly. This attracted the attention of many noble men and women, who stared at the iron girl curiously and even wanted to walk over and touch her. Is this the iron girl? It's ugly, but a little noble. It also feels a little serious. Unless they are in a position where they often come into contact with death, it is strictly forbidden for noble children to come into contact with the iron girl before the age of 20. There are many curious discussions. Mike listened to these discussions and didn't seem to care much, but in fact, Mike has been paying attention to everyone's expressions and ways of speaking because he needs to investigate the case, and because it is rare to see a scene where noble children gather together. He needs to learn something from it. After all, in Mike's plan, sooner or later, he and his brothers will become higher nobles. If you want to surpass something, you must first integrate into something. Boss, the detective office doesn't have enough Protestant holy water. Theodore carried Anthony's body out, regardless of the complicated process of placing the body in the Iron Maiden, which made many noble children exclaim and reported to Mike. How much is left? Mike asked. Less than half an ounce. Well, we should understand our Protestant friends. In fact, Mike had a lot of holy water, so much that it could be used as ordinary fresh water. But there were too many noble children around, so he had to smile and thought, then put a little first. It shouldn't be a problem, and even if there is a problem, I believe we can solve it. Theodore, you go and rest. Wolf, you come with me. Mike only called Wolf to leave together, because Wolf's body is very agile, especially in the house. Climbing the floors is like running on flat ground. So soon, Mike and Wolf arrived at another staircase in the hall on the first floor. Wolf climbed up to the second floor like a long-tailed golden monkey, while Mike walked around the wall of the first floor staircase a few times, stroking the delicate wood grain. Boss, there are no signs of climbing up there. About 10 minutes later, Wolf came down with a special potion. Anthony died in the third room on the west side of the second floor guest room. The window of the room happened to be within Julia's field of vision, so the murderer could not have entered or escaped from the window. Mike continued to touch the wall, feeling the delicate touch of the wood grain with his fingers, so the murderer could only have taken 4 paths. One is the stairs on the east side of the hall, which is within my sight and can be ruled out. The second is the stairs on the west side of the hall. The third is the external stairs, which is close to the backstage, the temporary singing stage. And the fourth is to find an inconspicuous place to climb up, which is not an ordinary path. Does this matter, boss? It matters a lot. A picture appeared in Mike's mind. It was his memory, and the background was the hall on the first floor that belonged to his field of vision. At the same time, his mind extended the information he got, such as copying some locations that the suspects had walked before 21 o'clock at night that he had not seen, but that the brothers had reported. Miss manually walked past him before the crime happened. Mike pointed to a red turkey art statue on the west side of the hall. He closed his eyes, but seemed to see manually swaying her nice figure as she walked past there, stroking the statue's pointed beak, and elegantly taking a glass of high-proof liquor from the young maid's tray to cheer herself up. If the murderer had not passed through the west staircase, Manuli would have almost eliminated suspicion, because it was impossible for her to turn to another road in a short time without being seen. Is it still the method of elimination, boss? Wolf's comprehension ability was very good. Of course. Mike laughed. Dear Wolf, I once heard a story called Yao Jin Chang's 3 axes, but in fact, if used well, 1 axe is enough to be invincible. What I can tell you is, the process of elimination is also called the inductive method. It is a special method of guessing other answers by excluding one easy to guess answer. It will eliminate all possibilities until only one option is left, even if it is impossible. It is the absolute truth. Is there absolute truth, boss? Yes. For example, I have now eliminated all suspicion of peckiness. Mike took out parchment and began to make corrections using bright red cranberry ink. His handwriting was very beautiful and hard, and the crossed-out horizontal lines looked like they were chiseled with a knife, and carried a special feeling that absolutely could not be disputed. First of all, because Griffin's stairs and stair walls are made of elfin cork, even if you want to climb, certain traces will be left. You didn't find any traces upstairs, and I didn't find any traces downstairs. A murderer who didn't have enough time could not erase the traces, so the fourth way, climbing, is absolutely not true and impossible. Then what about the second passage? Or the third? The second is the west staircase of the hall. At the time of the crime, Peckiness was in the middle of the red turkey art statue and the armor decoration. It was the blind spot where my 3 brothers and I intersected our vision. But if he wanted to walk to the west staircase or the external staircase, he would leave the blind spot and would be discovered. Mike really crossed out Peckiness. Suspicion, thought about it, crossed out all of them, and rewrote 2 names, Miss Manually and Miss Hillary, because there were 4 suspects. Mike eliminated the first suspect, Peckiness, and wanted to write down Sigrid's name, but gave up after thinking about it, and coughed to put out the cigar. We only have 2 suspects left, Miss Manually and Miss Hillary. So, how do we allocate their suspicion? He asked himself happily. Sigrid was not asleep. She quickly climbed out of the window and climbed from the 2nd floor to the roof on the 4th floor and walked easily. With Sigrid's character, even if she was slandered or betrayed, she would not show it too much. Sigrid never thought that Hillary might treat her like this, but it happened, and she quickly calmed down after experiencing countless storms. Instead, Mike did not take advantage of her misfortune, which slowed her down a little. Mike believes in me just like Mike. The 2 Mikes are obviously different. The first Mike is Mike Toaster, or Detective Mike, who is not low-key in life and work. The second is Mike Jackson, who is the eternal pain in Sigrid's heart. Little Mike, my brother, you once trusted me like Inspector Mike, and sailed the sea with me, and remembered to treat enemies with kindness, mercy, and justice. But I made the wrong choice, because my trust in the Indians made you die in the hands of a mere Indian child, and your head was even hung on the highest treetop by those beasts. Sigrid calculated carefully. She is 23 years old this year, and 7 years ago, her 15-year-old brother followed her 16-year-old brother on the ship and drifted on the sea for 5 years in the name of supervision. They suffered and worked together, fought and faced death together, from being a nominal supervision to the second mate, the first mate, and the captain. I once owned 6 warships, and my name could scare the Spanish, the overlord of the sea. My blood angel ram was enough to penetrate the entire ocean, and I even thought about conquering the unknown east. But now I am slow, as damn slow as a woman who can only tie a waist, and the roof of the 4-story building is not comfortable enough to stand on the inclined cable. Sigrid cursed herself in a low voice. Suddenly, she turned around and slid down from the eaves of the 4th floor. Even though the eaves allowed her to lower her height a little, it was still more than 3 floors high. She turned over and fell down, pressing her palm on the window on the 3rd floor. Her body turned over again, and her toes just touched the window on the 2nd floor. Her beautiful and neat figure was like a butterfly flying through flowers, shooting in from the 2nd floor window, and her palm rotated and landed in front of Mike with the smooth tall pillar as the axis. Only 2 suspects. So, am I no longer a suspect? Sigrid heard Mike's words. Maybe Mike blocked Wolf, who was stimulated by Sigrid's sudden appearance and drew his dagger, and said a little vaguely, because Mike did not find any traces of climbing on the 4th murder room, PK Ness was not the murderer. But this did not mean that Sigrid had no possibility of being the murderer. Mike had tested PK Ness's skills and found that he was a good swordsman, but he was much worse than Ollie, and it was impossible for him to climb Alfie's wooden staircase wall without leaving any traces. Sigrid was different. Mike thought that if Sigrid wanted to, she could come and go freely in Griffin Manor, where he had deployed 20 little brothers. Of course, there was a premise that Mike himself would not intervene. The current situation is very simple. If Miss Manley was the murderer, she could only enter the crime scene from the west staircase of the hall. And if it was Miss Hillary, she could only enter the crime scene from the external staircase. But because too many people have walked through these 2 staircases, we can't rule out any of them. Mike made some conclusions to Sigrid. Could it be Manley? Because Hillary doesn't dare to kill people. She doesn't even dare to kill birds. Sigrid guessed softly. I can reduce her suspicion a little because of her character, but according to her character, I also need to reduce Miss Manley's suspicion a little. After all, this bitch prefers to talk nonsense rather than take actual action. Sigrid, if you want to be a good chief detective, you can't mix personal emotions into the investigation. Of course, the final result is controllable for us. Just like if the murderer is you, this case will only be a small, humble suicide case. Mike explained the matter very clearly. Such clear words made Sigrid happy. It also made Wolf look at Sigrid in surprise and muttered softly, "Damn it, Mike gave Sigrid the same treatment as Frederick and Martin Luther King. What does this mean? Does it mean that Julia really has a competitor?" Although Wolf and Julia had a fight and even got shot by Julia. In fact, in Wolf's eyes, there was only Mike and Julia. The Northern Irish are very xenophobic, so Wolf tilted his head to look at Sigrid. "Wolf, if you are not Mike's brother, I will hang your head on the boat." Sigrid warned Wolf seriously, and then said 2 words to Mike more seriously. "It's not me. It's meaningless to say this, because I will not stop doubting you, but according to the result of reverse reasoning, there is not much difference between me doubting you and not doubting you. Mike is absolutely rigorous in investigating cases, but it is different outside of investigating cases." He shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "If you want to smash his mouth now, Sigrid, do you need me to help you press dear Wolf to the ground?" "Boss!" Wolf shouted and wanted to run. "Let's get down to business first. Mike, there are 2 suspects now, but they have gone to bed, so there is no way to continue the investigation." Sigrid knew that Mike could not break into the rooms of noble women, and suddenly asked with a smile, "Do you want me to drag them out of the room?" "Of course, if it is against my Yuli, I don't mind interrogating them once. Identity and gender are indeed big problems." But Mike thought for a while and shook his head. There is no need to do this, because they will not admit it. Because of the identity of the suspects, even with the full support of Sigrid, the chief inspector, Mike could not use any torture or even interrogation methods. He and Sigrid walked to the side of the hall. The slate-paved balcony on the side of the house was in the shade of a large oak tree. At night, the oak tree can also block the oil candlelight from the candlesticks in the yard, turning the balcony into a private space. Mike picked up the coffee cup. The fresh air through the branches made the coffee aroma more intense. Since Miss Hillary and Miss Magnoli are already asleep, he said leisurely, we'd better not disturb them. Until in a hurry at all, Baron Fleck will definitely intervene in this matter when it gets light. Baron Fleck is a fat old fox, more cunning and calmer than Old Bill, and knows the principle of let the bullets fly for a while. He will sleep in, spread the news that he is sick or very tired recently, and then enjoy the applesauce pie in the morning. Forgive me for not being able to imagine how exquisite and expensive the Baron's food will be. What I mean is, Baron Fleck will not get up until at least 8 o'clock, plus all kinds of time consumption. He will give us 3 hours after 6 o'clock in the morning. It seems we still have time to investigate. Sigrid began to relax. Mike was not as leisurely as Sigrid imagined, because Hillary and Miss Magnoli could not be disturbed when they were asleep. But these two noble girls, who had been dissolute all night or were too frightened, would not get up early. They would not get up until 7, 8, or 9 o'clock. By that time, Mike would have to admit that Anthony's death was just a suicide case. Let the murderer go unpunished, and laugh at Mike, the confused detective, for the rest of his life. For example, if Hillary was the murderer, she would definitely stay in her room and pretend to be asleep before Baron Fleck arrived. And if Magnoli was the murderer, in addition to doing so, she would probably go out and laugh at him given her personality. But no matter what the murderer did, I couldn't get enough evidence. This is a paradox after excluding Sigrid. Mike thought with a smile, looking deeply at Sigrid. Then he took out the parchment and wrote 50% suspicion behind suspect 1 Hillary, and also wrote 50% suspicion behind suspect 2 Magnoli. This was for Baron Fleck to see. I believe that if the murderer cannot be found, Baron Fleck will not simply settle the matter after making a big thing small. At night, there was constant silence. Sigrid had eaten 2 lamb chops, a large steak, and drank 2 cups of cocoa and a cup of coffee. Sigrid didn't know how she kept in good shape with her endless appetite, but she knew that without enough food, she couldn't maintain her physical strength, let alone her brain power, which was more luxurious than physical strength. In the silence of Mike and Sigrid's respective thoughts, a dark cloud covered the moon. Hiss too. The sound of insects moving in the yard proved that the morning was coming. It should be bad weather during the day, because the dark clouds blocked the moonlight and would not miss the first ray of morning light. In this dimness, the iron girl placed against the wall outside the yard swayed slightly, and a slender nail poked out from the gap, and then the iron girl creaked open. This feels so good. Someone spoke softly. The iron girl also opened completely, revealing Anthony's extremely pale face. With a smile on his lips, he stepped swiftly onto the emerald lawn in the yard, his steps light as if walking on a dazzling red carpet. He opened his arms elegantly, his aristocratic temperament bursting out instantly, dancing lightly in the wind. Tiny fangs grew at the corners of his mouth, and he licked them with his tongue from time to time, and then twitched his nose, looking at all the windows on the second floor with a bloodthirsty look. The windows were all dark, like black holes. In the room with the fourth window from the left, Hillary was shivering and curled up in a corner of the velvet bed, hugging the bedclothes, crying silently like a child. I'm sorry, Sigrid. I'm sorry. Hillary kept apologizing to the air and darkness, as if the apology at this time was her only sense of security. But suddenly, Hillary, someone shouted in a strange tone, and the locked window opened slightly. Hillary was about to scream, but her face and back felt cold, as if someone had just walked out of the cold seawater. And the next moment, he hugged her from behind and covered her mouth. Hillary, my dear Hillary, this person. No, it should be this thing. The thing asked softly. Yes, I am confused. Why did you kill me? No, not me. Hillary struggled without resistance. Hillary tried to resist, but in fact, the little strength of the noble girl seemed to be nothing in the other's strong arms. She was a good soprano, but her high artistic level was really useless in the face of violence. "It's you, my dear Hillary." The other party spoke softly, and the breath was all so cold. Hillary felt even colder fangs poking her snow-white neck. The pride that once raised her voice on the stage turned into fragility. She kept tightening her neck, her body trembling, and her pupils dilated with fear. At this time, in the next room, Manually kicked the man next to her heart. "Hey, did you hear any strange noises?" The room was dark, and Manually began to shake the man vigilantly. "What sound is there?" "My beautiful Manually, the Manually who makes me unable to extricate myself. I know you are worried about Anthony's suicide, but suicide is unlikely to produce some strange things. What are you afraid of?" The sleeping man whispered to comfort her, still in a daze. Manually thought about it, and couldn't help but push open the window and listen to the outside. She also looked outside, but found that the moon was covered by dark clouds, without any starlight, and it was pitch black. She groped for the coat that she had thrown away because of madness, and wanted to take out the fire paper that could be used for lighting from the coat. But at this time, Anthony, with a pale face, walked into the hall on the first floor. The bare floor, the dead air, and Anthony's footsteps had a very light echo in the empty hall. This subtle sound could not wake up anyone who was sleeping, so Anthony easily reached the door of Manuely's room and pushed the door in, as if the door was not locked from the inside. "Quick, are you up?" Manuely called the man who would accompany her tonight. There was no response, as if Manuely was the only one left in the room. The silence made Manuely's head cold, and she felt more at ease when she touched the fire paper. Manuely hurriedly rubbed the fire paper, and finally the flame lit up. She looked at the velvet bed and found that the quilt was lifted. There was no one inside. She looked around and turned her head quickly, but suddenly she screamed, and stumbled and fell on the soft bed. "Anthony!" Manuely's eyes widened in fear. She suddenly laughed again, walked over and tore Anthony's face. "How boring. Using vampires to scare people is a trick I've played for a long time, but your fake face is quite realistic." She smiled and said, "I heard that there was not enough holy water, and then Anthony became a vampire. Let me guess. It should be that rude Mike who didn't regard Anthony's death as a suicide case and wanted to play a scary trick. Right? In addition, where is Rick? You won't catch him." "Ah!" A shrill scream resounded through the night sky, because Manuely found that Anthony's face was real and extremely cold. "Anthony, you are really Anthony. Why did you come to me?" Manuely stepped back repeatedly. "I did give you some suggestions, but those were just casual remarks when we were having fun. Yes, I suggested that if you were unwilling to give in, you should just commit suicide and frame Hillary, but I didn't expect you would really do that. You damn monster." Manually grabbed the musket beside the bed, which was the one Rick, who accompanied her tonight, usually used. But suddenly, the fire became brighter, and a strong figure strode over. In Manuely's surprised and even emotional eyes, Mike grabbed Anthony's neck, and the sharp wooden stake that had been prepared long ago pierced Anthony's heart. "Dear Miss Manuely, I think we need to talk." Mike threw Anthony's body aside. "Of course, we can talk. Dear Inspector Mike, you are really a man worth relying on." Manuely had heard many scary stories about vampires, so she was even more surprised that Anthony, who had sharp fangs, was easily beaten to death by Mike. "I am not a person who is easily frightened, so I don't mind talking to you. But before that, can you ask others, especially the unreliable bastard Rick, to get out?" "Of course." Mike waved his hand, signaling Wolf to take the frightened noble young man away. The door was closed from the outside, and only Mike and the disheveled Manuely were left in the room. Manuely stared at Mike, who was only in pajamas, and after thinking about it, she gave up the idea of accusing him. She knew that Anthony had indeed become a vampire, and she also knew that Mike did not save her immediately. But what does it matter? She didn't need to offend a handsome man who made her heart beat, and she couldn't taste him because of the little thing Mike wanted to investigate. Dear Inspector Mike, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Man Yuli walked towards Mike. It's just a small matter. Mike began to retreat with Man Yuli's steps, not wanting to touch Man Yuli, who had slept with at least 3 men in 12 hours. Even if Man Yuli was really beautiful and her looming figure was more attractive, it was not Mike's cup of tea. Okay, Miss Man Yuli, I just heard that you instigated Anthony to commit suicide and used that to frame Miss Hillary. He couldn't retreat into the room, so Mike lit a cigar and poked the flame towards Man Yuli. If Man Yuli wanted to get close to him, she would first let her towering body touch the flame of the cigar. You are such an unromantic man. Man Yuli angrily returned to the bed and sat down, kicking Anthony's body with her feet. He is also a damned man, so he should die. He turned into a vampire to find me. I didn't provoke him. But you just said that you made some suggestions when you were happy with Anthony. Mike changed the subject, because Anthony did not really become a vampire, but Ali casually threw a drop of blood to Anthony, turning Anthony into a mindless living dead. This kind of living dead is not aggressive and can only survive half a night. So even if Mike doesn't do anything, Anthony will turn back into the stiff corpse at dawn. The reason why Mike did it was to erase all the evidence that his dear brother Ali was a vampire. Yes, I gave Anthony some advice, just as a joke, but I didn't expect him to really do this. Obviously, it was impossible to have some pleasant interactions with Mike. Man Yuli felt sleepy and said, Rox and Hillary were once a couple, but what you don't know is that Anthony is not a real man, and Hillary is not as pure as she seems. But Anthony's family began to decline. You mean, because Anthony's family began to decline, Hillary wanted to break up with him? Mike asked, fiddling with the cigar. What else? How loyal do you think the young people in aristocratic families are? Like what they show in musicals. Man Yuli had disdain written all over her face. She clenched her fists and said, I used to believe in love, but slowly I stopped believing in it. Of course, I'm not stupid enough to experience other people's betrayal myself and then taste my own pain alone. So my decay, depravity, and fall into darkness are all lessons I learned from Hillary and Anthony. They destroyed my delusion about beautiful love, so I'm grateful to them, grateful enough to want them to die. But you didn't do that, did you? Yes, I didn't, but they did it themselves. Inspector Mike, if Anthony committed suicide, everything doesn't matter. But if you think Anthony was murdered, I suggest you check Hillary. She's not the simple woman you think. I never thought about it that way. Mike said with a smile. This was the truth, because when Mike first saw the pomp of Hillary's arrival, he no longer regarded Hillary as a simple soprano. In his eyes, although North America was chaotic, it was also relatively simple. How could someone who could use marketing tactics in such a place be simple? Mike didn't mind thinking by the butter, because thinking by the butters would most likely prevent himself from getting hurt. But a person, I mean, a highly educated person like Anthony, generally will not commit suicide. Dear Miss Man Yuli, I believe what you said about Anthony wanting to take revenge on Hillary. But as you said, not only Hillary betrayed Anthony, Anthony also betrayed Hillary. This is a two-way betrayal, and this kind of equal relationship is unlikely to produce such a fierce revenge mentality, let alone action. Mike thought carefully and looked at the window. The mirror over there allowed him not to look directly at Man Yu's face, but he could still see Man Yu's expression clearly. So I guess someone instigated Anthony, constantly instigated Anthony. This person could be him, her, or it, but the most likely one is you. Suddenly, Man Yu's eyes were full of resentment. Mike saw the evil smoke on Man Yu's body rolling violently, although it was not as terrible as cigarettes. The dark smoke was like the chimney of cooking on the farm, and the black smoke were not more than half an inch high. Yes, Inspector Mike, I instigated Anthony, Man Yu admitted calmly, but according to the laws of Great Britain, instigating suicide is not a crime. Without waiting for Magnoli to be proud, Mike helped Magnoli to explain the reason for her direct confession and made Magnoli's proud smile look like a stick figure. But dear Miss Magnoli, instigating others to commit suicide is not a crime, but instigating others to use suicide to frame a third party is a crime. It's just a small charge. Am I afraid? Of course, you are not afraid of this small punishment that only requires a fine to be given to Protestants. But justice will only be late, never absent. Just like, dear Miss Magnoli, do you think the families of Mr. Anthony and Miss Hillary will let this go easily? You dare. I dare, but I won't tell anyone. Dear Miss Magnoli, Mike knew that in the North American colonies, instigating others to commit suicide would only be condemned morally. Even if instigating others to commit suicide and frame a third party is one of the clauses of noble exemption. Of course, this violates the doctrine of Protestants, so decades ago, it would have been burned at the stake. But in this money-oriented era decades later, all that is needed is a repentance fee for the Protestants to repair the church. Dear Miss Magnoli, I believe that if I tell this matter, the so-called justice will only be a dispute between your Baron Nice family, the Baron Anthony family, and the Earl family on Hillary's side. Your Baron Nice family will pay a certain price, but it will not be a serious loss. After everything, I will be retaliated by you and your family. Mike likes to deal with things neatly and clearly, and he said everything clearly. He smiled and stretched out his hand to Magnoli, so I won't tell anyone. As for the justice in North America, God is my witness. It has nothing to do with me. Inspector Mike, you always talk about justice, which makes me laugh. Magnoli looked at Mike deeply, and for the first time felt that Mike was not only good-looking and strong, but also had a calm mind enough to be a knight. Maybe it has something to do with my profession. I like justice. Mike shrugged. But compared to justice, you are smarter, more resourceful, and more flexible. Inspector Mike, I am not a noble in Flag City, but if you are willing to go to my side, I will fight for a knight's quota for you. Even if you don't want to leave, I will talk to Baron Fleck and give you a little more bargaining chips to become a knight. Is this considered hush money or bribery? Neither. It's just cooperation. Simply cooperation with me, Ma Yu Li, not my family. Because in my family, only I give you the right to have an equal dialogue. If you are willing. Ma Yu Li still coveted Mike's face and body. She leaned back, half lying on the bed, and stretched out her hand to Mike again. In her opinion, Mike should high-five her and use a simple ceremony to express the achievement of cooperation. As for what happened next, it would be a happy thing to see. As long as Mike agreed to cooperate, of course, he didn't mind letting her taste the taste of incomparable happiness. But Mike just simply shook hands with her and pulled her up. Inspector Mike, Ma Yu Li asked puzzledly. I said that justice will only be late, but never absent. So I heard it, I felt it, and now we should come to the murderer as justice and tell her a truth that she will remember for the rest of her life. What truth? For her, the death of anyone is not the end, except for herself. Are you sure that Hillary is the murderer? Magnoli was very smart and left immediately, as if half of her lifelong wish had been fulfilled. She couldn't help but want to complete the other half at the same time, and asked Mike, where is Sigrid? Inspector Mike, no, my naughty Mike, my dear lover. You have to know that a cruel murder case may have an accomplice. Yes, there may be an accomplice. So what? Mike asked in a daze. So if I help, we can tear Sigrid off the position of Chief Inspector. Of course, we can't kill her, but we can let you take her place. Magnoli encouraged in a subtle tone. Mike seemed to start thinking, but in fact, he was just listening to the tiny outcry coming from his ears. This is the sound Ali made, expressing some simple meanings, such as the rapid and short sound expressing confirmed. Confirmed here naturally means that the murderer of the current case has been confirmed. Seems a little anxious. Mike laughed, walked out of the door, and saw the dark hall of Griffin Manor. Through the weak firelight in the room, Mike saw 3 dark shadows at the door of the next room and greeted them directly. "Hi, Sigrid, Wolf, and Mr. Pikanis. Good evening." "Not very good." Sigrid stared coldly at Man Yuli behind Mike. Man Yuli had provoked Sigrid before, but perhaps because of guilty conscience, or perhaps because Sigrid's lavender eyes were too scary, she hurriedly retracted her neck. "Sigrid, I'm joking. I never thought of framing you," Man Yuli said timidly and anxiously. "I don't have time to talk to you about this." Sigrid clenched her palms in pain. Of course, Sigrid was not in pain because of Man Yuli, but in addition to the conversation between Mike and Mamley, she also heard the small conversation in Hillary's room. At this time, the door of the room suddenly opened from a small gap, and Ollie walked out with a handful of small ice cubes made into the shape of fangs. "Boss, this is too unsatisfying, isn't it?" Ollie said disdainfully with a patrolman's hat. "I just soaked in the cold seawater for a while and made some iced teas. And dear Miss Hillary believed that I was the vampire that Anthony turned into. She didn't admit it at first, but when I pretended to bite her, she told everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans." "What did she say?" Mike asked. "She said," Ollie repeated the story. "It turned out that Anthony failed to commit suicide and really didn't have the courage to commit suicide again. Adhering to the principle that suicide should not be wasted, Anthony carefully called Hillary into the room and used blood to tell his love for Hillary that he could give up his life. I just hinted and beat Anthony a few more times with ice cubes and sharp teeth. And dear Miss Hillary said that when she was helping Anthony deal with his wealth, she was afraid that Anthony would destroy her cherished relationship again, and complained that Anthony threatened her. So she was confused, and when she woke up, she found that she had stabbed Anthony along the wall and really ended Anthony's little tough life. "Is that so?" Mike asked Sigrid and Pikanis. Mike needed witnesses, so he repeated the questioning. He saw Sigrid nodded painfully, and also found that Pikanis seemed not to want to answer, and turned his face to the side where no light could shine. At this time, Hillary walked out in a daze. Hillary did not complain about being fooled by Mike's people. She stared at Hillary and Pikanis, and finally collapsed, covering her face and sitting on the floor. Because the murderer was found, the case was not a report worth posting, so Baron Fleck did not come in person. The butler of the Fleck Manor brought a badge, pinned it on Mike's chest, and left, leaving Mike and Sigrid to deal with the finality of the matter. Mike imprisoned Hillary and enjoyed a hearty breakfast, but his mental burden did not lighten. "Mike, these people will leave at noon. They will return to the main city of Jamestown and send Hillary to the gallows there." Sigrid had no appetite for a rare time. "Hillary is not worth you breaking the law." Mike keenly grasped the key point and shook his head and said, "I know you want to kidnap Hillary and want your childhood friend to live intact, even though he is displaced. But don't forget that Hillary betrayed you. I want to see her," Sigrid said suddenly. Of course, Mike didn't mind fulfilling Sigrid's small request and took Sigrid to the 4th floor. Because of her status as a noble child, Hillary was not imprisoned in a cellar or something like that, but in the highest and largest room of Griffin Manor, enjoying the last noble treatment. After opening the door, Mike saw the gilded lampstand, the large table and chairs, the soft big bed, and the beautiful telephone with the telephone line cut off. Hillary was holding a book on the bed, and her tears wet the whole page of the book. "I'm sorry, Sigrid, I'm sorry," Hillary was still murmuring, and she didn't look up when she heard the door open. "Hillary," Sigrid called. Hillary trembled suddenly. "Hillary," Sigrid called again, her voice slightly louder. This time it was different. Mike saw Hillary suddenly collapse, curled up and cried loudly. "Sigrid, I'm sorry," Hillary shouted in pain. "I really don't know what I was thinking. What I was thinking? Yes, I killed Anthony, but there is a reason. I don't regret it. But I really regret framing you. Sigrid, my dearest sister, if it was before, I would never say a bad word about you even if I died. I know. You were just impulsive. Sigrid comforted Hillary. Mike felt that the scene in front of him was a scene of deep sisterly love, and it was particularly funny when he thought of the way Hillary escaped from the crime. He shrugged his shoulders, put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked down at his toes, and waited for Sigrid and Hillary to reminisce for the last time. When he finally left the room and locked the door, he suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Sigrid was not in a good mood. I laugh at this very interesting thing. Mike fiddled with the badges on his chest. One was a silver detective badge, and the other was a half-gold flag honor badge. Especially the honor badge, which represents the special honor of Flag City to handle certain noble affairs. If you collect 3, you can become one of the knights under Baron Fleck. It's a very good badge, which means that I have solved a big trouble for Lord Baron Fleck that may cause diplomatic disputes. Mike said seriously. So for this badge, I think I need to really deal with this case. Isn't it over? Sigrid asked in astonishment. Who said that? I said it. Mike asked back. Sigrid thought about it and found that Mike really hadn't said that the case was over. She wanted to ask, and happened to see Mike took out parchment and cranberry ink with a quill pen. After pulling out the quill pen, the bright red tip of the pen exuded the fragrance of cranberries. Then Mike began to write, his handwriting sharp. Clue 1. Manually instigated this matter on purpose. Clue 2. Hillary's lover is Pekinish, Manuel's biological brother. Clue 3. What is Pekinish's feeling for Hillary? Wait, are you saying there is a mastermind behind this matter? The sinful blood river swirling around Sigrid suddenly exploded. This shocked Mike, as if he was electrocuted. The strange feeling of weakness also made Mike glare at Sigrid fiercely, and the special feeling of wanting to ravage Sigrid in the form of sin emerged in his mind. Do you still remember what Miss Hillary said? She said, if it was before, what's the matter? My relationship with her is very good. It's normal for it to become dull after not seeing each other for so many years. It's very normal. Mike nodded with a smile, agreeing with Sigrid's idea. However, he was a bystander and saw things more clearly than Sigrid. I think your idea is correct, Sigrid, but you don't fully understand what Miss Hillary means. She is no longer the innocent little girl in your mind. What does she mean? She has never been able to hide anything from me, and she won't hide anything from me. That was before. It's the same now. Sigrid suddenly stopped. She wanted to say, it's the same now, but she couldn't say it when the words came to her lips. Okay, Mike, I admit that everything is different. Please tell me what Hillary really means. Hillary means her feelings for you are the same as before. The only difference is, it's you and her who got in between and made her hate you. Mike shook the parchment, and the finger holding the cigar touched clue 2, which was, Hillary's lover is Pekinish, Manuel's biological brother. Didn't you notice? Miss Hillary's movements, expressions, and the sense of dependence she showed when she was arrested. She didn't want to rely on you, but on Mr. Pekinish. So we can make a guess that these two people are in a relationship. I can prove this. They are indeed in a relationship, and the families of both sides are also preparing to let them get married. Sigrid and Hillary talked openly and directly admitting this. Then why is Miss Manually, Mr. Pekinish's younger sister, so eager to kill her sister-in-law? Maybe it's just jealousy. Manually is jealous of all the ladies who are better than her. Yes, jealousy is terrible, but as far as I know, although Manually is crazy, it is only irrational madness. It is very obvious that Miss Manually hates Miss Hillary, but according to Miss Manually's character analysis, Miss Manually will not deliberately instigate Anthony to commit suicide to frame Miss Hillary. But if Miss Manually does this, doesn't she worry that her own brother will deal with her? Pike is not the first heir to the nice family, perhaps. Maybe Miss Manually is not afraid of Mr. Pekinish. You want to express this, right? But don't forget that the status of women is even lower So even if Mr. PK Nice cannot inherit the baron title of the Nice family, there are 100 ways to make Miss Manuel's life miserable. Mike interrupted Sigrid and walked to the window of the corridor on the 4th floor. There were ditches on both sides of the colorful shell road outside the courtyard below, which extended to a distance that Mike could not see. Mike's vision was also very far away, and he said softly, in addition, according to my observation, although Miss Manually does not like Mr. PK, her brother, she has not ignored Mr. PK's feelings. From a psychological point of view, Miss Manually hates Mr. PK's more preferential treatment than her, and also relies on her biological brother. You mean they are pushing everything? Pushing Hillary into the abyss? Sigrid clenched the spring wheel pistol. Who knows? But we are about to part with Mr. PK and Miss Manually. So in the next period of time, should we look at them more? To be honest, they are pretty good looking, because one of their companions was killed, and the murderer was their own companion. The noblemen and women in the manor felt a little lost. These people have no direct interest relationship with Mike, so Mike doesn't mind thinking of them in a good way, such as they are in the same boat, and they still have a little compassion for their companions. But it doesn't matter, because Mike's attention is not on them. Mike just took Sigrid to the backyard, asked Wolf to get a big umbrella to block the drizzle that might fall, and held an afternoon tea with Sigrid in advance. Hey, they are celebrating. Damn Sigrid. By the window of the 2nd floor corridor, Manually elegantly held a glass of sweet blueberry wine, but her tender red lips uttered a resentful curse. It should be Inspector Mike who is celebrating, not Sigrid. Sigrid is not that kind of person, PK said slowly. Okay, you always make excuses for Sigrid and remember her after so many years. But don't forget that Sigrid is a woman who is comparable to a monster. She will never be the object of marriage for a nobleman. Manually went straight upstairs. Brother, my dear brother, I hope you will never think about this woman again. We are about to leave, and I don't want to see this damn woman who knocked out my 2 front teeth in my childhood again in my life. That time was the reason you bullied Hillary. Wait, where are you going? Don't make trouble. I'm going to mock Hillary. What's your heart? Does it hurt? Of course not. I wish she would die, so that I can have the right to choose my marriage again. But she is Sigrid's friend. I don't want you to make Sigrid feel sad, and I don't want you to have a more direct conflict with Sigrid. Ha! What a wonderful love. If you hadn't slept with more than 20 noble girls, I believe I would have madly sung the praises of the purity, beauty, and freedom of love for my dear brother. Manually walked down the stairs obediently, took a look at the backyard outside the window, and found that Mike and Sigrid's distinctive clothes under the parasol couldn't help laughing. Isn't it a bit late for you to say this now, my dear brother? Manually said sarcastically. I have calculated your feelings for women. Basically, the longer you can't get her, the deeper your feelings will be. You are just agitated because you can't get her, especially Sigrid. She is a powerful girl. You can never get her, so you really love her. Similarly, because you got Hillary too easily, you hate her and think that Hillary made you lose your marriage and freedom. My dear brother, I'm not stupid. Do you think that I listened to your instigation and encouraged Anthony to commit suicide to frame Hillary? Then why? Manually, PK Nice once again looked downstairs at the backyard, and only spoke with peace of mind when he could see the lower body of Mike and Sigrid under the parasol. Because you destroyed my only belief. Manually said hatefully. I knew I couldn't get anything when I was very young, whether it was family wealth or parental love. I couldn't get any of them. I used to like musicals and yearn for the everlasting love in them. That was the only possibility for me to get. But you, Anthony and Hillary, destroyed all my visions and desires for love, and your ugliness makes me sick. Manly, you are too naive, PK Nice scolded in a low voice. Yes, I am too naive, so I took all the blame for you. My dear brother, Maniola's beautiful face became increasingly ferocious. I told Inspector Mike that I was the one who instigated Anthony to commit suicide. I was also prepared to persuade Inspector Mike, and even begged Inspector Mike to give up the charge of inciting suicide. I have to say that Inspector Mike is a smart man, and he doesn't insist on the so-called law and justice. I look down on him for that. Wait, I actually like him a little bit, because he didn't accept my temptation, and he should be a more reliable man than you, Anthony, and everyone else. PK nice. My brother, I won't laugh at Hillary. I will check Inspector Mike. How many women he has had? How many women's feelings has he played with? If he hasn't, should I believe in love again? Damn it. If that's the case, I will hate myself. After all, I have played with too many men. But it doesn't matter. My status is higher than his. If I lower myself, I believe he will be willing to be a pair of loyal lovers with me. Maniole murmured in a low voice somewhat nervously, and looked deeply and strangely at the place where Mike was downstairs. She went downstairs quickly, and PK Nice also left in a hurry. The two people, each with their own thoughts, only cared about doing their own things, but did not notice that when they turned around, some dim sunlight cast a faint shadow. It's really interesting. Isn't this a crime that is not a crime? Mike jumped into the window nimbly. Grace's movements were more beautiful and graceful. Her body seemed to be made of the softest water. She turned upside down into the window from top to bottom, pressed Mike's shoulders and rotated to the ground, and her straight long legs slid out of a dazzling circle. But her face didn't look good, and she pulled out a spring wheel pistol. What do you want to do? Cigarette. Mike held Cigarette's hand. I think what you need to understand is, Manually and PK Nice are just trying to instigate Anthony to frame Miss Hillary by suicide, not really doing it. Their idea is that success is the best, and failure doesn't matter. The terrible consequences today are Anthony and Hillary's own choices. But if they hadn't instigated it, none of this would have happened. Cigarette gritted her teeth and said, So what? An eye for an eye. For Hillary who betrayed you, Mike only likes to investigate the case thoroughly and doesn't care who dies. After all, whether it's Pekines, Manually, or Anthony and Hillary, in his eyes, there is a cloud of guilt that can sentence them to death. Mike can find out the reason why the dog bites the dog, but it doesn't mean that after one dog dies, he needs to put the other dog that bit it to death into the pot and cook it. God is my witness. Mike doesn't particularly like the taste of dog meat. Okay, Secret, they may not be able to go home alive. Mike suddenly said, What? Because of the Great Migration. Mike is very concerned about the entire North American territory events. Before he can build his own information channels, he has bribed the communications officer in the Flag City Army. So when it comes to abnormal weather or racial incidents involving Indians, Mike will get the news first. A big storm is blowing from Cape Seaside. Cigarette. Mike smiled and said, A big storm cut off the North-South Sea route. So if they want to return to Jamestown, they have to use a carriage all the way north. Unfortunately, because of this storm, many animals have undergone abnormal migration, causing large-scale migration of multiple Indian tribes. You mean they are likely to be killed by the Indians? Cigarette looked at Mike in surprise. Mike even knew all this. And Cigarette took a long time to come back to her senses and found that when the case was over and the murderer had confessed, Mike keenly grasped the fact that someone instigated the case. Mike has given her a lot of surprises, but it seems that he will only give her more surprises, not the most. Mike, I once wondered if you have some special powers, such as the keen intuition of vampires. Cigarette exclaimed in astonishment. I don't. Mike calmly took out a cigar and lowered his head to light it. Yes, you don't. I followed this case from the beginning to the end, and I didn't find that you have any special powers. But your mind, your thinking, your vast knowledge, such as your so-called psychology, these are your more terrifying powers. Cigarette is very straightforward in her expression, just like the foreigners that Mike knows. Mike, she said directly, you are indeed the best detective in Flag City and even in the whole of North America. Thank you for your compliment, dear their cigarette, and then, Miss Hillary, I will keep her in Flag City for half a month. I promise that this is the last thing I will do for the betrayer. To the lost friendship. To the lost friendship. Mike respecting cigarette's choice. After cigarette left, he looked down at a group of noblemen and a woman who were preparing their luggage. A group of people, a road, people on the way, their hearts moving with the scenery. This may be the most perfect sentence to describe an upcoming trip. Mike watched the noblemen and women elegantly pack their luggage and hats. The tail feathers of the beautiful birds on the hats swayed in the cool breeze. They quickly walked out of the shadow of their companions' desks, chatting and laughing with each other, and sending romantic glances to the opposite sex from time to time. It's a pity, the smoke of sin on you is very thick, and there is no innocent person. Mike spoke to the people below, flicked the ash of his cigar, and said without looking back, "Go, use some special methods to tell the Indian tribes you know that the noble team that is about to leave Flag City contains the charm of the great Indian warrior. Boss, all the Indians will go crazy." Wolf laughed happily and asked Mike for a cigar. After all, the so-called charm of the Indian warrior is the special power generated by the totem believed by the Indians, and the Indian warriors come from this. They merged with the charm and gained the terrible ability to fight against the colonial musketeers. What we want is for them to go crazy and kill all of PK Nice's gang. Mike went downstairs with a smile, not hiding his disgust for PK Nice, Man Yuli, Hillary, and all the noblemen and women. But before he walked to the spacious hall on the first floor, Man Yuli rushed over quickly. Inspector Mike. Man Yuli had a pale face with excitement. Mike saw Man Yuli running towards him with an erotic look, crazy movements, and a weird but beautiful posture. She rushed directly at him on the narrow stairs, got into his arms, and touched him everywhere. "Are you still a virgin, right, Inspector Mike?" Man Yuli said excitedly, using armor fix. She came over and was about to kiss Mike. "Are you crazy?" Mike felt numb all over. After all, he felt a little pity for Man Yuli, but that didn't mean he wouldn't dislike Man Yuli's past promiscuity. Everyone has to pay the price for their actions, just like Man Yuli. Mike felt that if Man Yuli wasn't so promiscuous, Mike wouldn't mind keeping Man Yuli for her love for him, so that Man Yuli could avoid a great danger. But it was obvious that keeping Man Yuli would put him in an even greater danger. She's a poor woman. Mike watched the luxury convoy slowly leave and avoided his eyes when he saw Man Yuli waving goodbye to him. "She likes you, boss. And if you are willing, dear Miss Man Yuli will try to be a real good woman." Ali pitied Man Yuli, or it should be said that this bastard pitied all the opposite sex who could be pitied. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. "Dear Ali, even if you become a vampire, I'm worried that you will die in a woman's belly one day." Mike turned around cruelly, not looking at the increasingly swaying figure of Manuel's arms as she said goodbye to him in the carriage. He didn't think too much, enjoyed a sumptuous lunch of veal steaks and fragrant fruity wine, fell into a deep sleep, and when he woke up, he just heard the sound of Julius Muscat. "Hey, little Mike, is this how you welcome poor old Belle?" Because Griffin Manor was carrying out a series of disinfection work, Mike lived by the sea. When he opened the window, he saw Old Belle standing about 30 yards outside the gate of the courtyard, with black smoke coming out of a black gun hole in front of his toes. The black smoke quickly disappeared and was hit on the ground by the drizzle. "Let him in," Mike ordered Julia in the corridor. So Julia put away her musket, and Dunbar, who was guarding the gate, also made way. "Hey, Dunbar, you are getting stronger and stronger. I really suspect that one day you will be eaten by your own muscles." While teasing Dunbar, Old Belle walked into the yard alone, leaving Hemingway and others who he brought with him outside. But suddenly, Old Belle's body stiffened, staring at the sea surface 60 yards away, which was rippling with small waves due to the light rain and breeze. "Mike, I came here to chat with you." Old Bill murmured softly, and suddenly ignored Dunbar's burly figure, pulled out the matchlock behind him and pointed it at Mike at the window. But give me an explanation. Mike, I said it. You said it too. Never attack innocent children. Children? Mike followed in surprise. Mike was not worried about the muzzle of Old Bell's matchlock, because Old Bell was a good knifeman, but not a good gunman, and Dunbar was already blocking in front of Old Bell, so that Mike couldn't even see Old Bell's whole body. You can't point the muzzle of the gun at Mike, although he said so. In fact, Dunbar had already blocked the whole of the gun. Dunbar glanced at the muzzle of the matchlock gun stuck on his belly, and opened his mouth in a simple and cruel way. Damn, Old Bell, you can shoot now, but if you can't kill me with one shot, I will kill you and all the people you bring. No, Dunbar, because Old Bell won't shoot. He is not such an impulsive person. Mike thought about the changes in Old Bell's expression, walked out of the door of the house, and looked at the seaside that Old Bell had paid attention to. He saw something floating up and down in the blue-black ocean under the gloomy sky, like a half-grown Harris jackal. When he concentrated his eyes and looked at it carefully for a few more times, his expression changed a little. Wolf, he shouted. I know, boss. Ollie has a cold and can't go into the water, so I'm the only one going into the water. Wolf knew that Ollie couldn't go into the water because of her long blood-red hair, so he jumped into the sea quickly and swam swiftly in the sea like a big fish. When this big fish got close to the foreign object, it cursed angrily, roared, and hugged the foreign object and swam towards the shore. Boss, it's a child, no more than 7 years old. Her body is colder than a corpse. Wolf didn't care about warming himself up and ran to the yard with the child in his arms. Because she is dead, it's really just a corpse. Ollie checked briefly halfway when Wolf ran, and without stopping, he ran to Mike with Wolf and put the child's body on the ground. But when he put the child down for a closer inspection, Ollie suddenly screamed, "Ah!" and his face turned pale and froze in place. What's the matter? Mike and Old Bell walked over. Little Mike, if it wasn't you who did it, I apologize to you. You know, I helped you when you were a child, and I attacked you because you were over 16 years old, and your ambition threatened. Damn it. My God, it's a vampire. Old Bell suddenly shouted. What Old Bell meant was, the child's death was related to vampires. Mike didn't comment, squatted down, and pressed his fingers on the child's neck. The body was already cold, and it began to rot and soften after being soaked in seawater, and it was even colder. Mike felt that water came out when he applied force with his fingertips. He tilted the head of the body to the left and saw 2 tiny purple-black eyes. It looks like a vampire did it, Mike said softly. It looks like it, and the child's blood has been drained. Ollie clenched his palms beside him, and thick bloodshot appeared in the whites of his eyes, and his whole eyes began to emit a strange red. Mike knew that Ollie was a vampire, and his mentality was not healthy before he became a vampire. But Ollie's hatred for some despicable murderer was no less than that of Old Bell. Ollie, go make me 2 cups of coffee. Use the best coffee beans and the hottest water. Mike sent Ollie away and led Old Bell to sit in the garden. There was pattering rain everywhere, with the fresh and salty sea breeze. Everyone left, leaving only Mike and Old Bell under the blue and white umbrella. Mike threw a cigar to Old Bell, but Old Bell said no, and took out 2 gold ring cigars and threw one to Mike. It seems that you didn't do it, little Mike. My reaction was too intense. Old Bell spoke to Mike calmly. Dear Old Bell, I always remember how good you were to me when I was just a patrolman. If it weren't for your help, I would not have been able to successfully kill a former detective. Mike took out a piece of fire paper, lit the cigar for Old Bell first, and then lit his own. You know what? You don't have to worry about my ambition, because I will always leave the best position for my dear Old Bell. But now, Old Bell, how do you think I will deal with you? Kill me right away, or slowly reduce my power and finally kill me? Neither. I will give you a chance to retire. Ha, come on, my dear little Mike. Old Bill laughed all of a sudden, and his Nordic bearded face trembled with laughter. You and I are the same kind of people, with a strong desire for control. Yes, we were friends, and we could even say father and son, but I won't put my future in your hands, and neither will you. So sooner or later we will have a fight. This fight is not about life or death. Generally speaking, no. If I win, I will give you a sum of money, and even if I am stingy, I will give you a sum of money to return to Great Britain to become rich. The money of the old man. And if you win, I believe you will do the same. Generally speaking, if your old brother can live, and my two old brothers, no, 3. Now we can add the little brother Hemingway. If they can live, we will not be separated by life and death. This is all nonsense. Ha, that's right, this is all nonsense. It is basically impossible to fight without injury. So old Bill took a big puff of cigar. Okay, little Mike, let's not talk about this nonsense. In fact, I came here today to congratulate you. He looked at the detective badge and honor badge on Mike's chest. You have always given me great surprises, time and time again. But there has never been a surprise like today. I thought that the only woman who could become a knight in the whole city of Fleck was Sigrid. But now there is one more you. Little Mike, 3 honor badges. Yes, only 3 are needed. You have already got one, and even Chief Inspector Sigrid, who must have a strong background, only got a verbal promise from Baron Fleck about the honor badge. I'm just lucky, Mike said calmly. Yes, you are just lucky. If Baron Fleck didn't want to give an explanation to the nobles in Jamestown, or if the quota for the Griffin Knight was not vacant, Baron Fleck would never realize the big pie he drew. But this does not affect my recognition of your ability and admiration. I admire you. After all, when I was your age, I was just a little kid with a mind full of gold pounds falling from the sky. Old Bill, what do you want to say? Mike looked at Old Bill deeply. I want to say, the Great Migration. Yes, at least a dozen Indian tribes have made a great migration just south and north of Fleck City. This will have a great impact on the situation and even affect the distribution of interests in various cities. Mike, when I came here, I was ready to have a real face-to-face decisive battle with you. But now it seems that we need to find out the cause of the child's death first, chop the murderer into about 600 pieces, and feed them to 600 hungry ugly sharks. Old Bill's eyes flickered when he looked at the child's body. Such a performance made Mike silent. Mike, you need to know. Old Bill was silent for a long time and said, whether you or I can get more streets in Fleck City under our jurisdiction, except for the naughty children, all children should not accept abnormal deaths. After all, no one except God is qualified to judge the deaths of young, cute, weak and innocent children. No, Mike shook his head. In the obviously dangerous eyes of Old Bill, Mike calmly took the coffee sent by Ollie, took a sip and laughed. I mean, even if God does this, I will. There is a process for investigating cases. No, it should be said that since humans have thoughts, everything has summarized a series of more convenient processes, and Mike does not mind using this convenient process. Although he is confident, he is just a little conceited. Boss, it has been found out. This child is 6 years old this year, or 7 years old. Her name is Mary. She has no surname and comes from St. Amia orphanage. In the rare peaceful time between Mike and Old Bill, Wolf found the identity of the child's body. Little Mike, it seems that your people are investigating faster. Old Bill glared at Hemingway, who was running over, because Wolf had already reported, and Hemingway jumped off the horse and handed over 2 large pieces of parchment. You are wrong. It should be said that your people, Hemingway, are smarter than Wolf. Mike took Hemingway's report paper first and smiled at Hemingway. The slightly unwilling expression made Old Bill laugh happily. How is he smart? Old Bill asked seriously. Because in addition to the identity of the child's body, Hemingway also found that some children are missing. Mike unfolded the parchment and thought. The arc of his mouth became more and more dangerous. In Hemingway's report, in addition to the identity, age, and origin of the child's body, there is also some information about the St. Amia orphanage. For example, the little girl Mary disappeared for only a day and a half, and for example, there were two other children who disappeared at the same time as Mary, Aya, and Dan Pesper. Two 7-year-old girls and a 6-year-old boy. Mark Cookie tapped the table slowly with his knuckles to let the cigar ash fall off, and said with a smile, because the orphanage in Flag City is financially insufficient and adopts a free range policy, the disappearance of the children is not conspicuous, and we have not received any news. However, I still think that we should first investigate the problems of children who have been away from the orphanage for more than one day. Do you think it's not just one little girl who died? Old Bell's face became even stiffer, but soon Old Bell became happy, because Wolf was Mac's man, Hemingway was his man, and Hemingway suppressed Wolf severely in this report, which was an absolute crushing of IQ. It just so happened that he poached Hemingway from Mike, which made him feel extremely accomplished. Old Bell, first, Wolf and Hemingway are not the same kind of people. Second, if I like, Wolf can wipe the necks of 100 Hemingways at night and let the blood stain all of Hemingway's wheels red. Mike choked Old Bell to death. Little Mike, we should investigate the case first. And you know, if Hemingway disappears or dies, only one of us can survive. He is also one of my brothers. Old Bell roared in a suppressed voice, as if he became more emotional in front of Mike after the showdown with Mike. Mike noticed this and looked at Hemingway meaningfully, and happened to see Hemingway's slightly flickering but more determined eyes. It seems that Old Bell treats Hemingway very well. Mike can find a similar example for this feeling, just like Cao Mengde treated Wu Shengguan in the Three Kingdoms. But the difference from this example is that Hemingway has given Mike a lot of information about Old Bell, and this information was not obtained by Mike even when he was closest to Old Bell. After all, they are foreigners with different education and different ideas. For example, Hemingway has confirmed that he is following Mike, and no matter how good Old Bell is to him, he will not take it to heart. Let's go, Old Bell. Mike suddenly felt a little sorry for Old Bell. After drinking the coffee in the luxurious white porcelain cup, he gave Old Bell a big hug. Let's go to the orphanage, where there is one of your brothers and one of my aunts. St. Amaya Orphanage. This is the largest orphanage in Flag City. It's a bit funny to say it's the largest, because there is only one orphanage in Flag City, and the founder is Jenny Amaya. Two carriages drove side by side to the north of Flag City. With the sound of wheels rolling over the paving shells, they soon saw a very dilapidated 3-story house standing on the edge of North Cross Street, which was not under the jurisdiction of Mike or Old Bell. The painted walls of the house were already mottled, and in the rainy weather, it looked like an octogenarian standing alone in a desolate place. The yard was very clean. The simple fence had no birds, and the white flowers of vines were entangled. The lawn inside was flat, and some children were digging earthworms to play with. Tonight and tomorrow, let's go fishing and get some small things for Mom, a little child asked innocently. When I go fishing, I want to get a big one, such as an otter. Mom will be very happy. Another child was particularly happy shaking the fat earthworms. They saw the carriage coming, but they didn't care much. When the carriage stopped at the door of the orphanage, their faces were so flustered that they turned pale. The two children also saw 7 or 8 tall horses following the carriage, and the knights on them didn't look like good people. In the distance, some sneaky figures showed their heads. Who are you? The children in the orphanage were very alert. I should call your mother aunt, and this one. Mike jumped off the carriage and said with a smile, this is old Inspector Bell. In fact, your mother is one of the brothers that Inspector Bell is reluctant to spend money on, but he must protect. Brother, are you wrong? Children can still distinguish between male and female. In addition, Mike also knew that the children in the orphanage was somewhat precocious, just like the thin and pitiful girl 2 years ago. At the age of 12, she already knew how to run to the crowd of street girls on North Diagonal Street to make money to supplement the expenses of the orphanage. Of course, the final result was that Mike kicked the person back to the orphanage and threw away 20 heavy silver pounds. Damn little Mike, I am willing to spend money on Jenny, okay? But she refused. When he arrived here, Old Bill shrank his head and felt a little powerless to argue. He turned his face away without saying a word. The sturdy Nordic bearded old man actually hid behind the carriage, because a gray-haired woman came running, walking quickly, holding an umbrella, and saw Mike and shouted, "Little Mike, I said I don't want to see you anymore, and I don't want to see that idiot Old Bill." "You are right, Old Bill is an idiot." Mike nodded seriously and stuffed a gold pound into one of the two children. "But if you don't accept this gold pound, I will use it to put a bounty on Old Bill's head, and then you and Old Bill will become two idiots." Little Mike, you... And Jenny couldn't do anything with Mike. She glared at Old Bill behind the carriage, but she still felt sorry for Mike and dragged Mike to the inside of the orphanage. "Okay, I'll take it, but don't get wet in the rain. Come in, I'll make you a cup of hot coffee. I brought my own coffee." Mike grinned. "Do you dislike the poor quality of my coffee? Do you believe me when I say I don't dislike it, dear Aunt Jenny?" Mike laughed happily, very generously, put one hand on Jenny's arm and one hand on Old Bill's neck and strolled into the door. In fact, Aunt Jenny is Old Bill's old brother and took good care of Mike when he was a child, because Old Bill had some strange exchanges with Aunt Jenny after getting drunk, and he was unwilling to marry Aunt Jenny. This is how the mother who deserves respect from everyone appeared in the St. Emil orphanage. Of course, this goes without saying, because the North American colony is a magnificent and mysterious continent, and everyone has their own story. Mike came here to investigate the case, and he also had to think about what to say. "Aunt Jenny," he pinched off his cigar and asked directly for the accuracy of the investigation. "I want to ask, what time did Mary and the other two children leave? Where did they go?" "Mary," Aunt Jenny answered subconsciously, paused, and looked at Mike in surprise. The kind mother of many children, her light brown eyes continued to deepen, and her eyes moved from Mike's face to Old Bill's face. "Well, Vegeta, what's going on? What happened to my children?" she shouted coldly. No, only Mary died," Old Bill answered timidly. Old Bill didn't dare to hide it from Jenny or Maya, so Mike saw Aunt Jenny start to take a deep breath, and then with a stiff smile, he told the children around to do something. "Wilfred, don't you want to go fishing to get some fish soup? Don't go. Help me tidy up the room. Little Nicole, my beautiful and good daughter. Little Nicole, take your brothers and sisters to wait for the rain to stop and help me fix the leaking ceiling." Okay. Jenny used various methods to keep the children in the orphanage and walked to the back room. Mike and Old Bill followed and found that Jenny dragged out the dusty box from under the bed. After opening it, an old-fashioned but well-maintained matchlock gun was revealed. "Dear Aunt Jenny, I know you are a very good gunman, and you treat Old Bill like Julia does to me. But you should understand, you can't find out the case, that I need to ask about the situation yourself." Mike didn't mean to look down on Aunt Jenny, he just stated the facts. Jenny paused for a moment after hearing this, then sighed and put down the matchlock gun. "Any clues?" "Little Mike, tell me what clues you have." "Mary's body is swollen all over, and she has been soaked in the sea for at least a day and a night. There are traces of ropes tied to her left ankle. It is initially speculated that she was tied to a stone and sank into the sea, but the rope was detached from the body due to big fish or shrimp, or some special factors. The most important thing is, the blood in the body has been completely drained, and there is a small blood hole on the left side of the neck 2 inches above the collarbone. It may be caused by a vampire." While Mike was talking, Jenny Amia tried to control her breathing. "Mike, No one can disbelieve in your ability to investigate the case, just like I absolutely believe that vampires are not your opponents. And Jenny felt that the matter was beyond her ability, and she also trusted Mike. So I will provide all the clues you need, and I will list them and write them on paper until this parchment is stuffed into the murderer's throat and pierces his or her on its entire chest. Okay, I promise. Mike would not let go of the despicable person who attacked the children. So Aunt Jenny quickly wrote down the departure time and destination location of the 3 children. Mike took a look, folded the parchment carefully, and walked into the carriage in the more violent rain. Old Bill also followed him into the carriage. After a year, he sat in the same carriage with Mike again. They are all good children. Old Bill puffed on his cigar. Yes, they are all good children, Mike repeated, lifting the curtains and letting the thick cigar smoke be dispersed by the fresh air in the rain. 3 children, 1 6 years old and 2 7 years old. They should live and play without worries and enjoy everything given by their dear mother Jenny. They can't bear to see Aunt Jenny suffer. They got up at 5 o'clock every morning to help the residents deliver some light goods to get some food and reduce Aunt Jenny's burden. But they didn't come back. Maybe they will never come back like Mary, because some kind residents won't stay with them. Mary didn't think anything would happen to them. Old Bill's cigar smoke became thicker and swallowed the smoke into his lungs. Mike didn't answer, staring out the window, and soon arrived at the first destination. This is a handicraft workshop, mainly engaged in woven baskets. Some women with scars on their hands are busy under the sheds that are sheltered from the rain, and cast curious eyes on the carriage that Mike and Old Bill are riding. Mike didn't get off the car and kept silent with Old Bill. Then, not long after, Wolf and others who had asked questions turned back and led the carriage to continue driving. They found out that Mary and the other 3 children took the woven baskets from here and wanted to send them to customers who had placed orders. The most recent customer was the wife of a poor writer. They didn't come because it was raining. Yes, I thought the children couldn't get wet in the rain, so I didn't urge them. I thought they would come when it was sunny. What happened to them? Oh my God, are they injured? I prepared delicious apple pies for them, although they are a little small. Can I give them to them? Please tell me, dear Patrolman Wolf, are they injured? The writer's wife was a kind woman, and she went out to look for them anxiously. Mike also saw that the writer was really too poor. His umbrella had holes, but he still went out with his wife. Find 2 little brothers to follow them, Mike ordered Wolf. Again, Mike would not let go of any doubts before the case was revealed. Mike did not rule out the possibility that the writer and his wife were the murderers and wanted to escape. He sent people to track them and ordered the carriage to turn back the way they came on search along the way. In the increasingly heavy rain, detectives like Hemingway, patrolmen like Wolf, and the younger brothers kept searching. They felt very cold, but the expressions of Mike and Old Bill made them feel that their chests were full of gunpowder that was about to explode. They usually lived a life of luxury, but now, even if it cost them their lives, they had to fulfill their duties and not miss any corners, even the slippery river wetlands. Boss Wolf, here! Someone suddenly shouted. Before Wolf could run over, Mike and Old Bill had already jumped off the carriage and run over. Mike found that the shouting came from a rapids corner of the Cardang River. Knowing that the Cardang River is a seasonal river that sometimes dries up completely, it is now the most turbulent river near the city of Fleck. He slid down the steep grass slope, grabbed the ground when he almost fell into the river, and when he stopped, he saw a pile of newly woven but broken baskets. The grass slope beside the basket was close to where the river spread, with splashes of water, and it was obviously specially treated by someone. Many long wild grasses were dug into the river together with clods of soil. Golden sea eye, Mike called softly in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, there was a crisp sound of dripping in his mind. There are no signs of living nearby. It is very likely that they were dealt with before the rain. When Mike was sitting on the grass slope, Wolf came to report. Old Bell also investigated for a long time and came closer to Mike. Even if the murderer didn't deal with the traces, there are no clues in such a heavy rain. Little Mike, do you have any more special methods? He asked frustratedly. Mike always has a way. Old Bell recognized Mike's ability and felt that he could go against Mike. He relied on all the experience of living for decades. He walked slowly on the grass slope. His steps slipped, and he held Mike's shoulders to stabilize his body with a feeling of being an octogenarian. Mike, Old Bell said seriously, I think I have some guesses, but I want to hear your method first. I need to think about it. Mike's expression was slightly cold. A loud noise had already sounded in his mind. Mike turned his head and immersed his golden eyes in the heavy rain curtain. This made his eyes slightly cold and the color became more normal. At the same time, his chest kept rising and falling, and the fresh air in the rain entered his lungs, relieving the pain that seemed to be hit hard. This is not a crime scene, Mike said softly. Because the golden sea eyes did not see anything. There was no replay of the crime, but from experience, Mike seemed to see several figures surrounding the young child. The speculation about the case in his mind formed a slice, and the picture that seemed to be burning the brain was restored. The first possibility is that it was done by a vampire. Many vampires like to suck the blood of children. When saying this, Mike covered his eyes, but he seemed to see the vampire controlling the child, holding the child up, and covering the child's struggling mouth. The vampire bared its fangs behind the child, bit down, and swallowed the blood. There is another possibility that the murderer is a mentally ill patient or needs the child's blood. He used a special method to drain the child's blood and then disposed of the body. Mike's thinking pattern is much broader than that of people of this era. He knows that in addition to vampires swallowing blood, there is also the possibility of blind barbarism and madness. Vampires swallow blood to grow and survive, but compared to vampires, another kind of crazy guy should be chopped off his limbs and thrown into a cesspool to wail until he dies. A mentally ill patient? You mean a bloodthirsty one? Mike, the probability is too low. Old Bell spoke in the rainstorm, his voice sounding a bit decadent and dull. Do you still remember the Great Migration? You should know that the Great Migration affected not only the Indians, but also the cannibals, ghouls, and other weird things hidden in the dense forest, as well as the vampires hidden in the dense forests, swamps, or cliff castles. They will also leave their original places of residence. They cannot beat the Indian tribes with great warriors and are likely to wander over. It is precisely these wandering vampires that will devour the blood of children without scruples. I can guarantee that these vampires have left the city of Fleck. What do you mean, Old Bell? Mike asked in surprise. I mean, there won't be any more cases of children being swallowed of blood, and we have lost all the clues to track down the murderer. Little Mike, you and I, who are young and energetic, have to admit, this time we failed. Really? Can't find any clues to continue the investigation? Yes, almost nothing, unless the murderer continues to commit crimes. What a pity. I don't think so. Mike climbed up the grass slope with all his limbs. Even if he was, it would be impossible for him to rush up the slippery grass with a steep slope in the rainstorm. Wolf brought Mike a towel to wipe his hair. Theodore lit a brazier in the car. Dunbar stood at the door of the car to block the wind and rain. Julia was more direct, letting Mike lie on her legs and staring at Old Bell, who got on the car with displeasure. Mike, what else can you do? Old Bell loved children too much and didn't want to give up easily. If it's really a roaming vampire, well, I admit defeat. I can only say something harsh. Don't let me meet it again in this life. But Old Bell, you should know that there are only a few children in the orphanage. Compared with the children in the orphanage, the children of stowaways, or directly those smuggled children, are more likely to be killed and will not get direct attention from anyone. Mike changed to a comfortable position on Julia's legs and lifted the curtain with his feet. Wolf, go investigate those children who don't belong to ST. Hand me an orphanage. I need to know the movement trajectory of all of them. If someone disappears like Mary, I need a crime scene and your sharpest knife. Okay, boss. Wolf became particularly serious. Everyone saw that Mike was really angry and became more serious than ever. So Wolf and his men rode away in the heavy rain, and the rapid calls of owls were heard in the gradually dark rain curtain. Inspector Mike, are you going to mobilize all the little brothers? Hemingway's face changed outside the car. He used to be one of Mike's patrol brothers and could understand Mike's code words. Mike didn't mind this. He lit a cigar and smiled, because I believe that Old Bell will not trip me up in this matter. He is not such a person. Also, because I am in your car, you can kill me quickly. Old Bell was very satisfied that Mike had other ways to find clues. With a contradictory feeling of admiration, appreciation, and fear, he punched Mike's shoulder. This is the way that Old Bell praised his juniors. He waved his hand and said, Hemingway, you go to mobilize all of us. Remember, tell everyone that we have restored our previous close relationship with dear little Mike. Before the murderer is chopped into meat sauce, anyone who dares to cause any conflict will make me lose face. Hemingway trembled when he heard this, revealing a look of suppressed anger. It's all a play. Ah, little Mike, it seems that you have crushed my dear little brother Hemingway. He is unwilling to have any cooperative relationship with you. Old Bell laughed. Mike didn't comment and told Theodore to drive the carriage to his home by the sea. He and Old Bell opened 10 bottles of the best blueberry wine. They didn't talk about work, but only talked about some happy details of life. After all, if they were not in Flag City in the North American colony, or if neither he nor Old Bell was the leader of a group of people, their relationship could really be like that of a real father and son. Old Bell had no children in North America, and Mike had no parents in North America. But Old Bell gave Mike a lot of help in the 2 years between the ages of 14 and 16. Dear little Mike, I still remember the first time I saw you. Your calm eyes that still pursued simplicity and happiness. When drinking the 3rd bottle of wine, Old Bell opened up.